Everyone else can only contract one ghost, but I can contract 9.99 million. And the world's college entrance exam just happens to test ghost catching. Passing an A-level ghost domain gets you into a top 985 university, while a B-level ghost domain gets you a guaranteed spot in a 211 university. Originally, I could only contract 0.5 ghosts, so getting into a junior college would be a stroke of luck. Therefore, my teacher told me to choose a D-level ghost domain. But on the day of the exam, I directly chose an A-level ghost domain. My teacher was horrified and said my choice would surely lead to my death. But what he doesn't know is that I've already gained the defending system from time travel, which allows me to infinitely increase the number of ghosts I can encounter. In this world where encountering ghosts is highly valued, someone who can contract 3 ghost creatures is considered a genius. But for me now, as long as I can break through a ghost defense, I can forcibly contract them. Controlling billions of ghosts will no longer be a dream. Just yesterday, I was caught playing the game, Dead Glory, in class. My angry teacher wanted to test my ghost-catching knowledge, so he asked me what to do if I encountered a ghost with electrical wires. I stood up and said I could capture it, and use it as a power bank. The ridiculous answer sparked a burst of laughter from the entire class. The teacher suppressed his anger and asked, "What if you encountered a female ghost in red?" I pondered for a moment before saying, "If her looks are good, becoming her boyfriend wouldn't be a bad option." My response directly broke the teacher's composure. As a result, the system gifted me a newbie welcome pack. I not only obtained the elite skill, breaking the defense pack number, but also had my pack limit increased by 2. So, this is the confidence that allows me to choose one extreme ghost desire. Directly, amidst the shock of the teacher and my classmates, I vanished from the spot. The next second, I was teleported to the examination hall. 5 other people were teleported in with me. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before us. "Welcome, students, to the horror hospital. I am your examiner for this assessment. Let me give you a brief introduction. The place you are in now was originally the Kanglan City First People's Hospital." A girl with twin ponytails exclaimed. "What? Kanglan City? Is that the city that was taken over by ghosts? They say everyone died there, and many elite ghost hunting teams were wiped out there. How dare you use this place as an exam hall? Rest assured, this hospital, as an examination hall, has been separated by the Safety Bureau using a righteous law. No ghosts from outside can enter. The evaluation task is simple: survive here for a day, and contract a ghost you like that's passing. For safety, each of you will receive a teleportation talisman. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, tear the talisman, and you'll be safely teleported back to school. Also, contracting or eliminating an evil spirit will earn you the MVP award, a blue lion ghost pig worth 100,000. If there are no questions, the evaluation begins. Looking at this eerie, terrifying building, no one dared to take the first step. Knowing that great wealth comes with great risk, I walked towards the hospital lobby with a smile. The rest of the group quickly followed me. They didn't want to miss out on any spooky encounters. As we entered the hospital lobby, the bloodstains everywhere sent chills down our spines. When I rounded a corner, my face contorted in horror, and my lips trembled uncontrollably. My classmates quickly asked me what was wrong. I screamed in terror. "There are over 50 evil spirits! They're coming! Run!" Everyone bolted out of the hospital, yelling for help. But as they ran out of the building, they realized I was gone. The others sneered. "Serves him right. Show off! He's probably been ripped to shreds by ghosts." But just then, my laughter echoed from upstairs. "Are you all brain dead?" The information said there were less than 20 ghosts in the horror hospital. I just casually said over 50, and you fell for it? The 5 people downstairs were immediately embarrassed. "Nice one, Lin M.O. Are you trying to scare us off so you can enjoy the ghost girl all to yourself?" Ding! "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 breakdown points." I laughed and said, "You're the ones who are cowardly. How can you blame me for enjoying her alone?" Glasses retorted. "Do you even know who she is? She's the genius beauty Sun Lily. Her awakening line is 3, a whole 6 times yours." Everyone chimed in, praising Sun Lily. Just as I was passing the ophthalmology ward, Ding detected a medium-level vengeful spirit in the ophthalmology ward. Half of one. Half of one? Perfect. I was about to stride in when Glasses Nan called out to me. Glasses Nan shouted that the genius should go in first. A wicked smile crept across my lips. Then I made a gesture of invitation. "If you want to go in first, then please go ahead." However, the 3 who went in almost simultaneously displayed expressions of terror. A blood-red pupil, glowing brightly, was hanging from the ceiling fan. I wanted to run, but my body was frozen as if struck by lightning. Seeing this, I couldn't help but gulp. Something was definitely wrong. Luckily, I let those 3 idiots go in first, otherwise, I'd be the one in trouble. Watching the 3 of them motionless, I started to get nervous. Surely they weren't dead, were they? Sun Lily was the first to react, stumbling out of the ophthalmology department, her whole body trembling. Then, a mouthful of blood gushed from her mouth. I quickly ran over and asked what had happened. Still shaken, Sun Lily explained that a blood red eye was hanging from the ceiling fan. One look at it would trap you in an illusion. If she hadn't bitten her tongue, she might not have escaped. Sun Lily kept blaming me for leading them to such a dangerous place. I let out a cold laugh. You brought this on yourselves. It's none of my business, Sun Lily retorted angrily. It's a good thing we went in first. If a loser like you had gone in first and gotten hit by the illusion, you'd probably be dead by now. I chuckled. I wouldn't have fallen for the illusion. I'm not stupid enough to be the first one in. My words broke their composure again, earning me another 30 breakdown points. After they left, I decided to explore the room alone. As long as I don't make eye contact with it, I won't be affected by the illusion. It started to spin rapidly. The bloodline ghost shrieked in terror. Ding, congratulations, host. You've earned 20 breakdown points. Bloodline ghost's defenses are down 8%. Only 11% left until I can form a contract directly. I was secretly delighted. Hey ghost bro, let's make a deal. I'll turn off the ceiling fan, and you become my contracted ghost. How about it? The bloodline ghost roared furiously, its face vowing to make me pay. Since you refuse, then continue to enjoy the big windmill. After another 10 minutes of stalemate, the bloodline ghost finally gave in. My eyes are so dry from the wind. Get me the eye drops from the cabinet first. Then I'll make a contract with you. Hearing this, I turned and carefully opened the cabinet. I took out a bottle of 502 glue and quietly peeled off the label. Then I tossed the bottle to the bloodline ghost. After catching the bottle, the bloodline ghost thanked me. He immediately put 2 drops in his eyes, thinking, once I recover my strength, you're going to pay for this. But in the next second, the bloodline ghost let out a painful wail. Why can't I open my eyes? I pretended not to know and said, did the eye drops expire? The bloodline ghost then realized he had been tricked and started cursing at me. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 50 breakdown points. The bloodline ghost's breakdown level has reached 99%. You may choose to forcibly sign a contract. I decisively chose to sign. Miss Bloodline Ghost, are you willing to entrust your life to Mr. Lin Mo? Hearing this, the bloodline ghost broke down again. I'm a guy. I don't agree. Miss Bloodline Ghost agrees. Contract signing in progress, 10%, 20%. The bloodline ghost's composure completely shattered. Wait, when did I agree? With the completion of the contract. I saw wisps of ghost energy attaching to my right eye. At this moment, the system prompted, fusion successful. Looking at myself in the mirror, I suddenly felt a Kakashi vibe. I then asked the system doubtfully, will it be like this every time I sign a contract with a ghost? The system says that complete ghosts can be summoned directly for battle after a contract, while a remnant ghost is fused with a body and cannot fight independently. Then I opened the system panel to check its attributes, and found that the bloodline ghost's loyalty was only 3%, and its skills were not yet activated. I couldn't help but sigh. Tom, your loyalty is a bit low. I have no loyalty towards you, because you forcibly contracted me. I want to be free. Said the bloodline ghost, its loyalty dropping by 2% to 1%. 200 defense points can be exchanged for any ghost's first skill. Do you want to exchange? Without hesitation, I chose to exchange. The exchange for the bloodline ghost's first skill was successful, obtaining the skill, Red Tree. Blood domain tightened. After acquiring the skill, I discovered that not only did the bloodline ghost's loyalty increase significantly, but my own nearsightedness also disappeared. Instead, I gained a much wider field of vision. This is huge. Meanwhile, a chase game was unfolding in the morgue on the first floor. Just as the guy with the blonde hair suggested using a teleportation talisman to escape, the guy with glasses slyly proposed that they could lure the ghoul to the second floor. If the ghoul attacked Lin Mo, they would be safe. Sun Lily agreed, saying that Lin Mo wouldn't die with his teleportation talisman. Being our meat shield would be his contribution to humanity. At this moment, I was walking downstairs with my hands in my pockets. You're being chased by dogs. The guy with glasses gave a dark chuckle. Lin Mo, prepare to die. Just as I was wondering what the 3 of them meant, I saw several ghouls rapidly rushing towards me. So they were trying to lure the ghouls to me. This is a good chance to test out my new skill. just as the ghouls pounced on me with their claws bared. I instantly activated my blood ghost skill. Red mangrove blood domain illusion. All 5 ghouls I lured were caught in the illusion. Instantly trapped, unable to move. I picked up a nearby sledgehammer and walked towards the 5 ghouls. With a series of resounding slams, the 5 ghouls collapsed. Sun Lily and the other 2, standing at the top of the stairs, looked distraught. Their change in expression earned me quite a few points. I then turned to face the 3 of them. Then I deliberately released a strong killing intent. If you dare to frame me again, I wouldn't mind letting you try out Saul. The 3 instantly turned pale. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 40 breaking defense points. Looking at the system's notification, I felt smug. Isn't this just a free scoring machine? Then I took the bloodline ghost with me, continuing to explore the depths of the hospital. The gold watches and necklaces scattered on the skeletons caught my eye. Immediately, I transformed into a little money grubber, sweeping through the hospital rooms. The teachers responsible for the assessment saw my actions and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this guy here to take the exam or to pick up money? We've had so many students take the exam. This is a first." Just as I was walking past the operating room with my money bag, the system alerted me to a high-level ghost suppression. I stopped and looked inside. There was a girl, wow, she was amazing, playing a bone zither. The bloodline ghost suddenly popped its head out. A lewd smile appeared on both our faces. Ding! Bloodline ghost loyalty increased by 5%. I spat out a mouthful of blood. What is this loyalty increase about? Is it that they're both old perverts recognizing each other? Suddenly, I felt a little confused. This big-breasted ghost looks harmless. How could she have high-level ghost strength? The bloodline ghost suddenly got serious. Of course. See that bone Gucci? It's covered in inscribed patterns. If he uses it, its power is immense. Plus, he's blind. He's my perfect counter. After hearing the bloodline ghost's words, I fell into deep thought. This fierce ghost is a high-level malevolent spirit. I can't just give up on him. It seems I can only find a way to break his defenses and forcibly contract him. I picked up a white coat and put it on. The bloodline ghost advised me not to court death. I picked up some alcohol and suture tools, smiling. Fortune favors the bold. A fierce ghost this powerful, aren't you tempted? With the items in hand, I walked into the operating room. The great evil ghost, upon hearing a movement, immediately rebuked. Who's there? He violently strummed the strings of his instrument with both hands. The urgent sound of the instrument instantly pierced my eardrums. The shrill music caused me to involuntarily kneel down. Wait, I'm the doctor who's here to operate on you. The great evil ghost, upon hearing this, stopped playing and asked, Doctor? Really? I immediately extended my hand. I am the doctor. If you don't believe me, smell this. The great evil ghost, upon smelling a strong odor of alcohol, believed my doctor's identity. He hurriedly and excitedly asked me if he could lie on the operating table. I immediately invited him to lie down. Now I'm going to give you anesthesia. Are you ready? After he lay down, I took out a needle thicker than my arm and plunged it into his hand. Then I kindly asked him if it hurt. He shook his head, grinning. Good. I didn't hit a blood vessel. I have to stick it again. I pulled out the needle, aimed again, and went down. Oh, I don't have the strength to stick it again. How can your veins move like that? Did I hit it? Miss, you have such beautiful skin. The needle slipped. Just like that, using various excuses, I stuck 9,931 needles into the big bad ghost's arm. The big bad ghost suddenly burned with rage, grabbed my hand, and yelled angrily. You little punk, are you wrong, Momo? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? With the system prompt, the big bad ghost's defense was broken, reaching 50%. I quickly smiled and said, I'll be sure to get it right next time. Just as I injected the anesthetic into the big bad ghost's body, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the doorway. Is he performing surgery on a ghost? It seems like it. This guy is way too brave. The 2 classmates who were taking the exam with me were stunned. But this also reminded them of their teacher's teachings. Only by facing the ghosts directly can you increase your chances of survival, and it may even cause them to become dormant and become a contract ghost. The 2 of them immediately realized my method and rushed off to explore, hoping to find suitable ghosts. The pointing teacher who observed the whole process couldn't help but admire my composure in the face of danger. After I finished the anesthetic, the great evil ghost said that he had rejection syndrome and needed some parts removed. I happily picked up the chainsaw after hearing that. Such a handsome one, it's a shame. How much do you need to cut off? The female ghost said. Cut off half. I paused for a moment and continued. Which side do you want to cut off, left or right? The fierce ghost immediately retorted. Are you crazy? Have you ever seen a surgery where they only cut one side? You have to cut both sides evenly. Ding, congratulations host, you've earned 40 points of damage. The level of damage has reached 60%. Hearing the system prompt, I was overjoyed. It seems this tactic is quite effective. Then I picked up the chainsaw and continued to ask. Do you want to cut the top or the bottom? The front or the back? Do you want it minimally invasive or with lots of scars? Under my incessant barrage of questions, the fierce ghost finally couldn't take it anymore and completely snapped. Shut up. I don't want surgery anymore. I just want you to die. With a wave of her hand, the great malignant ghost brought the guillotine into her grasp. Ding! Malignant ghost's defenses breached, reaching 99%. Forced contract initiation available. As the system notification sounded, a smile crept across my face. Hold on, sis, don't get too excited. Contract initiation. A mechanical system prompt echoed in the great malignant ghost's mind. Miss Great Malignant Ghost, do you wish to become Mr. Lin Mo's contracted ghost? Through thick and thin, will you accompany him for eternity? Do you agree? In your dreams. The great malignant ghost fumed, almost exploding with rage. She immediately launched a sonic attack against me. Ding! Miss Great Malignant Ghost agrees. Contract binding, 10%. 20%. The fierce ghost suddenly went berserk after hearing that. Wait, what's going on? I didn't agree to this. As the contract was completed, the fierce ghost instantly transformed into a stream of light, and was sucked directly into my body. Then it congealed onto my left arm. Unlike merging with fragmented spirits, a contract with a single ghost will form a specific pattern on the host's body. I only need to tap it with my hand to summon it. A smirk crept across my face. I've already signed contracts with 2 ghosts. My system has a limit of 3, so I have 1 slot left. I'll definitely ace this exam. The great malignant ghost roared inside me. I smiled and said, Sis, by staying inside me, you don't have to wander around. You don't have to worry about needing too much either. I'm helping you out here. The great malignant ghost was furious but couldn't do anything. The bloodline ghost watched from the sidelines, adding fuel to the fire, and enjoying the show. Then I opened the great malignant ghost's attribute panel. I was surprised to find that his loyalty was actually as high as 20%. It seems he was grateful to me for saving him from this dark and hopeless hospital. This kind of girl with such clear love and hate must be employed. Then I used my only 300 points to exchange for the big ghost skill. The big ghost was instantly enveloped in ghost energy. I looked at the skill that had just been exchanged. My eyes lit up. Group dizziness plus a killing ability. This is a real god-level skill. Although the Blood Illusionary Realm's Forbidden Bones can make the opponent lose their ability to move, they can still think and fight back. But the big ghost's dark destiny is different. A 40-second long dizziness is simply cheating. Once an opponent gets hit, they can only be slaughtered. This top-level control skill is in hand. My next goal is to find an offensive contract ghost to make up for the lack of damage. The hospital's broadcast suddenly sounded. All assessment trainees, please pay attention. There is 1 hour left until midnight. Please check into the 5th floor ward as soon as possible. Trainees with more than 1 contract can check into the ICU ward. Trainees with only 1 contract can only check into the general ward. Trainees without a contract are not eligible to stay. Special note, accommodation rights can be exchanged or gifted. A ferocious ghost will appear at night. Trainees without accommodation rights will be very dangerous. After hearing the broadcast, I immediately headed towards the ward with my 2 ghosts. On the other side, Sun Lily and the others had already arrived at the 5th floor ward. They looked through the barrier at the neat appearance of the ICU ward with envy. Unfortunately, their abilities were limited, so they could only barely check into the general ward. Just having a place to stay is good enough. The guy with glasses said, pointing to the 2 people outside. Look at that girl with long hair. She didn't even manage to contract a ghost girl, so she doesn't even have the right to stay here. We're lucky in comparison. We're lucky in comparison. At that moment I swaggered in. The guy with glasses, seeing me, immediately became arrogant and said, I, on the other hand, have contracted a complete ghost girl. You want to be arrogant? I'll crush you in a minute. I couldn't help but laugh at his words. With those short legs of yours? You'd be lucky to even catch me. Sun Lily, seeing the guy with glasses getting hurt, quickly jumped in to defend him. Lin Mo, you're just a lowly underachiever. I'd feel sick just thinking about spending tonight with a trash like you. I'd feel sick just thinking about spending tonight with a trash like you. Sorry, it's ICU who's staying here. You're not even qualified to share a room with him. Sun Lily and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Impossible! Your contract limit is 0.5, you can at most contract one residual ghost. The ICU's accommodation requirements are for more than one contracted ghost. I don't care what you think, just get out of my way. Have you never heard that a good dog doesn't block the road? I then placed my hand on the ICU ward's light curtain. A system notification sounded, qualified, and I successfully entered the ICU ward. Sun Lily and her group looked at me with bewildered expressions, completely shocked. Unexpectedly, there was a hot pot inside the ICU. Sliced meat, duck blood curd, tripe, it has everything. It's really delicious. This tastes even better than hot pot restaurants outside. Do you guys want to try some? Oh right, it's a pity you guys don't have the right to stay in the ICU. I'll have to enjoy it all by myself. This move of mine drove them crazy. I easily gained a breakdown point. Looking at the luxurious meal before her, Sun Lily didn't want to give up. So she pointed at me arrogantly and said, "Hey you, I'll give you 10,000 yuan to switch rooms with me." No way. I've already eaten it. Am I supposed to spit it back out for you? Upon hearing this, Sun Lily immediately brought up her father, a senior executive at the security bureau, and she promised to give me 10,000 after we get out, as an exchange. Well, then it's not impossible. If you slap 4 eyes here in front of me, I might consider it. Sun Lily looked haughtily at the man with glasses, without bothering to ask his opinion, and slapped him right across the face. My hearing isn't very good. I didn't hear anything. Hearing this, Sun Lily slapped the man with glasses hard across the face again. Are you satisfied now? Get the hell out of there. Sorry, I don't want to switch now. Sun Lily gritted her teeth in anger. You liar! I didn't lie. I said I'd consider it if you slapped him. Now I've considered it. No. This whole thing broke Sun Lily down again, contributing more points to me. She turned and left with a harsh warning. You bastard, just you wait. I'll make you regret this. After sending away the 2-point generating machines, I went back to enjoying my food alone. Meanwhile, a dramatic scene of life and death was unfolding in the hospital corridor. The woman with the long hair, who had no contract and was ghostly, asked the handsome man to give up his room. As the handsome man hesitated, the woman with long hair mentioned the vow they had made together. She also told the handsome man that if he was in danger, she would definitely ask for help from Sun Lily and the others. Then she offered a kiss. The handsome man then cheerfully agreed to meet her tomorrow. Little did he know that behind him, a large amount of evil energy was slowly spreading towards him. After nightfall, I slept soundly in the ICU ward. While Sun Lily and the others were worried about the messy ordinary ward, the guy with glasses considerately took off his clothes and threw them over it. Sun Lily immediately gave him an approving look. You're such a good boy. June, squatting in the hallway, didn't dare close his eyes. He could only pray for daybreak to come quickly. But at the end of the hallway, a heavy footstep suddenly echoed. This startled June, and he immediately tensed up. A huge figure appeared in front of him. It kept muttering, "Human flesh, fresh human flesh." This was clearly a ferocious spirit-level ghost, the Chainsaw Ghost. June was instantly petrified with fear. After searching in vain for an escape route, he was forced to summon his contracted wraith to fight. The next moment, a wraith holding a decaying weapon stood beside him. Seeing the towering chainsaw wraith before him, he panicked. "Do you think I can beat it?" he asked. "We have to try. It's fight or die." Left with no other choice, the decaying ghost had no choice but to face the chainsaw. The sharp cutting sound and the roar of the chainsaw woke everyone in the general ward. "That's your boyfriend, right?" But after hearing this, the long-haired woman hid under the covers and yelled that she had nothing to do with him. Faced with this ungrateful behavior, the 3 villagers showed looks of contempt. Seeing this, I continued walking towards the door. I'll see for myself if this chainsaw ghost is worth my contract. The hallway was filled with the decaying ghost's agonizing screams. Chainsaw Devil pinned the decayed devil under his massive foot. With the whirring of his chainsaws, he severed the decayed devil's arm. He opened his gaping maw and shoved the arm inside, chewing vigorously. The metallic tang of the rotting flesh enraged Chainsaw Devil, and he tore the decayed devil limb from limb. My eyes lit up. It seemed this Chainsaw Devil was incredibly powerful. With the Blood Devil's illusions and the Big Boob Devil's confusion ability, I had crowd control covered. What I lacked were tanking and damage output. Making a contract with Chainsaw Devil would be perfect. But there might be unknown demons in the black mist. Now is not a good time to make a move. We should at least wait until dawn. While I was contemplating, the chainsaw ghost kept approaching the handsome man. The scent of human flesh drove him into a frenzy. Seeing the chainsaw ghost approaching, June shouted Lungfa's name. "Xiao Qian, save me! Get them to save me!" But in the ward, Xiao Qian was terrified and completely lost. She huddled under the covers, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. As June screamed in despair, the chainsaw devil cornered him once again. After desperately dodging several attacks, the battered June was kicked by the chainsaw devil, smashing hard against the wall. The chainsaw devil slowly walked towards him. He suddenly swung the chainsaw in his hand, and screams filled the air. June's arm was severed by the chainsaw devil. Then he picked it up, and began chewing it in his mouth. The fresh human flesh excited him. The chainsaw ghost chewed off his entire arm in 2 bites, leaving only the bone. Then, he aimed for June's thigh. June gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and reached into his pocket with his remaining hand, grabbing the teleporting suit. But with only one hand, he struggled to tear it open. Just as the chainsaw was about to land on his thigh, an intense desire to survive made him dodge the attack again. I couldn't stand watching anymore. You silly boy, can't you just use your mouth to tear it open? I pointed out. June suddenly understood. Just as the chainsaw ghost swung his chainsaw down again, he bit down on one end of the teleporting suit with his teeth, while using his hand to pull hard on the other end. His body transformed into a bright light, vanishing directly in front of the chainsaw ghost. But in the corridor, the echo of Jun Ji's parting words lingered. Lin Mo, thank you. The chainsaw ghost watched his delicious prey vanish, his anger flaring. Congratulations, host, you have gained 40 points of offense. I turned to him, my face a mask of horror. The scent of human flesh drove him toward me. He raised the chainsaw and frantically hacked at the light barrier. Ripples of light radiated from the barrier, but not a single crack appeared. I'd forgotten to cover my leftover hot pot. An idea suddenly struck me. I smeared natural powder and hot pot broth on my arm. Then I waved it in front of the chainsaw ghost through the barrier. The chainsaw ghost sniffed. The delicious smell of meat combined with the natural scent drove it crazy. It immediately slammed into the light barrier with a clang. Too bad for you, you just can't have it. Hearing this, the chainsaw ghost went berserk again, raising its chainsaw and hacking madly at the barrier. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've earned 60 armor break points. 10 minutes later, I had provoked the chainsaw demon to the point of near collapse. He put down his chainsaw, hung his head dejectedly, and left. Now that he's gone, where am I going to get points? So I opened the light screen with my hand. Dummy, I'm back out. Hearing this, the chainsaw demon immediately turned his head and looked at him. The others behind the light screen thought he was crazy. Seeing Lin Mo offering himself up, the chainsaw demon immediately turned back, wanting to devour him. But Lin Mo showed a confident smile. He immediately jumped back into the ward. The chainsaw ghost was once again confined outside. The chainsaw ghost, having been shut out, cursed and turned to leave. Congratulations, host, you have earned 50 points for breaking the defense. Lin Mo then walked out of the room again and provocatively said to him. See? I'm out again. And so, the scene from the beginning happened again. The chainsaw ghost chased after him. Lin Mo jumped back. The two of them repeated this 82 times. The chainsaw demon was panting from exhaustion. In everyone's eyes, Lin Mo was a lunatic. Xia Yan was also puzzled. What good would provoking the chainsaw demon do? Once the helper screen disappeared in the morning, the chainsaw demon would definitely kill him. But Lin Mo's actions became even more outrageous, scaring everyone in the ward stiff. Lin Mo actually chased after the chainsaw demon, shouting, "Little Jew, without you, how can I live? Little Jew!" Because only he knew that after the previous interactions with the chainsaw demon, its vulnerability had reached 80%. A demon on the verge of tears wouldn't be able to fly. Lin Mo sped up and ran in front of the chainsaw demon, revealing his pale arms. "Come one, come all! Freshly baked, delicious arms, free to try!" The chainsaw ghost, strong as he was, couldn't move anymore. Without a word, he grabbed his chainsaw. He was about to silence the anti-ghost spirit before him with his chainsaw. Blood and tree illusion. In a split second, Lin Mo used the blood-sharing ghost's ability. After being hit by Lin Mo's skill, the chainsaw ghost was trapped in place. The chainsaw stopped just 0.01 millimeters from Lin Mo's head. Then Lin Mo continued to stir the pot. "Hey, why aren't you eating? My arm is nice and fatty. It's not lean and stringy. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Why don't you eat it? You little trash." Detected that chainsaw ghost's defense has been broken by 90%. He is 9% away from directly signing a contract. Lin Mo knew that the bloodbound ghost skill could only last for 10 seconds against chainsaw ghosts. But he wasn't worried at all. 3, 2, 1 time's up. Chainsaw ghost has regained his ability to move. But his attack was dodged by Lin Mo. "You're so weak, you can't even get warm poop. Go to hell, I'm going to kill you. You're stupid soldier." Detected chainsaw ghost's defense breakdown at 99%. You can choose to forcibly sign a contract. Finally, you're here, my little darling. Contract signed. Mr. Chainsaw Ghost, would you like to become Lin Mo's third contract ghost? Thank you for your recognition. Please wait for the contract signing. Chainsaw Ghost listened to the system's voice, his face full of anger. Just as he was about to speak, it was too late. Congratulations on signing successfully. Then, the Chainsaw Ghost transformed into a red light and entered Lin Mo's arm. Just like that, the Chainsaw Ghost became Lin Mo's third ghost. A tattoo representing the Chainsaw Ghost appeared on his arm. Everything that just happened was witnessed by the examiner outside the hospital. Even the big shots in the safety bureau couldn't perform a forced contract like that. How did Lin Mo do it? This kid is interesting. At this moment, the hospital broadcast sounded again. The Chainsaw Ghost has been eliminated. There is only one fierce spirit-level ghost girl left in the hospital. Please be careful. After hearing the broadcast, Little Fairy and her group were shocked. Although Lin Mo was too fierce. Lin Mo had already returned to his ward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 armor penetration points. He instantly understood what had happened when he saw the group in front of him. These classmates were really good, they didn't even bother with him, yet they kept on providing him with a steady stream of breaking points. Upon returning to his ICU ward, he immediately opened Chainsaw Ghost's system panel. The panel showed that Chainsaw Ghost's loyalty was only 5%. Although this loyalty was a bit low, Chainsaw Ghost looked like he had underdeveloped cerebellum. He should be easy to fool. He decided that after the exam, he would feed him a bunch of pork to increase his loyalty. Lin Mo noticed that Chainsaw Ghost could now activate 2 skills. He had accumulated a lot of breaking points over this period. He decided to activate both of Chainsaw Ghost's skills. Ding! Successfully exchanged for Chainsaw Ghost's first skill. Acquired passive skill Bloodlust. This skill increases attack power as you take more damage. Then activated the second skill. Successfully exchanged for Chainsaw Ghost's second skill. Acquired skill Chainsaw Frenzy. This is an AoE skill that deals indiscriminate damage to the surroundings. One is a passive skill that increases attack power, the other is a skill that deals AoE damage. This Chainsaw Ghost is pretty powerful. Lin Mo now not only possesses the ability to control groups with the French style, but he can't control the Chainsaw Ghost to fight yet, because his current level of pre-ghost power is still the first stage of pre-ghost style. Single-level pre-ghost control, ghouls. Double-level pre-ghost control, evil spirits. Triple-level pre-ghost control, malevolent spirits. The pre-ghost level is equal to the packed ghost's level. So he can only control ghouls and evil spirits, like the bloodline ghost and the big evil ghost. The Chainsaw Ghost is an evil spirit level. If he controls it beyond his level, the packed ghost might lose control, and he could be injured. But this problem can be solved by increasing the ghost's loyalty. However, the Chainsaw Ghost's loyalty is currently very low, only 5%, so Lin Mo decided to quickly increase his pre-ghost power. After working all night, Lin Mo woke up. I decided to get some sleep and look for the last fierce ghost girl in the hospital after daybreak. After daybreak, Lin Mo woke up from his sleep. After seeing Little Fairy and her group, he, equipped with the offense system, mentioned that he had some leftover hot pot in his room and suggested they eat some to line their stomachs. Hearing these words, they were so angry they gritted their teeth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60 offense points. But at this moment, someone appeared, attracting everyone's attention. It was Mr. Pie in the Sky's girlfriend, Naive Sweetheart. Lin Mo asked, seeing her boyfriend's blood all over the floor. Doesn't your conscience hurt? The naive girl retorted that she didn't have a contract with a ghost and couldn't go out to save him, and that he volunteered to give up his accommodation rights. It's not my fault. If it weren't for your boyfriend, you would have been the one whose arm was severed by the Chainsaw Ghost last night. Now you're kicking him while he's down. You're truly shameless. You're on your own for the next assessment, you buck-toothed girl. The naive girl was left speechless after being rebuked by Lin Mo. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 breakdown points. At this moment, the examiner outside the school released a new message. Battle Royale mode will begin soon. Please be prepared. Currently, there are 3 extremely powerful ghosts, and 1 ultimate wraith remaining. The wraiths will hunt down everyone present. Survive until noon, and you pass. Everyone's faces paled upon hearing this. They had no chance of survival against the ultimate evil spirit, Chainsaw Devil. Now, another ultimate evil spirit was hunting them. As they lamented their fate, danger was quietly approaching. Lin Mo looked nervously behind Silly Sweet. A gecko-like ghost flicked its tongue behind her. Strangely, no one seemed to notice its presence. Lin Mo immediately thought of his blood pupil ghost. To test his theory, he covered one eye. After comparing, He discovered it was an invisible ghost that could move stealthily. This eye of yours is incredibly powerful. Blood pupil ghost, awesome. Then, Lin Mo said he knew where the ghost was. He pointed with his hand. The ghost is right behind you. Everyone thought he was joking. Everyone thought his deceptive act was boring, but the next second, an invisible ghostly hand pierced through the naive girl's body. A large hole appeared out of nowhere in her body, startling everyone present. Then, the invisible ghost embraced her, wrapping her with its long tongue, and while she was unguarded, separated her head from her body. Her head, torso, and lower body each went their separate ways. Everyone was shocked by the scene unfolding before their eyes. Unaware of the situation, people backed away in fear. The invisible ghost could move and remain hidden, making it impossible for ordinary people to see. Then the news of the naive girl's elimination came over the broadcast. Even Lin Mo felt disgusted after seeing it. If he had faced the chainsaw ghost last night, he would have lost an arm at most, not his life. This was the result of the naive girl's excessive greed, so she didn't deserve any sympathy. Lin Mo fled the scene without looking back. Everyone saw the scene in front of them, and finally someone reacted. The little fairy realized that this should be an invisible ghost. She assumed it was because Lin Mo had made a blood oath with the ghost, so he could see it. Therefore, they all chose to follow behind him. Four Eyes, after knowing this, became increasingly unwilling. He felt that the blood oath ghost was clearly discovered by them first. But Lin Mo had snatched it away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 40 points of penetration. Lin Mo, who was only focused on escaping, was instantly confused. How did he get defense breaking points without doing anything? When he looked back and saw the little fairy's consciousness, his confusion cleared. But a worse situation arose. The formless ghost was chasing the three of them, and the three of them were chasing Lin Mo. According to the law of universal gravitation invented by Lu Xun, it was equivalent to the formless ghost chasing himself. After learning this, Lin Mo prepared to find a way to get rid of them. However, the chainsaw ghost's shadowy form emerged from his arm, indicating his desire to kill the formless ghost. This was because the formless ghost often stole his flesh to eat. The more the chainsaw ghost thought about it, the angrier he became, and his rage grew. But Lin Mo knew that if he could help the chainsaw ghost kill the formless ghost, then the chainsaw ghost would completely submit to him. He immediately gave up the idea of running away. Everyone wondered if they had lost the ghost. Lin Mo pointed out that if they kept running until midnight their legs would give out. Then he silently rolled up his sleeves, revealing the mark of the Seven Covenants ghost. The best way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. After hearing this, everyone urged him to run. Even the school's teachers couldn't easily handle this ghost girl. His choice also alerted the examiners who were observing in secret. Everything that happened during this ghost domain test was under their surveillance. Students in other, lower-level ghost domains had mostly failed. 7 students in the Living Dead ghost domain were injured, 4 seriously and 3 fatally. All 8 students in the Ghost Train ghost domain were scared off. Everyone then turned their attention to the teacher in charge of the Ghost Hospital domain. I still have 4 students here. But the situation isn't good. He knew that Lin Mo could have easily passed the exam, but now he's choosing to fight the spirits head-on. It's a shame to see this potential wasted. On Lin Mo's side, however, the invisible ghost arrived in front of Lin Mo with lightning speed, ready to attack. In the gap of the invisible ghost's attack, Lin Mo activated the blood pupil ghost skill, but the invisible ghost dodged it. His speed shocked Lin Mo. The invisible ghost instantly attacked Lin Mo from behind. Before Lin Mo could react, the claws were already in front of his face. Everyone present covered their eyes in fear. The bold, yellow-haired man peeked through his fingers at the battlefield. Lin Mo. He's not dead. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Lin Mo summoned the great fierce ghost and activated his skill, Fanning Lock, imprisoning the invisible ghost in midair. How did he summon another 7 Covenant ghost? Isn't his 7 Covenant limit only 0.5? The blood pupil ghost is a remnant ghost. Adding that to the great fierce ghost makes it 1.5, right? Four Eyes thought to himself that Lin Mo's 7 Covenant limit was still less than his own, which was 2. But he was quickly proven wrong. Lin Mo confidently pressed the symbol belonging to the chainsaw ghost. Come out, chainsaw ghost. The chainsaw ghost slowly emerges from the ghostly blue flames behind Lin Mo. He starts the chainsaw in his hand. The trapped invisible ghost can only tremble in fear. Go, chainsaw ghost. The chainsaw ghost charges straight at the invisible ghost, chainsaw revving. The merciless chainsaw plunges into the invisible ghost's vital point. The trapped ghost can only let out a helpless wail. The chainsaw ghost's eyes are bloodshot with hatred for his enemy. He mercilessly dismembers the invisible ghost. Host, attention. The invisible ghost's HP is down to 5%. Now's your chance. Strike as the Enan office commands. Execute. The great malignant ghost plucks his instrument's strings, activating his skill. Only a pool of blood remains where the invisible ghost stood. Chainsaw Ghost's corruption level increased by 20%, with 20% remaining. After being eliminated, the invisible ghost dropped a green ghost orb. Ultimate evil spirit orbs are worth tens of thousands on the black market. What a haul! Retrieve! With Lin Mo's command, the great malignant ghost and the chainsaw ghost transform into shadows and return to his arm. This scene was also watched by the little fairies. They didn't expect Lin Mo to not only contract 3 ghosts, but also activate their skills in such a short time. His talent and comprehension have already surpassed his age. His #1 spot is probably in jeopardy. He secretly decided he couldn't let Lin Mo develop further. What kind of mischief will he come up with next to stop Lin Mo? The battle that just happened was also seen by the examiners behind the scenes. One of the teachers who had been pessimistic about him also apologized for misjudging him. Among this year's assessment students, only 2 have the ability to single-handedly kill ferocious spirits and ghost sisters. One is Gao Shirshir, the daughter of Director Gao. He single-handedly killed 2 ferocious ghosts. And then there's Lin Mo. The school's minister was very pleased after learning about this. He then asked the red-clothed teacher to personally go to the experimental high school to contact Lin Mo. The minister wanted to provide him with the best educational resources. On the other side, Lin Mo walked to the hospital rooftop to contemplate life. Every ghost in this world has an unknown story, unknown abilities waiting for me to uncover. If I could contract all of them, having an army of female ghosts would be pretty cool. Perhaps I could eventually stand at the top of the world, conquer countless female ghosts, form an invincible army. This became his goal. So, what kind of ghost will he contract next? After the ghost hunter exam ended, the examiners began to calculate the scores. Mr. All Talk and Naive Girl ended the exam prematurely and received a failing grade of 0. Blondie contracted a fierce ghost and a female ghost and killed the female ghost, receiving a score of 60. Four Eyes contracted a fierce ghost and a female ghost and killed both, receiving a score of 70. Little Fairy contracted 1 fierce ghost and a ghost girl, slayed 2 fierce ghosts and a ghost girl. Score 80. Last is Li Mao. Contracted 2 fierce ghosts and a ghost girl, and 1 ferocious spirit and a ghost girl, slayed 5 fierce ghosts and a ghost girl, and 1 ferocious spirit and a ghost girl. Score 90. Li Mao, with the highest score, achieved MVP in this Ghost Desire assessment. He therefore received a Qing Dynasty Ghost Pig as a reward from the assessment teacher. Li Mao now has 5 primary fierce ghost pigs, and 1 ultimate ferocious spirit pig. Adding this high-level ghost pig is enough to upgrade the bloodline ghost to the fierce spirit level. This will activate its second skill. He carefully threw this hard-earned ghost pig into the garbage bag. Congratulations to all of you for passing the assessment. Now I'll send you back. At this time, a golden fire circle appeared beneath everyone. As the fire grew larger, they all disappeared into the flames. At the school, the teacher was praying for the safe return of his students. As the bright light flickered, the students were gradually teleported back to the classroom. The teacher was still looking forward to it. But when he saw the students, he looked troubled. Some of the students who returned had broken legs. Some were blind, and others were soaked in blood, pleading for help from the teacher. Seeing this, the teacher rushed out of the classroom to call for the school doctor to treat the students. The school doctor arrived and took away most of the students. The teacher was busy counting the students. Only 20 out of 60 in the class passed the assessment, with 10 seriously injured. Suddenly, he spotted someone in the crowd who surprised him. He never expected Lin Mo to survive the highest difficulty level of Urgent Ghost. Back at school, Lin Mo stood frozen in place. The teacher, assuming he was traumatized, rushed over and hugged him tightly. "My good boy, it's all right. It's over now." Lin Mo was basking in his teacher's comforting embrace. Then he opened the light screen on his desk. "Teacher, I got 90 points. And I was the MVP. How awesome am I, teacher?" The teacher was dumbfounded. Top talent, top grades. 90 points in Urgent Ghost? He even broke the school record, and without any injuries? How is that possible? He's my student, after all. I always knew you'd be the most successful. Lin Mo was speechless after hearing this. He realized the teacher scolded him the most. Then the teacher's attention was drawn to the garbage bag on the desk. Lin Mo explained that it was something he picked up from the haunted hospital. Upon hearing this, the teacher questioned his life choices once again. It's already remarkable for a student to pass the Ghost Desire test. He actually has the spare time to touch dead people's belongings. What courage! Isn't this a rising star in the making, someone who borrows the power of ghosts? At this moment, Lin Mo's chubby deskmate also returned from the ghost desire test. However, even after returning to school, he continued to sleep soundly. Did this guy sleep through the whole day in the netherworld? When he saw Fatty's results, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I, Lin Mo, hereby crown you the king of slackers. Then he tried to wake Fatty up. Wake up. School's out. Get up. Activate your primordial spirit. Get up and eat. My treat. Only after hearing about food did Fatty wake up from his dream. They arrived at the restaurant, ready to eat. Lin Mo remembered he needed to tell his parents the good news about passing the test. So he let Fatty go inside first to order. After the call connected, Lin Mo told his parents that he passed the A-rank Ghostly Desire and got the MVP. Holy moly! A-rank Ghostly Desire MVP. Way to go, son! Let's see anyone in the village call my son a fraud again. Just tell us if you need money. I sold the wheat these past few days and I'll send you the money. I have enough money. I earned quite a bit in Ghostly Desire. You two are getting old, so please don't overwork yourselves. After a few more pleasantries, he hung up the phone. His parents were very satisfied with their son's achievements. But what Lin Mo didn't know was that while his parents were still dealing with some trouble, the man lying on the ground was still yelling that the security bureau wouldn't let them go. Hearing this, his father brandished the sickle in his hand. Silence him. A petty security bureau. I'll slaughter every last one of those corrupt officials sooner or later. Mom worried if their identities were exposed, but Dad suggested they go to the provincial capital if things get worse. Mom wondered, wouldn't going to the provincial capital cause more trouble for their son? Go to the security bureau headquarters in the provincial capital and slaughter everyone there. What are Lin Mo's parents' true identities? What secrets are they hiding? Meanwhile, Lin Mo and the other guy ordered 800 yuan worth of spicy candy. Lin Mo's heart was bleeding. He finally earned some money from Ghost Desire and was about to spend it on Genshin Impact Gacha. But now, Fatty's almost eaten all of it. Lin Mo asked the fat one what ghost he had contracted in the D-level Ghost Desire. Surprisingly, he had actually contracted a garbage can ghost. He slept in the garbage can for a whole day, which helped him avoid the pursuit of other ghosts. Damn! You hid in a garbage can for a day, no wonder you smell like trash. Too bad, from today on, we're going our separate ways. I'm going to Dezwan Bailan, and Emoga is going to a higher level institution. Don't forget about your brother when you become a big shot. However, for Lin Mo, who has the anti-braking system, it didn't really matter which school he went to. At that moment, a beautiful woman on TV caught their attention. The television was broadcasting footage of Gao Shishir, the daughter of the Security Bureau director, effortlessly killing 2 high-level evil spirits in Ghost Desire. But Lin Mo scoffed at this. He thought killing 2 ferocious spirits with the cultivation resources provided by the Security Bureau chief was nothing special. The sycophantic Fatty beside him was unhappy and accused Lin Mo of being sour grapes. He said that with their backgrounds, they weren't even worthy of shining the other guy's shoes. That's typical sycophant thinking. No wonder you've been chasing the tank in the next class for 3 years and haven't even held her hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 10 critical hit points. Fatty pointed out that Gao Shishir would definitely go to the best Xiefeng Academy. Based on Lin Mo's current grades, he estimated he could get in too. He reminded Lin Mo not to forget to take some photos for him when the time came. Don't worry, I'll get you some of Kun Kun too, high definition and uncensored. Fatty asked who Kun Kun was in confusion. He's a trainee idol with 2.5 years of training experience. I completely forgot, this world doesn't have Suquin Gij. Even the place he ran off to is gone. The two of them kept eating until 12:30 a.m. before going home. Lin Mo planned to take a taxi home. After getting in, the driver slammed on the gas and sped towards the destination. On the way home, Lin Mo was leisurely playing Genshin Impact. Suddenly, the car hit a bumpy section of road. Realizing something was wrong, Lin Mo realized this wasn't the way home. Damn it, I got into a black cab. Then, the driver turned the steering wheel and told him the destination. The car stopped in front of an abandoned building. After the car stopped, he was forcibly dragged out. Then he was pushed in front of 2 strangers. The girl in front of him caught his eye. She had a nice figure. The girl turned around with a mischievous smile, revealing a Joker-like appearance to Lin Mo. Lin Mo couldn't help but comment. Too bad she's a backview killer. The Joker girl immediately broke down. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points for breaking the character. Wow, you can get points for this? Delicious. He angrily walked up to Lin Mo. He kicked the car door. He arrogantly asked Lin Mo. According to intelligence, you made a lot of ghost pigs in the ghost realm. Is that right? If you're honest, hand over all the ghost pigs on you. I might consider leaving you a kidney. Is that right? If you're honest, hand over all the ghost pigs on you. I might consider leaving you a kidney. I might consider leaving you a kidney. Lin Mo was speechless. How come people in this world are still into kidney harvesting? He then argued that he was young and reckless, draining himself every day, leading to kidney failure. His kidneys are already useless. Soaking them in wine wouldn't even work. Are you talking about kidneys? I'm talking about the ghost pig. What kind of pig is a ghost pig? Is its meat delicious? Seeing Lin Mo still feigning madness, Harley Quinn revealed that she was the notorious leader of the Black Gang. Half a month ago, the Security Bureau joined forces with me. I fought my way from Dongping Street to Shiping Street, carving a bloody path without blinking an eye. Lin Mo questioned her. You didn't blink for so long, wouldn't your eyes get tired? Harley Quinn couldn't hold back her laughter. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 20 points of defense break. Lin Mo explained. I just wanted to tell you to take care of your eyes. You stupid idiot, can't you understand? I'm telling you your eyes are dry. I want the ghost pig, damn it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 60 points of defense break. His sidekick suggested that they shouldn't waste time talking and just grab it. Harley Quinn then attacked him. Seeing the situation, Lin Mo ran away. Harley Quinn's minions decided to summon the ghost girls to catch him. The drunkard ghost and the dead ghost were summoned. Harley Quinn commanded that they could also capture the dead. The two ghost girls lunged at Lin Mo at the same time. In an instant, their attacks struck simultaneously. Lin Mo jumped to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Now he was alone, facing two ghost girls. He thought to himself that this was his first real fight against an underworld ghost. He couldn't be careless. It was his turn to attack next. He remembered the news reports about the Black Sand Gang being a petty theft group. The story about them besieging the Security Bureau was probably just a scare tactic. Thinking about it that way, they weren't that difficult to deal with. He then took the initiative and provoked them. You guys don't seem that strong either. The muscular brother was furious after hearing this. He commanded the ghost to activate its skill. Rumbling drunk. The drunkard spat out a mouthful of 1982 Mount High. The air around Lin Mo seemed to be replaced by the scent of alcohol. After taking 2 breaths, he felt like he had drunk 5 gin of Baijiu and entered a state of intoxication. Is this also a control skill? The Joker girl said to the drunk Lin Mo. Let me show you our fearsome power. She summoned the bandage ghost and the dream flame ghost. The Joker girl actually summoned 2 high-level familiars at the same time. Lin Mo was still wondering if he was really drunk. How could this girl be so powerful? Then the Joker girl commanded the bandage ghost to use its skill. Bandage entanglement. The bandage ghost knelt on one knee, its hands plunged into the ground. Lin Mo saw it, and felt a sense of foreboding. She vaguely saw 2 bandages spreading towards her from underground. Just then, something unexpected happened. Lin Mo raised her hand and slapped herself, first 10 times on the left cheek, then 10 times on the right. Finally, she slapped both sides 30 more times. Wow, what a tough one! The 3 couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. By now, the bandages had reached Lin Mo's feet. Harley Quinn was 100% sure she had him. The moment the bandages burst out, Lin Mo dodged them with a backflip. This caught everyone off guard. How did he know where the bandages were? But after seeing his eyes, they instantly understood. It was Blood Ghost's passive skill. This is a bit tricky now. Then she directed the other 3 to attack together. The 4 ghost girls launched their attack on Lin Mo simultaneously. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeve and placed his hand on the mark of the big evil ghost. Reaction lock. With Lin Mo's order, the big evil ghost was summoned and used its skill. Her music bound all the ghost girls in place. The chaotic music caused the 3 members of the gang to painfully cover their ears. Lin Mo didn't give them a chance to breathe. He had to chase them relentlessly. If he waited until the skill time ran out, it would be too late. He then pressed the mark of the chainsaw ghost on his arm. Mount up. Chainsaw ghost. After the chainsaw ghost was summoned, it bravely attacked the enemy. Kill them for me. The chainsaw ghost charged towards the enemy ghost girls who were bound. 36 stratagems. To capture the thief, first capture the king. Harley Quinn is the one who started all this. Lin Mo directed Chainsaw Maniac to bypass the front and back lines. Chainsaw Maniac leaped forward. His target was the enemy leader. But unexpectedly, Chainsaw Maniac's attack missed. Meng Yangue actually broke free from the restraints, and came to rescue Harley Quinn. Why is she the only one not controlled? Meng Yan's ghost emanated a black light, her unique control-breaking skill, which automatically releases her when she is under control. Therefore, the Joker girl saved her own life. She had robbed only new recruits who had just finished their assessments before. She didn't expect this newcomer to be so strong. The Jade Ghost is indeed not easy to deal with. Lin Mo decided to deal with the remaining two first. The Chainsaw Ghost received the order and shifted its attack to the remaining two. Seeing this, the Joker girl shouted, "Anya, die!" It was all too late. One of the underlings had his leg cut off by the Chainsaw Demon. The chainsaw missed, but the Chainsaw Demon kept going. But just then, the Chainsaw Demon became distracted by the jailer in front of him. He started chewing on the jailer with a crunching sound. Lin Mo realized the Chainsaw Demon was out of control. It was true, there were risks to using a level 1 prison ghost to manipulate a powerful spirit. The Grand Malefic Ghost skill ended at this point. The immobilized enemy race began to regain their mobility. The underling who lost his leg howled in pain. Hearing the cries, the race turned around. They saw the Chainsaw Wraith gnawing on the underling's severed leg. The 9 of Bamboo's Wraith immediately flew towards the Chainsaw Wraith, trying to make him stop. The 9 of Bamboos slammed into the Chainsaw Wraith's back. The impact caused the leg to fall from the Chainsaw Wraith's grasp. The Chainsaw Wraith flew into a rage and instantly grabbed the 9 of Bamboo's Wraith's head with his large hand, slamming heavily onto the ground. "How dare you interrupt my meal?" The trio of goons have been completely defeated. Even Harley Quinn didn't expect Lin Mo to have contracted 3 ghosts. Caught off guard, Harley Quinn decides to retreat. The bandage ghost ensnares the goon with the broken leg. Harley Quinn directs from behind. Then they get into their car. They hit the gas and speed away. "I'll remember you. This isn't over between us. You're welcome. Next time we meet, please wear some nice stockings. Ripped ones aren't a good look." Ding! Host has earned 30 breakdown points. At this moment, Lin Mo realized that Harley Quinn looked familiar. Gao Shishir's face appeared in her mind. It didn't make sense. Gao Shishir was the security chief's daughter. She could have all the designer bags she wanted. Why would she rob her measly stall? Lin Mo even asked Blood Tongue Ghost for his thoughts. After Blood Tongue Ghost's analysis, he determined their facial features were 80% similar. After hearing this, Lin Mo gave Blood Tongue Ghost a thumbs up. "You really are a professional." But wasn't Gao Shishir reported as very strong in the news? How could he lose to a newbie like Lin Mo? By this time, Lin Mo had pushed him so hard his CPU was practically frying. He then retrieved the Chainsaw Ghost and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he picked up the ghost bamboo dropped by the Wine Barrel Ghost. He was originally being robbed, but unexpectedly ended up making a profit. In an abandoned warehouse, the ghost nurse is treating the little brother with the broken leg. The needle and thread in his hand are going in and out of the wound. Harley Quinn is also showing a worried expression. The little brother with the broken leg keeps blaming himself for being useless and holding them back. Harley Quinn quickly comforts him. Another little brother says that if his sister, Gao Sishi, hadn't taken their fate-deciding ghost, they wouldn't have lost to Lin Mo tonight. Harley Quinn is left with nothing but a helpless expression. She crouched by the sink, removing her makeup. Without the makeup, Harley Quinn is pretty enough to be my wife. The next time I see her, I'll definitely make her pay her debts. After her Harley Quinn gig, she returned to her apartment complex. Having finally made it home on a shared bike, she was preparing for a good night's sleep. Just as she was about to drift off, singing suddenly started upstairs. She was startled awake. What's he doing, singing so terribly at this late hour? Turns out the landlord has been letting her son sing late at night, and when she complained before, the landlord just yelled at her. But this time is different. Lin Mo plans to question her properly. She summons the big bones and tells him her plan. Upstairs, the landlord's son keeps singing, getting more excited. His parents clap along. The woman even says he's destined to be the winner of China's Got Talent. Encouraged by his parents, the son decides to sing another song. But then, a gust of cold wind starts blowing around. The woman felt very uneasy based on her sixth sense. She turned around and anxiously asked the man, "Honey, do you think there's something wrong with the child's dad?" The man explained that it must be about to rain heavily. The ghost algae in the city were wiped out by the security bureau. The parents' hushed whispers annoyed their son. The man turned around and continued asking his son to sing. Just as the son was singing enthusiastically, the lights suddenly went out. All 3 of them felt nervous. The man said that it was just a normal power outage. If it's a power outage, why is the TV still on? Only the figure of the evil ghost appeared on the television screen. This scene also terrified the 3 of them, leaving them completely stunned. The man switched off the television. He then questioned them with confusion, asking what happened. Apparently, he hadn't seen me on the television just now. He was merely startled by the woman's scream. However, the woman and her son trembled and said, "The ghost is behind you." The man was astonished. He turned his head to look. A red-haired female ghost with disheveled hair was floating behind him. The female ghost asked who had just been singing, who had summoned her. The three people were so scared that they screamed uncontrollably. Their screams reached Lin Mo's ears downstairs. Ding gong, she host earned 60 defense points. When faced with unreasonable people, you can't use conventional methods to deal with them. Lin Mo then reclaimed the big ghost. He felt satisfied as his parents scolded him, telling him not to sing anymore. The next day, Lin Mo went downstairs to get takeout and ran into the landlord. Lin Mo greeted them when he saw them. "Hey landlord, you guys were pretty lively last night. You were having a party in the middle of the night." He also asked about the child's swollen face, wondering if they had been abused. The landlord shook his head helplessly and explained that his house was haunted last night. Lin Mo confidently pointed out, "It must have been your kid singing in the middle of the night, attracting the music ghost." The landlord kicked his son hard. "You little rascal, you were singing in the middle of the night." He then begged Lin Mo to help him get rid of the ghost so that they could sleep peacefully at night. Lin Mo said, "That's easy, after all, I'm a high schooler who's experienced encountering ghosts." A little music ghost was no problem for him. Then, he brought up his 5 months of unpaid rent. After hearing this, the landlord squinted and said he didn't need to pay, not even a single dollar. Lin Mo readily agreed. Arriving at the landlord's house, Lin Mo first pretended to blow smoke into the air. Then, he took a sip of plain water. He proceeded to spray it all over the landlord's family. Before leaving, he even received praise from the whole family. They really are all clever. After leaving, Lin Mo received a text message. I took out my phone and looked. It was a message from Fatty, telling me to hurry up and log into rank. My score was dropping. The game Fatty wanted to play with me was called Honor of Kings. In my past life, I was a top-tier king, 5,000 points. Beating bronze, silver, gold? Piece of cake. After getting home, I didn't even eat. I immediately started duo queuing with Fatty. Damn it. No. Still the same familiar interface. My take? It's not as good as Genshin. After entering the game, Lin Mo chose Blood Fiend, so he could get familiar with his skills beforehand. He then told his teammates in the voice chat to cling to his thighs. Moments later, the game began, and they charged into battle. After clearing the jungle monsters, Blood Fiend reached level 2 and decided to gank his mid-lane teammate. Now's the time. Blood Fiend unleashed his skills but was dodged by Bandage Ghost's flash. Just then, Bandage Ghost activated his skills to counterattack. But Lin Mo had already predicted his prediction, and immediately activated Blood Pack's counterattack skill. The skill hit the Bandage Ghost, and the incredibly high damage sent him straight back to the fountain. What he didn't expect was that the Bandage Ghost was being controlled by Harley Quinn from behind a phone. Harley Quinn was already tilted by Lin Mo's level 2 gank. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 tilt points. The sudden points left Lin Mo bewildered. He then realized that it must have been the Bandage Ghost's player, who had been tilted by his play. Immediately, a money-making scheme popped into his head. Lin Mo decided to target the Bandage Ghost for the entire game. Congratulations, host, you have earned 10 points of defense breaking. The Bandage Ghost's final score was 0 to 16. They collapsed on all 3 lanes, the piano frame was destroyed, and the canyon became a mess. Harley Quinn kept insulting Lin Mo's family when facing his targeting. In the end, the base exploded, and Lin Mo secured the game's victory. Through just a single short game, he surprisingly gained a whopping 100 points of defense breaking. At this moment, he received a friend request. He took a closer look and realized it was actually the Bandage Ghost player's friend request. Lin Mo pressed the reject button without hesitation. The soldier congratulated the host for gaining 10 points of defense penetration. It's really like grabbing a sheep and milking it dry. Just then, he remembered the Blood Demon's second skill. It could not only dispel control but also return the opponent's core skill. If used in actual combat, this skill would be a godsend for counterattacking. Then, he took out all the ghost pigs to level up the Blood Demon. Devour. The ghost pigs all transformed into red light and entered the Blood Kinship Ghost's eyes. The Blood Kinship Ghost's loyalty has increased by 5%. The Blood Kinship Ghost has been upgraded to high-level power. The Blood Kinship Ghost has been upgraded to a low-level ferocious spirit. After devouring the ghost pigs, the Blood Kinship Ghost actually leveled up twice. He then activated the Blood Kinship Ghost's Backlash skill. The Backlash skill can not only remove control effects but also reflect ordinary control effects back. However, the drawback is that its cooldown time is a bit long. But considering how overpowered the Backlash effect is, the long cooldown time is understandable. Lin Mo stood before the mirror, thinking about the upgraded Blood Kinship Ghost. 1 circle represents a fierce ghost, 2 circles represent brotherhood. In other words, the higher the level, the more circles there are. He wondered, would it look like the Rinnegan at the highest level? Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. Lin Mo wondered who would be looking for him at this hour. He opened the door, and a bald old man stood before him. He introduced himself as the principal of Ares Academy, and said he was there to invite Lin Mo to enroll. The principal personally coming to recruit students was a bit strange, but what was even stranger was that he couldn't remember White Ram Academy at all. After shaking hands without knowing the situation, he invited the principal inside to discuss further. Unexpectedly, the principal's first question was to ask if Lin Mo's family was of average means. He nodded and replied, "Yes." Next, the principal pulled out a document from somewhere and offered that White Ram Academy could waive his tuition and boarding fees, saving his family a significant amount. Lin Mo took the document, bewildered at this unexpected good fortune. It was an introduction to White Ram Academy. The school looked quite reputable. At that moment, Lin Mo was a little tempted. The tuition for the ghostly university was 100,000 a year, plus accommodation and food expenses. It was a considerable amount. Now that they were all waived, it was really hard to refuse. Seeing this, the principal pressed his advantage, took out the enrollment application form and slapped it on the table, saying that Lin Mo was the first student he personally recruited. Upon enrollment, he would be directly in the elite class, and could choose any major he wanted. He urged Lin Mo to quickly sign the enrollment application. But as he was about to put pen to paper, he paused and asked a question that made the principal very embarrassed. "Excuse me, what tier is the White Sheep Academy?" After hearing this, the principal stammered and gave an ambiguous answer. "This isn't some diploma mill, is it? Are you kidding? White Lamb Academy is the biggest school in Jiang Province. I could name our distinguished alumni, and you'd be blown away." Lin Mo challenged him to name some. The headmaster, lacking confidence, mumbled, "Kai Shukuan," then claimed there were too many distinguished alumni to remember. The sound of high heels clicking approached from outside. Moments later, a busty woman, Yu Jie, threw open the door and declared sternly, "You can't name any because there aren't any." She continued, "You say you have the largest campus in the province, 14,000 hectares. It's all abandoned graves." The headmaster, ashamed, turned away, avoiding her gaze. He then added, "The teachers at White Lamb Academy average a level 6 ghost hunter or above." Yu Jie laughed. "That's because you're the only teacher." Then he began his self-introduction. He said his name was Ami, and he was a teacher from Xiafeng Academy. As they shook hands, Lin Mo noticed 4 July ghost symbols on his hand. Knowing the teacher's strength was unquestionable, the teacher mentioned he was there to invite Lin Mo to enroll in Xiafeng Academy. He then brought out a school brochure. Xiafeng Academy ranked first in Jiang Province and 10th nationwide. They invited Lin Mo to join their school. One was a well-known wild goose university, the other was a prestigious school comparable to Tsinghua. What decision would Lin Mo make? Faced with Xiafeng Academy, comparable to Tsinghua and Peking University, the principal of Ares Academy knew he wouldn't be favored. He snatched the school brochure from Lin Mo's hands. His heart was filled with despair, and he was about to leave with regret. Then, something unexpected happened. Teacher Amy's phone rings. It's a call from the director of the Education Bureau. But he brings bad news. Immediately cancel Lin Mo's application to Xiafeng School. Everyone looks shocked. The principal explains that Lin Mo has been banned province-wide by the director and deputy director of the Security Bureau. No school is allowed to admit him. No matter how the teachers, eager for talented students, plead, it's no use. Lin Mo remembers that the little fairy is the daughter of the deputy director of the Security Bureau. That explains the ban. Moments later, the call ends. The teacher asked him if he had offended anyone. Lin Mo's expression said it all. The teacher said he would go back to the school and try to get him an admission spot. But don't get your hopes up. Lin Mo asked if he could stay home if he didn't go to college. The answer was no. Because only college graduates are eligible to enter the ghost domain. Without a college degree, you can't even take the ghost hunter exam, and you won't get invited to any ghost hunter teams. Finally, the teacher suggested that he apologize to anyone he may have offended. Perhaps there could be a change of heart, and he could still get into college. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was clearly his fault. Why should I apologize? The situation became awkward in an instant. But things took a turn at this moment. The principal took out an application form and declared, "Lin Mo, Bayang Academy welcomes you. Our Bayang Academy has all the necessary teaching qualifications and permits. Students can freely enter and exit the ghost realm." Lin Mo expressed his confusion. "But haven't I been blacklisted by all the universities?" Stroking his beard, the principal confidently replied, "I never took them seriously. Such noble principles. I admire you, I admire you. The principal then asked him to sign the application. After confirming that all fees were waived, Lin Mo. After the headmaster urged him repeatedly, he signed his name on the application form. Thus, Lin Mo officially became a student of Bayang Academy. The headmaster even offered a light corpse pig as a reward for inviting a new student. He really understood the business model of recruiting. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to call the fat guy. Meanwhile, Teacher Amin felt sorry that a shining star was buried. Soon, night fell, and Lin Mo arrived at the ghost house market, where ghosts could be purchased with money. As he entered the market, he encountered a starving ghost on sale. Out of curiosity, Lin Mo approached the hungry ghost and asked about its skills. The hungry ghost could not only devour ghosts 2 levels lower than itself, but it could also inflict a negative effect of hunger on marked enemies. In Lin Mo's opinion, this skill was pretty ordinary. The key was that his contract limit was already full, and he would have to wait until he earned 1,000 break defense points to exchange for an upgrade. He then turned to leave. Seeing this, the boss quickly pulled him back, saying he could sell it to him at a discount of 500,000. He knew in his heart that the market price of the hungry ghost was 100,000. He was obviously taking advantage of the fact that Lin Mo was still a student. Lin Mo played along and asked if he could get a further discount. The boss pretended to be hesitant and said, "How about an 80% discount for 100,000? Lin Mo smiled knowingly. "Boss, are you a seasoned ghost? This isn't some melon that ripens on its own. How can I eat it if it's not ripe?" Both the person and the ghost were stunned by Lin Mo's reply. Lin Mo, feeling the boss was impatient, decided to leave. But he was about to encounter another big problem. Coincidentally, Xiaoxian and her brother Xiaoshui were also at the haunted house market. Xiaoshui was comforting Xiaoxian, who was still angry at Lin Mo. Even though her dad had completely blacklisted Lin Mo, she still had pent-up anger. She wanted to get her revenge personally. He was attracted by a loud noise. He looked closely and saw his enemy, Lin Mo. He was haggling with the boss over the price of the ghost pig, slashing it from 400,000 to 20. The boss was increasingly convinced that this young man was a bandit. His heart disease almost cured itself out of sheer anger. Xiao Shui wanted to stand up for his sister. He walked over, snatched the ghost pig from Lin Mo's hands, and declared that he would buy it at the original price. He looked down at Lin Mo with a condescending expression, saying that if he didn't have money, he shouldn't come to the market. It was a disgrace to the prison ghost master. "Why is it this little fairy again? Since you don't recognize me, I won't win. Then you'll see just how powerful I am." He didn't hesitate to pull out his 24-karat gold card and swipe it for 600,000, buying the ghost pig at full price. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo disapproved. "Hey! What are you doing? 600,000 for a ghost pig without great hunt markings? At least 40% of its ghost energy is dissipated. It would be overpriced even at 300,000. Xiao Shui, seeing the cracks on the ghost pig in his hand, cracks comparable to the Mariana Trench, stubbornly insisted he was rich and liked buying cracked ghost pigs, telling Lin Mo to mind his own business. But he was about to pay the price for his arrogance. Lin Mo yelled at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, bring out your cracked ghost pigs! There's a sucker here buying them at high prices." Over. A crowd of vendors rushed forward, each holding their ghost pigs. They all swore that their pigs had 100% cracks, boasting a super high cost effectiveness for just 8 million. The little fairy sensed something amiss and pulled the little handsome man away. Lin congratulated the host for gaining a point and breaking through defenses. "You're here now, you think you can just leave? It's not that easy." Then, Lin Mo revealed that they were actually undercover agents working for the deputy director of the security bureau. He pointed out their deceitful actions towards the public, claiming they were trying to ruin Director Sun's reputation. More onlookers swarmed around them, completely surrounding them. The little handsome man and his group were furious at Lin Mo's move, their teeth grinding in frustration. Now they're in a real panic. To save their father's reputation, they pull out their gold card again and tell the vendor to bring back that 8 million pearl. Without a second thought, they swipe the card for 8 million. The vendor is overjoyed. After successfully buying the cracked ghost pig, Xiao Shui is filled with regret. If his dad finds out he spent 8 million on a piece of junk, he'll probably be hung up and beaten for 3 days. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've earned 100 breakdown points. Lin Mo, standing next to him, claps, his hand numb. At this moment, the furious Xiao Shui accuses him, saying it's all his fault. "Didn't you want to buy the cracked ghost pig? I was helping you." Then Xiao Shui said he wanted to challenge Lin Mo. Everyone thought it was unreasonable. A college student bullying a high school student, do you even have any shame? At this time, Xiao Shui took out the ghost pigs he had just bought and said that if Lin Mo won, he would give them all to him. fueling the fire. Why are you afraid? Lin Mo confidently answered, your challenge. I accept. A sophomore was actually going to duel a senior high school student. But Lin Mo, a high school student, is no pushover. Who will ultimately win this ghostly duel? On the dueling platform, their eyes locked. Below, a bustling crowd was captivated by this unfair fight. Among them was Harley Quinn, just passing by. Harley Quinn also hoped Lin Mo would win, cheering him on. Sun Mo boasted that if Lin Mo were beaten to death or crippled, it wouldn't be his fault. Lin Mo wasn't foolish, he thought. If I can't win, I'll run. There's no shame in losing to a sophomore. Then, I took the initiative and summoned the Lightning Colossus. The Lightning Colossus grabbed his weapon and charged straight towards the target. After dodging the sudden attack, Sun Mo planned to summon his own ghosts. In an instant, he summoned the Giant Gatekeeper, the Electro Spectre, and the Hidden Spectre, 3 primary spirits. Seeing this, Lin Mo thought that his opponent was actually quite skilled. At this moment, the audience in the stands acted as commentators. The Giant Gatekeeper acts as the tank, the Electro Spectre as the mage, and the Hidden Spectre as the control. Everyone was praising Sun Mo's team, saying it was perfectly balanced in both offense and defense. So, most people in the audience switched their support to Sun Mo. However, Harley Quinn had a different opinion. Since the skills of the Electric Ghost and the Death Ghost have long cooldowns, Lin Mo would have a chance to win if he could seize the opportunity to attack secretly. An old man beside her asked if the person on stage was her boyfriend, but Harley Quinn denied it repeatedly. She simply didn't want Snow Phoenix Academy to win. Sun Mo on stage activated the Death Ghost skill, Suffocation. A large amount of river water appeared around Lin Mo. It felt like he was submerged in water and about to suffocate. Sun Mo explained that he could control the drowning for 2 minutes. Now was the time to test Lin Mo's lung capacity. Underwater, Lin Mo decided to counterattack. He commanded the electrocuted ghost to attack Sun Mo directly. But the giant guard blocked its path. Then he took a deep breath. His body rapidly expanded. He just like that forcibly withstood the electrocuted ghost's attack. Temporarily having the upper hand, Sun Mo mocked Lin Mo. Is that all you've got? With a yell from Sun Mo, Diansagwai activates his skill, Death Current. A 3,000-volt high-voltage current shoots out from his body. Facing the approaching current, Lin Mo barely manages to dodge it. Meanwhile, new information emerges from Diansagwai. The previous current attack also inflicted damage on him, triggering his passive skill, Bloodlust. Diansagwai gains 2 points of attack power for every point of damage he receives. At this moment, Giant Guan's expression becomes increasingly pained. The electric ghost finally broke through his defenses. Sun Mojian realized that if he dragged things out, victory was uncertain. He decided to let the electric ghost deal with Lin Mo first. But no matter how the electric ghost attacked, Lin Mo dodged with agile movements. This drew cheers from the crowd. Even Jingshan, the deputy director of the Education Bureau, was present. He was surprised to discover that the person on stage was the banned Lin Mo. In his eyes, although Lin Mo's strength was undiminished, in the face of true talent, Sun Mo was still superior. This was because he knew Sun Mo had already perfected the fusion agent with the July Ghost. Harley Quinn, after hearing this, proposed a bet with the man before her. The winner would receive a contempt ghost pig. Jingshan felt that betting with a child was a bit like bullying. Unaware of his true identity, Harley Quinn began to taunt him sarcastically. Finally, Jingshan was amused by her and decided to accept the bet. He proposed that if Harley Quinn won, she would get a ghost pig. But if she lost, she would have to apologize to him. Harley Quinn immediately agreed. After all, underestimating the ghost pig was worth 100,000 each. This bet was a sure win. She then enthusiastically cheered for Lin Mo. The audience below erupted in excitement once again. Because this round was about to see Lin Mo's counterattack. Faced with Lin Mo's impending attack, Sun Mo immediately activated the reverse think ghost skill, Watergrass Entanglement. Countless water grasses emerged from the ground. Seeing the situation before him, he knew that if he was caught by these water plants, he would have no chance to fight back. But his next choice shocked everyone. He didn't hesitate, rushing towards Sun Mo. Then, he activated the Bloodthirsty Ghost skill. Sun Mo saw the Bloodthirsty Ghost, and vaguely sensed his own skill being suppressed. But in the end, the water plants slowly wrapped around him. Moments later, Lin Mo was cocooned by the seaweed. Seeing this, Sun Mo wore a smug look on his face. Surprisingly, Lin Mo told him to take a closer look at himself. However, it was Sun Mo himself who found he couldn't move. Lin Mo stood before him, seemingly unaffected. What happened? He then realized that Lin Mo had activated Blood Ghost's second skill, Backlash. He made Blood Ghost create an illusion, distorting his own sense of direction. This resulted in him being the one trapped. Lin Mo complimented his knowledge. As the situation shifted, everyone in the audience was cheering for Lin Mo. Even Jing Shan was impressed by Lin Mo's understanding. The conditions for releasing the bloodbound ghost's backlash were incredibly strict. It required a direct gaze at the lost soul the moment he was about to be controlled. But Lin Mo, without any systematic training, ignored the self-inflicted pain. He was an absolute prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn began to gloat. See? The Blood Phoenix Academy can't beat him. But the little fairy was not accepting it. My brother wouldn't lose. She then yelled towards the stage. Brother! Use your combination skills, Sun Mao thought. That's the trump card I should have prepared for the 100 filial piety script. I never thought I'd be driven out by a high school student. You could see purple ghostly energy radiating from him. Then he sucked it all into his stomach in one gulp. At this point, the giant body was rapidly expanding. Finally, the body exploded into a puddle of mud that spread out. The entire area was covered in the foul-smelling mud. Lin Mo reacted at this moment, and noticed that the reverse death ghost had disappeared. As he was pondering, a ghostly hand emerged from the mud under his feet. In the next second, the inverse ghost pounced. Lin Mo was instantly seized and held tightly by the inverse ghost. He was then dragged into the murky water. He tried to brace himself with his hands and escape, but found he was already immobilized in the inverse ghost's grip. Lin Mo knew he was in trouble, but bigger trouble was yet to come. He saw Sun Mao directing the Electro Ghost to unleash its thunderstorm ability. At this moment, Lin Mo understood their combination attack. First, I'll use the Colossus Titan's explosion to create a body of water. Then, I'll use the Pain Devil to restrain myself. This way, the Lightning Devil's thunderstorm will strike me without fail. This interlocking strategy is truly ingenious. Now, Lin Mo has used the backlash skill, consuming a large amount of spiritual energy. He only has enough spiritual energy left to use 2 more skills. If he uses Blood Domain Shift on the Pain Devil, although he can break free from the restraint, he still won't be able to dodge the thunderstorm above. The result will still be death. So, Lin Mo chose a mutually destructive approach. He clicked on the Great Malignant Ghost icon. The Great Malignant Ghost was summoned. With a command from Lin Mo, the counterattack began. The Great Malignant Ghost plucked its strings, activating the domain's resistance. Sun Mao, unaware of the situation, was immobilized. He then realized that Lin Mo intended to attack him, trading his life for Sun Mao's. The Chainsaw Ghost charged towards him, preparing to attack. Sun Mao could only command the giant to protect him. The giant stood in front of him, but it was easily cut in half by the Chainsaw Ghost. Then it was kicked away. He was the next target. Lin Mo's suicidal behavior made him afraid. He couldn't afford to die at the hands of a high school student. He then ordered the Electric Ghost to switch targets and kill the Chainsaw Ghost first. The electrocuted ghost, having received the command, shifted its attack target. A bolt of lightning struck the Chainsaw Devil in the back. The sudden attack caused the Chainsaw Devil's attack to miss. Sun Mao, having narrowly escaped death, became quite smug, believing he had already won the match. But in Lin Mo's eyes, he was just a mid-game creep. Because now the Chainsaw Devil was enraged. Empowered by passive bloodlust, its attack power had increased tenfold. Now was the perfect time to counterattack. Lin Mo commanded the Chainsaw Devil to use its second skill, Chainsaw Frenzy. The Chainsaw Ghost threw the chainsaw in his hand with force. Sun Mao dodged just in time to save his head. Then he rolled and crawled away. Faced with the Chainsaw Ghost's Chainsaw Frenzy, he called for the Electrocution Ghost to save him. But now, no one could stop the Chainsaw Ghost's attack. The roaring chainsaw came at him like a tidal wave. He used his face to block the attack. His ear was cut off. He covered his wound and cursed Lin Mo in his heart. Lin congratulates the host on gaining points for breaking the warrior's defense. Now, the Electric Ghost and the giant are both reduced to a sliver of health. If the reverse ghost doesn't return to the room, he's going to die at the hands of the Chainsaw Ghost. The reverse ghost was destroyed by his summoning. Therefore, Lin Mo's control was also released. Lin Mo's perception and wit earned Jing Shan's praise. You clown, yelling from the audience. All right. Now it's your turn to fight back. Sun Mao, facing a now weakened Lin Mo, panicked. Lin Mo ordered the Great Fierce Ghost to activate its skill, Soul Snatching Curse. The deadly melody swept towards the enemy, draining their health. Even in this dire situation, Sun Mao refused to admit defeat, planning to command his ghost to counterattack. But he didn't know that the Great Evil Ghost skill has a killing effect on enemy units with less than 5% health. So the blood-tearing Electric Ghost and the giant Guan disappeared instantly after hearing the melody. Seeing this, Sun Mao could only let out a helpless gasp. Moments later, He knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. These two ghost girls, whom he had painstakingly cultivated for years, were gone just like that. He then vomited a mouthful of blood. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points of defense penetration. The reason he reacted this way was because once a contracted ghost is eliminated, it will retaliate against the ghost corpse. He got what he deserved. The audience all cheered for Lin Mo becoming a saint. Lin Mo walked over to the little fairy and gestured for him to hand over the ghost pig. The little fairy handed over the ghost pig and said, Lin Mo, you just wait. We'll see how long you can keep bragging. Lin Mo turned his head, indifferent, and waved goodbye. He came here to buy a ghost pig. Now, he's got a ghost pig worth 2 million without spending a dime. He can't wait to get home and absorb it. He didn't pay any attention to the little fairy's words. Deputy Director Jing Shan of the Education Bureau looked as if she had suffered a loss. The geniuses of Xiafeng Academy can't even beat a high school student. How embarrassing. I don't know what the two directors of the Security Bureau are thinking, banning such a promising talent. They're a bunch of idiots. Harley Quinn appeared at that moment, interrupting her thoughts. She held out her hand. It's time to settle our online bet. Without a word, Jing Shan handed her a green lion ghost pig. Just like that, Harley Quinn made a clean 100,000 and got a ghost pig. As she skipped home, she ran into Little Fairy and her group discussing something by the roadside. And I overheard something I shouldn't have. Kill her. Make it clean. Harley Quinn realized something was wrong. They really wanted revenge. Now, with Lin Mo weakened from the spiritual energy catastrophe and his contract ghost severely injured, he's definitely no match for them. Harley Quinn decided to help. I can't just ignore this. Lin Mo, having just won the duel, decided to reward each of his ghost girls. He prepared Chainsaw Girl's favorite meat for her, and the big-breasted ghost complaining her bra was too small. The Bloodchild ghost, seeing her colleagues with their gifts, asked expectantly where hers was. Lin Mo pointed to the bag in her hand, indicating she had already prepared it. She told the Bloodchild ghost she bought her the most expensive cooling eye drops. What the fuck? You bought me fucking Tiger Bomb. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 40 breakdown points. Aren't cooling eye drops like eye drops? The Bloodchild ghost glared at Lin Mo, eyes wide with anger. Bloodchild ghost loyalty decreased by 5%, remaining 15%. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly explained that he was just teasing her. He quickly comforted her, and told her not to be angry. Seeing that the bag really contained eye drops, the Bloodchild ghost's anger instantly dissipated. Ding! Bloodchild ghost loyalty increased, remaining 20%. Lin Mo then happily took them home. But then, something unexpected happened. The Bloodchild ghost suddenly became alert. It pointed out that there was a dirty thing following them. At this moment, Lin Mo didn't care, thinking it was a prank by the Blood Boy ghost to get revenge on her. The Blood Boy ghost knew Lin Mo's spiritual energy was depleted and the Chainsaw ghost was difficult to fight. He asked her what to do next. Just then, an unknown attack came from behind. Lin Mo reacted quickly and lunged forward, dodging the sudden attack. She recognized it at once as the overlooking ghost's gaze. Then her attention was drawn by a sound. Looking up, she saw two strange men appear before her. To make matters worse, one of the ghosts is a vampire. The current situation is quite tricky for Lin Mo. She signaled the ghosts to retreat. But what she didn't expect was another ghost appearing behind her, blocking her escape route. Facing this pincer attack, Lin Mo asked the two remaining ghosts if they could win. They lowered their heads helplessly, explaining they were only Wraith level with only 2 skills. If they were Spectre level and activated their ultimate, they wouldn't need her. The expert suggested surrendering. At this moment, the Chainsaw Wraith, with only 5 HP left, jumped out and declared she was going to fight. One person and 2 ghosts looked at her as if she were a complete idiot. However, right now, there were wolves in front and skeletons behind. Above her head, there was also a flying vampire. In addition, her spiritual energy was depleted. It seemed surrendering was the only way to survive. The 3 of them aggressively prepared to attack and teach Lin Mo a lesson. She thought to herself that she needed to stall for time. Run away as soon as you find a flaw. Lin Mo hurriedly asked the 3 if they wanted to rob her. The leader said they didn't want money. Lin Mo made a condescending expression, saying that there were too many of them. If they wanted to rob her, they'd have to do it one by one. Everyone was almost disgusted by her actions. Lin congratulates the host for gaining 30 points of defense breakdown. Facing Lin Mo's disgusting behavior, they said they wanted her life. She had offended someone she shouldn't have. He then commanded the ghostly figures to attack Lin Mo. She could only fight back, but then a turning point appeared. Several bomb-shaped objects fell from the sky. Upon impact, they released a large amount of smoke. The sudden smoke made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. Even Lin Mo's figure disappeared in the smoke. The absurd thing is, she ripped off the great evil spirit's underwear and used it as a mask. Then a rope fell from the sky, and a voice told her to grab the rope. Although she didn't know what was going on, she grabbed the rope. Escaping was her priority. So there she was, holding her underwear, swinging freely in the air. She really looked like a pervert right now. When she left the smoke-filled area, the person before her eyes shocked her. It was Harley Quinn who had offered her a helping hand. After successfully rescuing Lin Mo, the people inside the building also noticed that Lin Mo had already gone up. They signaled for the third one to chase after her quickly. After receiving the order, she immediately rode the Bat Demon into the sky. However, compared to the Bat Demon's flying speed, they couldn't catch up at all. Lin Mo was still thinking about whether she should summon a ghost to fight them. At that moment, the Joker girl told her to calm down, then reached for her jacket pocket. A moment later, she took out the Devil's Glue anti-wolf spray and sprayed it backwards. The enemies behind her, upon smelling the spray, were instantly choked by the pepper spray, their faces contorted in pain. Unable to hold on any longer, they fell from the high school. Both the human and the ghost crashing to the ground with a loud thud. She asked Harley Quinn why she had intervened. Harley Quinn replied that she couldn't stand Xia Feng's evil deeds, and it wasn't because she was attracted to her. Lin Mo apologized awkwardly. Shameless. The two then arrived at Harley Quinn's residence. She said she has many residences. She usually hides in the stronghold when being pursued. Lin Mo asked for the name of his lifesaver. My name is Inran. And as in peaceful. Ran as in so. Her name, and caught Lin Mo's attention because his mother also believed in it. Inran explained that she took her mother's surname, and her mother is seriously ill. She had been lying in the hospital all this time. Lin Mo understood after hearing this. The burden on Inran was heavy. The reason she became a robber was to pay for her mother's medical expenses. Then she asked Inran if this was why she disliked Xia Feng and the Security Bureau. Inran stood up, her emotions agitated, and said that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was because she hated the director of the Security Bureau, Gao Longchen. Lin Mo pressed her, asking what kind of grudge they had. At that moment, Inran told her the origin of the conflict. Back then, Gao Longchen, to get the information she wanted, deliberately approached her mother and made her a lot of empty promises. But once she achieved her goal, she abandoned both mother and daughter. Not content with that, she then not only sent people to injure her mother, but also stole Enan's life force and gave it to her own daughter. Therefore, the ghost doll that Gao Shishir is so proud of originally belonged to her. After hearing this, Lin Mo's previous doubts were cleared up. And Ran and Gao Shishir look very much alike, because they are half-sisters. Lin Mo speaks up for Ran, scolding Gao Longchen and Gao Shishir for their behavior. And Ran becomes increasingly upset, and tears stream down her face. Seeing this, Lin Mo steps forward to comfort her, mentioning how Gao Longchen blacklisted her throughout the province. He says he now has a score to settle with him, adding that since Ran is his lifesaver, he offers to help her avenge herself, threatening to cripple the Gao family women. Upon hearing this, Enan once again shed tears of gratitude. After 2 seconds of being moved, Enan burst out laughing. She pointed out that the other side had a lot of people, were unlikely to be a match for them. She also thought that Lin Mo had just offended the people from Xiafeng Academy, and they were looking for trouble with her all over the place. She advised her not to rush into it. As a clever girl, Lin Mo naturally understood the importance of discreetly building up her strength. She confidently said that she was about to enroll in Bayang Academy. After she practiced hard there for 2.5 years, Shuyu will definitely seek revenge on them sooner or later. Upon hearing about Bayang Academy, Ran patted Lin Mo's back, and revealed that she had a base nearby, inside a magnificent ancient tomb. Lin Mo asked again to confirm the base's location in an ancient tomb, and Ran nodded obediently, expressing her absolute certainty. Then, she vividly imagined the implications of having a base in a tomb, and Ran smiled and asked if she was scared. However, Lin Mo was more concerned about why they chose such a strange location. And Ran explained that the Black Gang recruited people who had been harmed by the Security Bureau. As their numbers grew, they couldn't afford proper headquarters, so they settled for ancient tombs and abandoned morgues. Even a small black chicken coop would do. It was impressive, but Lin Mo picked up the subtext. Their so-called growth was just a result of being pursued by the Security Bureau, having nowhere else to go, and being forced to hide in these places. She felt that Ran was struggling too. Lin Mo took out a plastic bag and offered to share half of the ghost pigs they'd earned today. And Ran, stubborn as ever, refused her offer of charity and sympathy. She only wanted the ghost pigs she'd taken by force. After hearing this, Lin Mo took a hard stance and told her to rob her right then and there. This unreasonable demand was once again refused. But what happened next made Lin Mo blush with embarrassment. As the two jostled each other, the plastic bag in Lin Mo's hand fell to the ground, and a strange object fell out with it. Both were stunned. The silence was deafening. A bright pink, F-cup bra appeared before their eyes. At this moment, in her eyes, Lin Mo was a super pervert. Lin Mo asked her to at least hear his explanation. He then quickly stuffed the bra into the big-breasted ghost's hands, asking her to be his witness. After some quibbling, I finally gained Inran's trust. I quickly changed the subject, saying that if it weren't for her help today, I would have definitely been killed by those three punks. Even if I survived, I would have been crippled and they definitely would have robbed me of my money and the ghost pig. Half of the ghost pig is rightfully hers. After hearing this, Inran didn't say anything more and accepted the ghost pig. She said she wouldn't help for free and suggested that if I'm ever targeted by the Security Bureau or Schwefong again, I should come to the Black Fiend gang for help. The two then came to an agreement and bumped fists, forming an alliance. Moments later, Lin Mo was about to leave, but the torrential rain outside was coming down hard, showing no signs of stopping. Then, Inran walked up behind her. With this heavy rain, you can't go back. How about we do something exciting? What are you going to do? She then took out her phone and invited her to play a mobile game. She said she had been playing all night and lost 16 games in a row. Lin Mo heard this and said, I'm a professional gamer. Then she suggested adding each other as friends first. But she was stunned when she saw Enran's game ID. This familiar ID was the same one from the bandage stock she had caught last time. Enran saw her game ID. No underwear. And instantly went ballistic. She grabbed her by the collar and questioned Lin Mo why she had been constantly ganking her last time. In a moment, Lin Mo was pinned down beneath her. Enan then unleashed a barrage of punches on Lin Mo's chest. Finally, Lin Mo could only guarantee that she would get Enan to gold today. And so, the two soldiers put aside their past grievances and happily started playing duos. But the atmosphere on the other side wasn't so pleasant. Inside the Security Bureau Director's office, Director Gao Longchen was slamming her fist on the table in a rage. All 20 agents she had dispatched had disappeared. Deputy Director Sun Deli reported that the agents all disappeared on the same day in Mingshan. This answer clearly didn't appease Gao Longchen. She grabbed the nearby ashtray and hurled it at him. Sun Deli could only apologize helplessly. The investigation shows that the opponent's actions were extremely strange. Even the trackers installed on the agents all malfunctioned. They couldn't even send out distress signals. It shows that they had no strength to resist. A powerful level 6 ghost hunter was instantly killed. It's likely that the wind demon remnants are responsible for this. The secretary's door opening broke the tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Sundali started to scold her. The secretary nervously explained that the deputy director's family called to say her son was in the hospital fighting for his life, and she had also lost 2 of her spirit contracts. The person responsible for all this was called Lin Mo. They were all shocked to hear the name Lin Mo. But the most heartbroken was the deputy director, because if the spirit contracts died, they would still occupy a spirit contract slot. Sun went from a Jade Ghost prodigy who could contract 3 spirits, to an ordinary Jade Ghost master with only 1 spirit left. Director Gao Long told Deputy Director Ching to go deal with his son's matter first. Then he looked at the photo of him and his daughter, Gao Shishir, on the desk. He couldn't help but sigh. His daughter, who ranked first in the province, was truly remarkable. The 2.5-hour rain finally stopped. Time flew by. It was time to say goodbye again. Enan and Lin Mo agreed to play games together next time. With that, he happily left, riding his nightmare. Lin Mo watched his receding figure, lost in thought. Today was probably the happiest day I've had since coming to this world. Ordinary people go to universities in the city center. But this man's university is built on a graveyard. His classmates are a group of terrifying ghost girls. It was the day Lin Mo went to Bayang Academy to register. He and his desk mate, the fat guy, agreed to take the bus together. The fat guy couldn't sleep every night since he learned Bayang Academy is known as the largest generation in the province. But Lin Mo knew it wasn't what he thought, because he learned that the area around the school is all barren. If Fatty found out, he'd definitely wet his pants. In the end, he decided to keep it a secret from him for now. As the wheels of fate began to turn, Fatty's face grew increasingly uneasy, all because the scenery outside the window had become a sea of pink. Lin Mo explained that the White Poplar Academy was selecting brave and outstanding students. After listening, Fatty gave a thumbs up, praising White Poplar as a truly good school. The car then came to a stop, reaching the final destination, White Poplar Academy. As soon as they got off the car, it sped away. Only Lin Mo and Fatty were left standing there, bewildered in the wind. Suddenly, something blown by a cold gust of wind covered Fatty's eyes. When he took it in his hand for a closer look, it turned out to be a combination cuticle pusher and nail clipper. He started to get scared, wondering if he'd gotten into an unlicensed cab. Lin Mo checked his phone's navigation and confirmed that this was Bayang College. So, the two of them could only follow the navigation towards the dormitory. But what made Fatty both scared and speechless was that there wasn't a proper road in sight. There were only tombstones all around. As they went deeper, a coffin suddenly emerged from the ground beside them. The cover slammed open, revealing a wraith-level light ghoul lying inside. Lin Mo had a bad feeling. Not only was the wraith-level light ghoul stronger than all of his contracted ghosts, but an even more troublesome situation arose. Drawn by the Yin energy, over a dozen wasteland ghosts had surrounded them. The inexperienced Fatty was already trembling, clutching his suitcase. Lin Mo told him to summon all his contracted ghosts, and look for an opportunity to break through. He then summoned his Great Calamity Ghost and Chainsaw Ghost. The fat man braced himself and frantically slapped his arm. Moments later, the trash can ghost appeared before him. The situation on the battlefield is very unfavorable for Lin Mo's side. This is because the Green Corpse Ghost is preparing to attack them. The Chainsaw Ghost pulled the fat man out from underground. Then it tried to eat him. Just now, Lin Mo and the fat man encountered the Green Corpse Ghost. The fat man signaled Lin Mo to hide in the trash can. But then, a ghostly hand suddenly appeared from the ground, grasping the fat man's foot tightly. Moments later, half of his body had been pulled into the ground. However, the trash can ghost, with no attacking power, could only stare blankly. Seeing this, Lin Mo was speechless. Truly, the kind of ghost you get depends on the person, she thought. Then, she directed the Chainsaw Ghost to go and save him. The Chainsaw Ghost pulled the fat man out from the ground. But the fat man's plump, tender flesh made the Chainsaw Ghost drool. Lin Mo stepped forward and stopped the Chainsaw Ghost, saying, "You can't eat this one." But the unexpected happened again. Two ghostly figures emerged from the ground, clinging to the fat man and pulling him down. Just as things were about to turn critical, Chainsaw Demon intervened and easily killed two phantoms. They also dropped two ghost orbs. The Light Corpse Ghost, seeing his minions killed, was enraged and prepared to mercilessly attack them. He lunged forward, wielding his 30-year uncut fingernails. Just as he was about to succeed, Lin Mo activated the Great Grim Ghost skill. Sound Lock Face. The skill, activated by the Great Grim Ghost shaking fur, instantly immobilized the Light Corpse Ghost. Lin Mo jumped back and commanded the Chainsaw Man to attack. Receiving the command, the Chainsaw Man revved up his chainsaw. He charged forward and kicked the light ghoul with a powerful kick. Then, he shoved his 3-day-old unwashed sock into its mouth and, grabbing his chainsaw, began relentlessly sawing at the light ghoul. But Lin Mo wasn't reassured at all. Because even at full health, the Chainsaw Man's attack power wasn't high. Even if the light ghoul were weakened, he might not be able to cut through it. It had incredibly strong defenses. At this moment, the fat man beside him gestured for Lin Mo to hide in a trash can with him. Two people are hiding in a dumpster, discussing how to deal with the Light Corpse Demon. Lin Mo hypothesizes what if he had 2,000 armor penetration points. The immobilization effect wears off, and the Light Corpse Demon grabs his chainsaw. It stares at him menacingly. This time, Lin Mo is in serious trouble. The ferocious ghost doesn't like eating flesh, but it loves eating dumpsters. Just now, the Light Corpse Demon's immobilization effect ended. While fending off the Chainsaw Devil, he directed the Dust Devils to search for Lin Mo. Moments later, the Trash Can Devil was seized by several Dust Devils and devoured. Worse yet, some had already reached inside. The fat man cowered and cried in terror. Lin Mo knew that the Trash Can Devil was the lowest level, and it was remarkable it had lasted this long. It seemed he would have to fight them to the death. Just as a Dust Devil opened the trash can, a turning point appeared. Suddenly, half of the Dust Devil's head was sliced off. A figure in a red cloak soared through the sky. Wherever they went, the desolate powder ghosts parted. The Azure Corpse Ghost noticed the disturbance and leaped high, attacking the uninvited guest. Suddenly, a female headless ghost appeared out of nowhere and attacked the Azure Corpse Ghost from behind. With a loud explosion, the Azure Corpse Ghost was enraged within the ice and died tragically at the hands of the headless ghost. The sudden appearance of the intermediate demonic spirit, the vampire, and the advanced demonic spirit, the headless ghost, resolved Lin Mo's crisis. At this time, the two who were still in the trash can were called out by a girl. "Junior students, welcome to Ares Academy." A big sister in a JK uniform greeted them with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Mo also greeted the senior sister sweetly, saying that he arrived just in time. The senior sister introduced herself as Mu Wanqing, a junior at Ares Academy. She then asked if the chainsaw ghost and the great evil ghost were his. Lin Emo replied awkwardly that they were his. He then took them back into his hands. The senior sister praised Lin Emo after seeing him, saying that they managed to hold off the green corpse ghost for so long. He was the most impressive freshman she had ever seen. At this moment, the fat man also poked his head out of the trash can and asked what was going on. Lin Emo told him the crisis was over and to come out quickly. The fat man's eyes lit up when he saw the beautiful senior sister. He walked up with a smile and tried to shake her hand. The gentle senior sister smiled and said, "I will escort you both back to school. What's it like to have a roommate who likes to sharpen knives in your university dorm?" Not long ago, Lin Emo and his group arrived at the Aries Academy, led by their senior sister. The two following behind the beautiful senior sister became the focus of the whole school. Some students even suggested that they wanted to meet the senior sister as well. The next moment, the senior who was accompanying them slapped the student's delusional idea away. "Take your uncle, you want the senior sister? Do you want to eat?" The senior, fuming, explained to Lin Emo in a low voice. "She scored 90 in the ghost language assessment. He scored 60 in the ghost language assessment. It's a blessing from the ancestors that he even got admitted." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Emo with admiration. Soon, they arrived at the student dormitory building. The senior handed him the key to dormitory 433. She reminded him to remember to wear sunscreen for the military training tomorrow. After giving instructions, the senior left. Before leaving, she also told them to make sure to close the door when they slept at night. She explained that there might be night ghosts wandering the corridors at night, which could affect their sleep. The chubby boy, after hearing this, once again expressed his admiration for the senior, saying he wished she could be his girlfriend. Lin Emo suggested that the senior wasn't suitable for him, and that he was better suited to sneaking into a tank. He then congratulated the host on earning 10 points for breaking the defense. The two then went upstairs to look for room 433. When they arrived at the door of room 433, they heard a strange brushing sound coming from inside. Fatty, believing there was a ghost, gripped Lin Emo tightly. Lin Emo mocked Fatty's cowardice and opened the door. But after opening the door, the first thing he saw was a man sitting on the floor stroking a knife. And the man's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. "Holy crap, this is scarier than a ghost." Lin Emo turned on the light and asked the man why he was touching his knife in the dark. The man replied coolly that he didn't need the light to touch his knife. Lin Emo, surprisingly, found his logic quite sound. He then called the chubby guy who was still hiding behind the door to come in. The two of them each started tidying their beds. Lin Emo didn't forget to introduce himself to his new shooting partner. The man, who stopped sharpening his knife, said his name was Ichio. While organizing his bed, Lin Emo pondered this peculiar shooting partner. But Shuatong-gai didn't find him strange at all. Instead, the man's knife filled him with fear. Lin Emo asked Achio what this special knife was used for. Achio glanced at the cold glint of the blade. Stroking the knife, he slowly uttered 3 words. "A straight razor." Based on his years of experience, he explained that the razor was likely from the Qing dynasty, when the Manchus shaved their heads and wore queues. The razor, having been used on adult men's heads for years, had absorbed their masculine energy. It had the power to ward off ghosts and spirits. Impressed by Achio's apparent expertise, Lin Emo posed a crucial question. "What ghost have you made a pact with? Why did you come to Aries Academy? Would you like to spar and exchange pointers sometime?" Achio answered truthfully. He had contracted a ingui and came to Aries because the tuition was half price. His blade is meant for slaying evil spirits, not sparring with people. Based on Achio's response, Lin Emo had already deduced that he was truly hiding his strength. Because contracted ghosts also have a rarity ranking. Common ones are Shigui and Igui, which ordinary people are familiar with. They're easy to deal with. But S-rank rare specters like the blood pupil ghost and the eagle specter are not well understood. So they often give us an edge in battle. At least that's something. It's good that Achio is decent. He answered all my questions. That counts for something. Lin Emo jumped down from the bed and asked Achio where he made a contract with the eagle specter. As Achio wiped his razor, he answered that his ancestors were all barbers. Every child has to go to Ingshan and capture an eagle ghost when they become an adult. Only those who have successfully made a contract with an eagle ghost are worthy of receiving the razor passed down from their predecessors. He came to Bayang because the principal told him that the tuition fees would be halved. Lin Emo understood what he meant. After all, everyone nowadays likes to have a parting hairstyle, wear overalls and play basketball. Barbering isn't really a popular profession now. Akio then asked Lin Emo why he came to Bayang. Lin Emo was silent for 3 seconds. Then he explained that he came because the headmaster promised to cover his tuition. Damn, he bumped into him. Akio suggested that he could find him later for a haircut, 2 yuan and 50 cents a cut. At this time, the fat guy noticed a strange phenomenon. There should be 4 people in the dorm. Why is one missing? Lin Mo yawned and said nonchalantly. He probably got killed by a ghost on the peninsula. As the night deepened, the 4 of them turned off the lights and went to bed. But this night was destined to be restless. Lin Mo was awakened from his sleep by the shaking bed. He thought it was the fat guy who was sleeping below him secretly messing with him. But he soon noticed something was wrong. Usually, the fat guy would be done in a minute, but this time, it had been almost 10 minutes, and he still wasn't done. Out of curiosity, he peeked out to see what was going on below. Little did he know, what he saw would shock him for 10,000 years. The fat guy was covered in red thread, his hands tightly clutching his own throat, and he was about to suffocate. Without hesitation, Lin Mo jumped out of bed to save the fat guy. Just then, a knife flew towards the fat guy's location. It cut the red thread in 2. It turned out to be a Chio, who had sensed the danger and came to help. The chubby guy, having narrowly escaped death, was still complaining. He only realized he'd kicked the top bunk to pieces after the fact. Lin Mo apologized, explaining that he thought the chubby guy was just sleeping soundly, so he didn't want to disturb him. The chubby guy claimed that he was asleep, but his hands started to move uncontrollably, trying to strangle him. Lin Mo glanced at the red thread in his hand. He immediately recognized it as the work of a puppet ghost. Hyo disagreed, stating that there should only be night-walking ghosts in the hallway. There shouldn't be any puppet ghosts. The answer was obvious. Someone was deliberately messing with them. At this point, the chubby one pointed out that they hadn't offended anyone on their journey. Lin Mo and Hyo said they'd find out by going to check. They both went out to the corridor to check the situation. As for the timid and Chun, he chose to stay in the dorm. Everything turned out just as they expected. 2 minutes before the incident occurred. The culprit. The incident started when Lin Mo had his goddess, Mo Wenqing, personally pick them up for enrollment, making him feel resentful. He then sent a puppet ghost to retaliate against them. But what made him even angrier was that they actually cut the puppet ghost's string. I immediately decided to go downstairs and give them trouble. Just then, Lin Mo also appeared before them. The 2 of them strongly condemned their actions. Luan Chang wasn't planning on showing mercy to Lin Mo, who had delivered himself to them. The others present also summoned their ghosts. Seeing this, Lin Mo wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he started mocking them sarcastically. This is the strength of you upperclassmen? You're so pathetic. Faced with Lin Mo's taunts, they threatened that he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. Lin Mo listened indifferently. You won't see the sun tomorrow? What if it rains tomorrow? The other side was dumbfounded by Lin Mo's reply. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80 dumbfounding points. Seeing this, Hyo also thought Lin Mo's train of thought was truly unique. At this time, Luan Chang ordered his underlings to attack. Having received the command, the ghostly figures lunged towards Lin Mo and Hyo. Hyo suggested, let's each take one. After we finish, we'll deal with the puppet ghost. With that, he vanished from the spot in a flash. A flash of blade light appeared. The stone demon's head was chopped off in an instant. Damn, so fast. We only saw the blade, not the person. The opponent was shocked by Akia's speed. The stone demon was defeated and its speed reversed. Lin Mo was facing the wall demon. The enemy was swinging the giant wall demon fist, trying to attack Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated the blood demon skill, blood illusion. The opponent was trapped in the air. He then fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and passing out. The burly Luan Chang realized that he might have messed up, but he had to feign shock because of his status as the leader. He then forced himself to ask them if they knew the consequences of offending him. After hearing this, Lin Mo nudged the person next to him, Hyo, asking if he knew what the consequences were. Hyo frantically shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. Since that was the case, Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves, deciding to hit first and ask questions later. The 2 girls clung tightly to Luan Chang, begging for his protection. Luan Chang reassured them that he would protect them. He then used his peripheral vision to sneak a glance at the puppet ghost. The next moment, the 2 girls were bound together by red threads. It was because he had activated the puppet ghost's intense body wrapping operation. Their bodies, out of their control, moved forward to attack Lin Mo. While hiding behind, Luan Chang wanted to flee the chaos. But his plan to use the 2 girls as cannon fodder, to buy himself time to escape, had long been seen through by Lin Mo. Running was a pipe dream. The controlled girl attacks Lin Mo, and under the control of the puppet ghost, she is weak. Lin Mo thinks the 2 are a nuisance and signals Aki to finish them quickly. Then, Lin Mo plans to summon the chainsaw ghost to deal with them. With the roar of the chainsaw starting, the 2 controlled people think they are doomed. But the chainsaw ghost's target is the puppet strings on their bodies. The 2, having escaped death, collapsed onto the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 500 points for breaking their defense. They thought they were going to die, but they even gave Lin Mo some defense breaking points. Lin Mo stated he wouldn't harm innocent people. But there was one exception. It was the instigator, Luan Chang, over there, still plotting his escape. Luan Chang sensed the unfavorable situation, and immediately commanded his puppet ghost to assist his escape. He planned to use the puppet ghost's strings as a safety line. After tying the strings around himself, he jumped down. The puppet ghost had effectively become a tool at this point. Lin Mo, reacting quickly, immediately chased after him, trying to stop his escape. Ho appeared before the puppet ghost in a flash. He cut the 4 lines in the ghost's hands with a single strike. Without the protection of the lines, Luan Chang fell from the sky and landed with a thud. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 100 breakthrough points. Seeing this, Lin Mo decided to spare him, because if he killed him in front of the gatekeeper, it wouldn't be considered self-defense. The lucky fellow managed to escape, but his contract ghost was still there. Lin Mo then commanded the chainsaw ghost to chop off its head. Lu Chang, having lost his specters, cried out in agony from the backlash. Lin Mo then picked up the ghost pearls and proposed that the pearls of the wall spectre and the implementation spectre go to Ho. He kept the puppet spectre's pearl for himself. He also rewarded the chainsaw spectre by allowing it to devour the spectre corpses on the scene, letting it have a feast. The chainsaw spectre's containment level increased by 20%, reaching 40%. Lin Mo not only gained in the chainsaw spectre's containment level but also earned a considerable amount of breakthrough points. The system then notified him that his breakthrough points had exceeded 2,000 and asked him whether he wanted to exchange them for a contract slot. Lin Mo was overjoyed at this, as he had been dreaming of this moment. He then frantically clicked the confirm button without hesitation. Ding! Exchange successful. Contract limit increased by 1. Current contract limit is 3.5. He was already planning which ghost to contract next. Then, they both left the rooftop. Back in the dorm. Ho was shocked by the scene in front of him as soon as he opened the door. He saw a giant trash can in the dorm. Lin Mo smiled and opened the trash can. Fatty was inside, sleeping like a log. Ho, now knowing the truth, had his understanding of the world refreshed. Even a trash can could be a contracted ghost. There's only one girl in the entire class of 200 students. Just when everyone had resigned themselves to being single for 4 years, one guy got special attention from the most beautiful senior sister on the very first day. Just now, after Lin Mo dealt with the troublemaking upperclassmen, he returned to his dorm and slept the night in a trash can. The 7 a.m. bell rang right on time. At this moment, the sleepy-eyed Lin Mo witnessed an unbelievable scene. He saw Ho, already up, secretly cultivating his spectral abilities. Absorbing ghost energy from the ghost pearl can increase his spiritual awareness and enhance his ability to encounter ghosts. But Lin Mo didn't need to compete with them. He only needed to exchange for things in the system using his breaking defense points. All he had to do was break someone's or a ghost's defense. What Ho still questioned was how powerful he was yesterday without using the silver ghost's power. He wondered just how strong the silver ghost truly was. He guessed if the silver ghost was strong, he would consider making a contract with one too. He thought about going to frantically beat Lin Mo's trash can to wake up the fat man still sleeping inside. It's the first day of military training for the freshmen. Everyone is sweating profusely in the 40-degree heat. The fat guy asks Lin Mo if he brought water. He replies that he did. People around them rush forward to buy water. But Lin Mo says though he brought some, he has already finished it. Lin congratulates the host for gaining 40 defense breaking points. A guy with curly hair approaches them. He snidely remarked that his girlfriend was bringing him water. Everyone scoffed at him after hearing this. Bayang College was a sausage fest, with far more guys than girls. So, his bragging about having a girlfriend was seen as pure showing off. Curly was puzzled by Lin Mo's indifference. Why wasn't he showing any envy like everyone else? He then started taunting Lin Mo. Come on, it's college. There's no way someone doesn't have a girlfriend, right? But Lin Mo remained completely unfazed. This reaction only annoyed him further. Just then, his girlfriend came to bring him water. The others, seeing this, were envious. Chow was so jealous he was grinding his teeth. Curly, right in front of Lin Mo, put his arm around his girlfriend's waist and had her feed him water. Lin Mo thought, is this guy crazy? Just then, everyone started cheering. It was because they saw Bayang's #1 female student, Senior Mu. She appeared in the crowd with ice-cold Coca-Cola, looking around. While everyone was still guessing who had won the senior over on the first day, she spotted Lin Mo in the corner and called out her name to get her attention. Lin Mo was still confused. Under the strange stares of everyone, she repeatedly confirmed to herself. Is my senior really calling me? Anyone who knows both of them knows that having both Yijie and Loli's pleasures is unimaginable. Just a moment ago, others were showing off about having girlfriends. The beautiful senior sister proactively came to deliver water to Lin Mo. After she found Lin Mo in the corner, she called out her name in front of all the new students. Suddenly, everyone focused their hatred on Lin Mo. But what happened next would make them all bite their tongues. Her senior sister handed Lin Mo a bottle of water. After taking the water, Lin Mo asked in confusion why she was being given water. Her senior sister then leaned close to her ear and whispered the answer. It turned out she was thanking Lin Mo for helping Bayang fulfill their last wish the previous night. Lin Mo was about to ask who it was when she was immediately stopped by her senior sister with a playful gesture. Their intimate behavior caused everyone present to practically explode. Lin Mo felt a murderous aura coming from somewhere unknown, and a sudden surge of broken defense points. Even more absurd, the points kept increasing, reaching 1,000 in just a few seconds. Normally, it would take him at least a month of hard work to accumulate 1,000 points. But the crowd's moment of vulnerability didn't end there. Some noticed another beautiful woman arriving. Inran was seen walking from afar, also holding a bottle of water. Everyone prayed that she wouldn't be another one of Lin Mo's girls. But who else could it be besides Lin Mo? Inran patted Lin Mo's shoulder. She said she brought him honey blood ice lemon water. No one present could accept this fact. Some people didn't even have water to drink, while Lin Mo had two beautiful girls offering him drinks. They were both stunning beauties, truly making people sweat to death and drop dead. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 breaking points. Some people were still thinking about bringing their girlfriends to show off. But Lin Mo had a mature and sophisticated woman, and a cute young girl. He'd completely slapped their faces. Lin Mo was about to introduce Enan to his senior, but Enan only noticed the water her senior sister had given her. Then she turned and left, indicating that there was no need for introductions. She sarcastically said, "Since you already have water, then there's no need for the one I was going to give you." Then she threw the water in her hand away. Lin Mo was baffled by Enan's sudden change in attitude. Her senior sister immediately told her to chase after Enan and appease her little girlfriend. Then she picked up the lemonade Enan had thrown away. She chased after the sulky Enan. She stopped then and drank all the water Enan had given her in one go. After she finished, she thanked Enan, saying it was really delicious. But Enan didn't seem happy at all. Lin Mo turned to her senior sister for help. The senior sister looked helpless and told her to continue chasing after Enan. She thought to herself, this junior student is quite intelligent, but his EQ. At this moment, Enan was questioning whether she had misjudged this person. Men are all liars, big pig's hooves. While she was lost in thought, Lin Mo had already caught up and grabbed her hand. Enan blushed, turning back to stare blankly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo spoke first. "Enan, I have something to tell you." Enan pulled back her hand, asking what Lin Mo wanted to say. Lin Mo smiled and said, "This lemon water from Mishiu at Bingqing. Did you buy it from Haiti?" Enan, hearing this, sarcastically remarked, "You already have another girl bringing you water? Don't drink this. Throw it away." Lin Mo immediately raised her hand, dodging Enan's grab. Then I squatted down and chugged it. After finishing it, I asked Enan if I could have another bottle. I wondered why it felt even colder than the water in the fridge. Enan's answer surprised me. She said she collected it drop by drop in an ancient tomb. That cleared things up for me. Ancient tombs are full of Enan energy, so the water there would naturally be ice cold. I thanked her and said it must have been hard work collecting it drop by drop. Enan wasn't satisfied with my concern. She said she should have given me the tritium-contaminated water from Japan's ocean discharge. Lin Mo brazenly asked her if she could have another drink. Inran, in a sarcastic tone, asked her, "Don't you have that Japanese cola someone gave you?" Lin Mo, feeling aggrieved, said she had been busy all afternoon and only had the lemonade Inran gave her. Inran, changing the subject, mentioned that she came to take Lin Mo to see her ancient tomb, but, seeing how busy she was, she decided not to. Lin Mo, like a little puppy, said, "The ancient tomb is so interesting, I have to see it." This was because she just earned enough points to activate another contract. I have 2 contracts left unused. Going to the ancient tomb. Who knows what kind of bizarre things we might encounter. If we do, we can use a contract. Later, Enan made an appointment with her to meet at the abandoned graveyard east of the school at 10 tonight. After saying, "See you there," she turned around and skipped away. At this time, Lin Mo finally put her mind at ease, as she had finally gotten Enan to agree. Just then, the ghost-killing spirit within her started to criticize her current behavior. "I thought my emotional state was low enough, but you're even lower. It is low, and not just a little low. This is a seriously severe case of late-stage straight man love. Severe. But my vulnerability score keeps rising. Then, she decided to have Inran come to the school more often. Time quickly flew by, and it was 10 p.m. Lin Mo and Inran rode Ming Yengui to a deserted graveyard outside the school. Seeing her panicked expression, Inran immediately mentioned that he had passed through a ghost nest when he was 10 years old, and mocked her for being a coward. She questioned how she survived the ghost nest at the age of 10. Enan explained that she had a ghost guardian at the time, and other ghosts wouldn't dare approach her. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, felt pity for the girl in front of her. Her ghost doll was forcibly taken away by her father, Gao Longqing, and contracted to his daughter, Gao Shishir. What kind of childhood did she have? Anran's voice broke through her thoughts. After they reached the ground, they walked silently towards the mound covered with vines. The two of them stepped forward and worked together to clear the tangled vines. A moment later, Anran said excitedly, "Ready? Go through the tunnel and you'll be there right away." She added. The two of them jumped into the tunnel. Moments later, they slid down to the camera. They arrived deep underground. The person who greeted them seemed familiar to Lin Mo. After a moment of thought, it dawned on her that the burly man was the one who had lost his leg to Lin Mo's chainsaw ghost. His 9-child ghost was destroyed by her last time. He was now just an ordinary person without a contract ghost. The burly man then said that he had been outmatched and that he accepted the loss of his leg. Lin Mo raised her thumb in response. "I salute you, you're a real man." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from within the tent. "Lin Mo, do you remember me?" A man emerged from the tent. It turned out to be Wu Kun, who participated in the ghost domain test with her. She explained that after coming out of the ghost domain, she was heartbroken and wanted to jump off a bridge to commit suicide. But at that time, Enan appeared and saved her. He also guided her and provided psychological counseling. At that time, she decided to join the Black Skullcap, because a useless person like her could go nowhere else. At this moment, Lin Mo smiled at Enan, thinking to himself, "You are the one who can take in Wu Kun." This shows that Inran is truly kind at heart. Even though her childhood was like hell, she was still able to maintain her original nature. It's truly rare. Then Inran started praising her hideout, saying that not only could the security bureau not find this place, but there was also a dragon's hand that could bring up the groundwater, solving the drinking water problem. Next, she pulled Lin Mo to the dragon's hand and proudly told her that the lemon tea she made was made with this water. At this moment, Lin Mo raised her own question, saying that while this current hideout was good, why didn't they open the wooden door? That way they could have more space. Inran explained helplessly that all methods have their own limits. The wooden door in front of me just won't open. Lin Mo then used her blood-powered X-ray vision, but she couldn't see anything behind the door. The two people beside her chimed in, saying there were indeed a few robbery tunnels nearby. Strangely, they were all abandoned halfway through, and all the diggers died. Only this tunnel, which leads to the previous life, is complete. After hearing this, Lin Mo concluded that there must be something incredible behind the wooden door. She then summoned the chainsaw man to attack the door. The chainsaw man revved up his chainsaw and launched a furious attack on the dragon hand. However, it couldn't inflict even the slightest damage. The chainsaw man, with his high attack power, couldn't even leave a scratch. At this time, one of them suggested that all their methods were useless, none of them could open it. It was clear that this was some kind of barrier or formation. Lin Mo was enlightened upon hearing this. He withdrew the chainsaw ghost. He then noticed that this wooden door seemed to have a magical power that was inducing him. He then reached out and touched the dragon's hand in front of him. The huge wooden door roared in response. The next second, the wooden door opened by itself. The man entered an ancient tomb filled with terracotta warriors. But the next second, all the terracotta warriors knelt down to him. Just now, Lin Mo simply touched the dragon's hand in front of the wooden door. The next moment, the entire tomb began to tremble. The sight before him shocked Lin Mo even more. The stone door actually opened by itself. After they entered, they found that it was an ancient tomb filled with terracotta warriors. This scale, comparable to the Qinling, was truly shocking. Everyone was still guessing why Lin Mo could easily open the stone gate. Some even suggested whether this tomb had some connection with him. Lin Mo simply felt that his spiritual energy was intimately connected to this tomb. Every step he took felt familiar, as if he had spent a long time here before. He then decided to investigate further. Just then, the terracotta army suddenly started to move. Faced with a large number of restless terracotta warriors, Inran couldn't help but worry about Lin Mo, urging him to be careful. But something unexpected happened. All the terracotta warriors knelt down on one knee, as if greeting Lin Mo's arrival. Unaware of the situation, Lin Mo was also dumbfounded. If these terracotta warriors were guarding the ancient tomb, they should be attacking him. Why would they kneel to him? Lin Mo pondered the connection between this ancient tomb and himself. As he walked deeper into the tomb, seeing this, Shui Tongui also felt that the blood flowing in Lin Mo's body was unusual. At this time, the others were also excited and wanted to follow. But the next page was blocked by the Terracotta Army. It was obvious that the Terracotta Army wanted Lin Mo to go in alone. Therefore, Inran could only remind him to be careful at the entrance. Lin Mo walked to a staircase, each step of which was painted with a picture. On the first step, a man was swinging his long sword on the battlefield, killing enemies, with more people following him. The battlefield was shouting. This man was the leader of thousands of troops, Huang, who had killed tens of thousands of enemy soldiers, and their bodies formed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This man was fierce and evil. He chopped off a man's head. People knelt down in admiration of his strength, shouting, "Sword cream!" This man was white-haired and leaning against a tree, using his sword as a cane, looking at the king he had protected his whole life. At the end of the stairs was a coffin. Logically, the mirror should be inside. Before Lin Mo could approach, a voice came from inside the coffin. "Who is there?" The coffin, which had been dormant for 300 years, suddenly spoke, asking who was disturbing its slumber. Zhe Tongui explained that it should be a wisp of the shepherd's residual soul. Lin Mo replied with his name. In the next second, a blue Susanoo appeared, its mouth inquiring whether the newcomer was a soldier of the Bee Demon Kingdom. Lin Mo informed him that the Bee Demon Kingdom had already perished. It was destroyed by the Zhou Kingdom 50 years ago. The Bee Demon Kingdom was an ancient, small, absolute monarchy located in the southwest, a sparsely populated nation. 50 years ago, the Zhou Kingdom launched an attack, leading to the official demise of the Bee Demon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Su Ying couldn't accept the truth. Enraged, he erupted with a powerful demonic aura. The ghostly aura affected everyone present. The immense ghostly energy even erupted from the ground and soared into the sky. Inside the Jiang Province Security Bureau, the two directors witnessed the scene and confirmed that remnants of the bee demons had triggered a taboo, opening the ghostly curtain. They immediately ordered personnel to investigate, and if they encountered any bee demon remnants, to kill them without mercy. Elsewhere, Lin Mo's parents were overjoyed, knowing that besides Lin Mo, no one else in the world could break through the ancient ghostly curtain, not even they themselves. He then decided he couldn't remain idle and that it was time to go out and protect Lin Mo. He then picked up the sickle. He told his mother to stay home and take care of their daughter, while he went to assist Lin Mo. The thought of wiping out the people from the security bureau filled him with excitement. Back at Gu Mu's location, everyone was stunned by the overwhelming demonic aura. Inran was also worried about Lin Mo, who was at the scene of the incident. By now, the sword ghost had completely transformed into a wave of demonic energy. The bloodline ghost sword shoved Lin Mo forward, urging him to make a contract with it. Lin Mo was concerned that with so much demonic energy, he might explode if he formed a contract. The bloodline ghost explained that this was just accumulated demonic energy, with only a small amount of remaining souls, and said the remnant soul is on the sword inside the coffin. He told him to try dripping his blood onto the sword. If it recognizes him as its master, it will follow him. If it doesn't, then there's nothing he can do. At this point, Lin Mo didn't care about anything else. If he could form a contract with such a powerful sword spirit, his strength would definitely surge again. Then he bit his finger, and Lin Mo completely lost consciousness. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Inran suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, summoning Meng Yangue, he went to the rescue. He boarded Meng Yangue and flew towards the high platform where Lin Mo was. But the journey wasn't so smooth. Bing Yong's soldiers attacked the head of his mount. They picked up their spears and stabbed upwards repeatedly. Meng Yangue, using Lin Mo's movement techniques, dodged all the attacks from the Bing Yong soldiers below. Finally, he arrived at the platform where Lin Mo was. He saw Lin Mo lying in the coffin, eyes wide open, with a terrified expression. This action truly startled Enan. He intended to pull Lin Mo out of the coffin, and wanted to take him away from this place as soon as possible. But the situation was not optimistic. The security bureau had reached the bank of the ancient tomb. The sound of sirens also reached inside the tomb. Everyone realized that they should not stay here for long. The burly man called out to Enan, informing him that the security bureau had arrived. He knew in his heart that they had to leave quickly. If they were caught by the security bureau, none of them would survive. Then, he carried Lin Mo and flew down. This time, the soldier ant no longer attacked. Instead, they all knelt down in unison. Seeing this, Enan was sure that Bing Yong wouldn't attack Lin Mo. Moments later, he joined his friends and suggested that they all leave quickly. Thus, everyone ran towards the exit. Outside the ancient tomb, The people from the Security Bureau ordered a thorough search, not letting anyone go, kill them all without mercy. Lin Mo's current state also worried everyone, thinking his soul had been sucked away by the ghost inside the coffin. Enan said she didn't know either, and they should find a doctor to check him out once they got out. But they didn't have much time left. The Security Bureau agents were already searching their surroundings. Wu Kuan suggested that they could only escape by splitting up. It was the only chance of breaking out. This idea was quickly dismissed, as they were surrounded by desert, and the pursuers were elite Security Bureau forces. They had nowhere to run. Then a daring thought occurred to him. The Security Bureau had sent so many people, their target couldn't be them, it had to be Lin Mo. Maybe they could hand Lin Mo over, and they would have a chance to survive. But Enan refused. He suggested going to Bayang Academy. Maybe he could escape the catastrophe. Wu Kuan stood up after hearing this. He suggested that he would lure the Security Bureau away, allowing Inran to escape with Lin Mo. Then the other two also stood up, also wanting to act as decoys. Inran was deeply moved by this. The three turned back and said goodbye to Inran. They scattered to confuse the enemy's vision. The three of them worked together. A flawless collaboration. The Security Bureau is in complete chaos, with most of their attention diverted. Inran seized the opportunity and boarded Meng Yangue. He escaped, watching the chaotic crowd below. All he could do was pray they would make it out alive. He quickly distanced himself from the scene. But things didn't go as he hoped. Deputy Director Sun Deli of the Security Bureau had already seen through his little trick. He wouldn't let them escape easily. The next moment, the ultimate evil spirit, Bai Hungui, was summoned. His target was Inran and her group who were still fleeing in the air. By the time he noticed, Bai Hungui had already caught up. Then, one of the wolves bit Meng Yangue on the back. But their true target was the spirit wood. Inran also noticed this and commanded Meng Yangue to protect the spirit wood first. Meng Yangue held both of them tightly in his arms. At this moment, Enan was attacked by the white soul ghost. He let out a painful cry. Sun Deli, on the ground, clapped his hands in delight. If he hadn't known Enan was the High Commissioner's illegitimate son, he would have definitely bitten him to death. Therefore, he realized that the person Enan was protecting was most likely the wind demon cloud annihilation they were looking for. He started calculating in his mind. If he could take him down, he would be sure to get promoted, a raise, and be safe from harm. Then he decided to give them a call. He summoned the White Soul Ghost to chase after them. Under attack by the White Soul Ghosts, Enran's Nana was also struck. Mingyan Ghost, burdened with two liabilities, was unable to use her powers effectively. Having regrouped, the White Soul Ghost surrounded them once again. Enran told Mingyan Ghost to leave the area immediately and go to Bayang Academy. Following the order, Mingyan Ghost forced a breakthrough through the encirclement of White Soul Ghosts. Attempting to escape at lightning speed, Sun Deli saw through their intentions. He wasn't going to let them off the hook. The White Soul Ghost then frantically intensified its attack on the Dream Word Ghost. After flying for 2.5 hours, they finally saw Bayang Academy in the distance. Seeing this, Inran breathed a sigh of relief, but the crisis was far from over. The White Soul Ghost was still chasing them, and the Dream Word Ghost, exhausted, was teetering on the edge of collapse. Finally, its energy depleted, it crashed to the ground, taking Inran with it. The White Soul Ghost planned to take this opportunity to deliver the final blow. The person who blocked the attack for Lin Mo is Bayang's beautiful senior sister. Inran calls for help from her senior sister, saying that they are being chased. Her senior sister recognizes Lin Mo and Inran, shocked by their injuries. At this time, the people from the Security Bureau catch up. The situation immediately becomes tense. Her senior sister asks who they are, daring to attack on school grounds. A man steps forward, saying he's from the Security Bureau. We're here to apprehend a wanted criminal. Obstruction will be considered complicity. Their senior shielded them, stating they were students, not criminals. She then declared defiantly, "I dare you to touch them." The Security Bureau agents lost their patience. They all summoned their spectral familiars. A battle was imminent. Now, the senior faced them all alone. If those specters attack her, she won't even have a complete corpse. Just then, the principal of Bayang Academy suddenly appeared. Golden ghost energy condensed in her hands. In the next second, she waved her hand, sending all 100 people flying. Her junior sister was ecstatic at her arrival. The principal slowly walked towards the crowd. Then, turning back, she instructed her junior sister to take Lin Mo and the other person to the infirmary. The junior sister had Lin Mo on her back. What worried them even more was how the principal, a sixth-order Jade Ghost Master, would deal with the uninvited guests outside. At this moment, Ho noticed something was amiss with Lin Mo. She felt a strong sword aura emanating from her. Meanwhile, Sun Deli arrived at the scene and warned the principal. He said, If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. You want to touch my student? Not a chance. You, a mere school principal, dare to obstruct the Security Bureau's arrest of a rice eater? The principal replied. Even if the Emperor himself comes, they'll have to go through me to get in. Sun Deli knew he was just a 6th-level Jade Ghost Master. He simply couldn't stop all of them. He then ordered everyone to summon their 7 contract ghosts. Those who received the order all began their summoning. But they would pay a heavy price for their actions against Principal Xiao Qiao. The principal silently rolled up his sleeves. He then untied the bandages on his arms. The next moment, numerous 7 contract ghost marks appeared on his arms, and each mark emanated powerful ghost chi. Seeing this, Sun Deli was also greatly shocked. The next second, half-faced Yama, Morning Ghost, Monk Ghost, Blood Ghost, Ghost Judge, Ghost Handmaid, Sword-Sniffing Ghost, and Blunt Ghost were all summoned by the principal in one breath. It turned out her true identity wasn't 6 Reborn, but the terrifying 8 Reborn Ghost Attendant. The students upstairs who were watching the show greeted the principal's ghostly presence. Not only were all of them above the evil spirit level, but the Ghost Judge and the Ghost Maid were both ultra-rare S-level spirits. At this time, the people from the Security Bureau also discovered that the principal's identity was unusual. Deputy Director Sun Deli directly exposed her identity. Her real name is not Jai Feng, but Duan Qianquan, the 8 Ghost King. The principal agreed with her, and asked if she still wanted to go inside. Sun Deli's attitude softened slightly. Commander Duan, this is the Stiff Gods School, not the Crazy Gods School. We're the Security Bureau arresting a criminal. You have no right to stop us, the principal replied. I don't care who you're arresting, but I know she's my student. If you force your way in, don't blame me if someone dies. Sun Deli then ordered all his ghouls to attack, vowing to capture the Wind Demon remnants. The battle between the two sides officially broke out. The principal gave the Judge Ghost a look. Understanding, the Judge Ghost immediately raised the brush in his hand. He simply swiped it through the ghost nest. All the ghosts were instantly frozen in place. Then, the principal's Ghost Maid entered the battlefield. The Ghost Maid wielded a massive chain in her hand. Her agile movements were like a dragon weaving through the ghost nest. Moments later, only a field of corpses remained. This terrifying and overwhelming power filled the opposing group with deep despair. Indeed, these people were nothing but trash in the principal's eyes. In the end, they could only flee in disarray. Moments later, everyone had left the school in their vehicles. The principal turned his head contemptuously, declaring that the Security Bureau was nothing special. At this time, all the students erupted into thunderous applause, raising their 2 ghosts took out so many Security Bureau agents? Our principal is too awesome. Cut to the Security Bureau agents who are escaping. Sun Deli receives a call from the director. Gao Longchen asks about their situation. He receives the response that they only caught an unrelated person in this operation. The boy actually related to the Ghost Eyes case was stopped. Gao Longchen's face darkens after hearing this. What? Who stopped you? The reason they failed was because they were stopped by Duan Qianquan, the leader of the Xingyan army. He is now the dean of Bayang Academy. Gao Longchen heard this and smirked, feeling confident. He knew Duan Qianquan wouldn't protect the remnants of the Wind Demon, because when he invaded the Wind Demon Kingdom, he had slaughtered an entire city. Sun Deli was shocked after hearing this. Gao Longchen analyzed his reasons for doing so. Duan Qianquan gave up his position as the leader of the Xingyan army to start a broken school. He did this to gather students and investigate the remnants of the Wind Demon. He stopped us for 2 reasons. First, he wants to take credit for this. Second, he wants to use this to lure out the most important Wind Demon Master. Sun Deli asked about the next plan after hearing this. Gao Longchen told him to interrogate the person he just caught. He will send students to infiltrate Bayang Academy to get information. Sun Deli knew this was his chance to atone for his crimes. He volunteered his 2 children to be undercover. But to be safe, Gao Longchen decided to send his daughter, Gao Shishir, to go with them. This time, he must catch the Wind Demon Master. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's father was sneezing uncontrollably. He didn't know who was talking bad about him behind his back. In the school's infirmary, the 2 injured people were receiving treatment. Seeing that Lin Mo was in critical condition, his senior sister anxiously asked the principal to help. The principal saw at once that Lin Mo had an excessive buildup of Yin energy in his body. It led to damage to his heart meridian. Then he took out a silver needle. As long as he could draw out the silver object, Lin Mo would recover after a few days of rest. Next, he inserted the needle into his forehead. The silver also came out of his body. Then the senior sister raised the question, why did the Security Bureau want to arrest him? The headmaster simply replied, gossip is the beginning of defeat. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just as the headmaster was about to leave, he noticed the ghost contract mark on Lin Mo's hand. Combining Lin Mo's appearance and age, he concluded that Lin Mo must be Feng Mo Yin Yen. Then, with lightning speed, he grabbed Lin Mo by the neck. The senior sister, standing nearby, was startled. After regaining his composure, the principal trembled as he let go of her hand. He hastily made excuses for his behavior, claiming he only wanted to see if there was any more inchi left on his neck. He then sighed silently. Would the principal ultimately kill Lin Mo with his own hands? He woke up. Lin Mo, who had been in a coma for 5 days, finally woke up. After waking up, Lin Mo was still recalling the dream he had just had. In the dream, he was in a field of farmland. It presented a peaceful scene. Men and women, filled with laughter and joy. But in a blink of an eye, it turned into a different scene. Across the horizon, cries of despair filled the air. Only desolation remained. At this time, the scene shifts to another side. A large group of outsiders burst into the palace. On the throne, there was a woman. Zooming in, a woman holds a baby in her arms, a little boy standing beside her. The next second, the woman's eyes flash with murderous intent. Lin Mo is jolted awake. Though a dream, it felt incredibly real. Fatty appears before him. He tells Lin Mo that he's been asleep for a full 7 days. Fatty is almost envious that he slept through military training. Lin Mo playfully teases Fatty, saying the only white thing left on him are his teeth. Ding, congratulations, host, you've earned breakdown points. Fatty, however, was glad he had an excuse to openly avoid training by taking care of him. Just then, mocking laughter came from the next bed. It was Senior Chang, who had been beaten to a pulp by Lin Mo a while back. Lin Mo replied that he was just possessed, while Chang was left with his feet off the ground, a fool. Chang sighed and told him not to get cocky. He swore he would avenge his broken leg. Ding, congratulations, host, you've earned 50 breakdown points. Woof woof. I'll break your other leg too. The fat man stepped forward to check and found out that the man's legs were broken. He asked Lin Mo where his third leg was. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly remembered how Inran was doing after bringing him back. His senior sister appeared and told him that he almost died, and Inran was now in the intensive care unit. He was still in critical condition. After hearing this, Lin Mo immediately got up to visit him, but because he had been lying down for too long, his legs just touched the floor when he fell to his knees with a thud. Luan Chang, the strong and smug man, mocked him relentlessly, asking if his legs were broken as well. Lin Mo didn't hesitate, and went forward to his third leg. A heavy bounce sound. Kunkin received the Howling Award from the attacked Luan Changting. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've earned Warrior Defense break points. Lin Mo gave him the international friendly gesture. If you've got the guts, come and catch me. To revive his girlfriend. He became a disciple of the terrifying 8 Ghost Kings. Not long ago, Enan was attacked by the White Soul Ghost. He had been poisoned by the White Soul Ghost and fell unconscious, even after receiving an antidote. His senior sister analyzed that it might be a unique poison used by Ghost Masters. Lin Mo felt guilty and resolved to save Inran. He learned that Inran was injured by Sun Deli, the deputy director of the Security Bureau. He decided to confront him alone. But just as he was about to leave, the principal called him. He motioned for Lin Mo to follow him. Lin Mo was worried about Inran's condition and wanted to refuse. From his senior sister he learned that the principal had saved him with a drop of 100 herb elixir. Although it was hard to believe, he decided to go see the principal first. They arrived at the school's rooftop. The principal began by stating that he was only temporarily safe. But as soon as the Security Bureau sent someone to investigate, they would find him. Then he asked if he knew why the Security Bureau was after him. After hearing this, Lin Mo ruled out the possibilities of reporting the Silk and Tomb raiding. Ultimately, he couldn't figure out the reason. The principal said that since he didn't even know the reason, rushing to the Security Bureau would be suicide. Even if the others at the Security Bureau didn't intervene. As a 1 Jade Ghoul, how could he defeat Sun Deli, a 3 Jade Ghoul? After hearing this, Lin Mo asked the principal for guidance. The principal waved his hand towards the front. There's a green ghoul nest over there by the school. There are at least 7 or 8 ferocious level ghost girls inside, and maybe even an evil spirit level green ghoul. If you can wipe them out, then you'll have the strength to fight a 3 Jade Ghoul. Only then will I have a chance against Sun Deli. At this moment, Lin Mo thought of Inran again. The principal saw through his worries and told him that as long as he was around, Inran wouldn't die within a month. Moreover, the Security Bureau wouldn't dare to enter the school and arrest her. He said doing this wouldn't disgrace their teacher-student relationship. Lin Mo heard the words, teacher-student, and wondered if the principal intended to take him as his apprentice. Then, the principal got straight to the point, saying a student is a student, and an apprentice is an apprentice. So, are you willing to be my apprentice? Lin Mo was left deeply confused and conflicted after hearing this. The principal teased him, asking if he wasn't worthy of being his master. Lin Mo stopped hesitating and dropped to one knee. Master, please accept my bow. The principal realized the boy was quite clever, but Lin Mo's motive for taking him as his master was to have protection. Therefore, he decided to remain wary of the principal. The principal turned to leave, telling him to come to his office after 11 p.m. Figuring this meant extra lessons, Lin Mo readily agreed. Then the principal inquired about his family's situation. He replied that he lived with his parents and a sick younger sister. The principal, upon hearing this, seemed thoughtful. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. It was time for class to begin. They arrived at the classroom. The scene upon opening the door shocked Lin Mo. He saw that all the boys in the classroom were, literally, licking dogs, meaning sycophants. They were trying to win the favor of every girl, no matter how aloof she was. Their ravenous behavior really startled Lin Mo. Fatty explained that when you've been single for too long, even a sow starts to look pretty. He then chose a seat further back and sat down. With some free time, Lin Mo started to worry about something else. He had successfully formed a contract with the sword fruit that night, but no matter how he used his psychic power, he couldn't sense its existence. He couldn't summon or control the sword fruit either. He could only ask the principal for guidance that evening. The bell rang. The principal walked into the classroom. He had an important announcement to make. 3 exchange students from Snow Phoenix Academy have arrived at White Poplar Academy. They are the 3 sent by the Security Bureau to investigate. Besides the son's siblings, there's also Gao Shishir, the daughter of the Security Bureau chief. Everyone was captivated by the beautiful and wealthy Gao Shishir, their minds wandering into fantasies. But Lin Mo knew they were sent by the Security Bureau. After their brief self-introductions, Gao Shishir noticed the man below. It was his father who told him to get close to Lin Mo. His mission was to find out Lin Mo's hometown and his family information. The principal gestured for Gao Shishir to choose a seat. He walked calmly toward the back row. Everyone he passed hoped he would sit next to them. But in the end, he chose to sit next to Lin Mo. Lin Mo's face darkened at this. At this moment, Gao Shishir took the initiative to greet him. Just then, he received a large number of breakthrough points. Everyone was puzzled why Lin Mo always seemed to win the affection of beautiful women. At this moment, Lin Mo thought of Inran. He had stolen Inran's fate bone when they were children. Now, Inran had been nearly beaten to death by the Security Bureau. The fact that Gao Shishir could still sit calmly beside him made Lin Mo feel disgusted. Seeing that she hadn't moved, Lin Mo again insisted that she move. Gao Shishir silently stood up. She asked Lin Mo why he wanted to change seats. He responded with 3 words. Too scheming. Then he sat in the front row. The news of Lin Mo calling Gao Shishir manipulative had also spread. They all felt that their previous relationship had probably moved too fast. His refusal to be a pushover earned him everyone's respect. Then the principal tapped the blackboard, signaling the start of class. After class, Lin Mo went to the school library. He found a history book. Upon opening it, the illustration of the palace inside was identical to a scene from his dream. He's searching for information about ancient ink. The book describes the origin of the Jiangui and the founding history of the Fengma Kingdom. It also mentions that the Fengma Kingdom was conquered by the Zhou Kingdom 50 years ago. The last ruler of the Fengma Kingdom self-immolated during that war. And the Crown Prince of Fengma, after being on the run for 30 years, was captured and executed by Gao Longqing of the Jiang Province Security Bureau. He realized his identity was not simple. And his hometown wasn't far from the former Fengma Kingdom. Therefore, he concluded that he is a descendant of the Fengma royal family, which is why he was being pursued by the Security Bureau. At that moment, he thought of his family. He immediately took out his phone and called his dad. He wanted to warn him to avoid any trouble from the Security Bureau. After an anxious wait, his dad answered the phone. His dad explained that he was on the train on his way to visit him at school, bringing some local specialties, and the signal had been poor. Lin Mo warned his dad to be careful of anyone who might come to investigate them. He thought Lin Mo had discovered something. So he quickly made up an excuse to dispel his suspicions. Saying that, he hung up. Before Lin Mo could understand what he was saying, Gao Shishir appeared beside him. It turned out he came to ask Lin Mo why he treated him that way in class. Knowing everything, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't give him a good look, and didn't want to deal with him anymore. But Gao Shishir persisted, demanding answers, and refusing to let Lin Mo leave until he explained. Lin Mo reacted forcefully, pushing him away, and leaving Gao Shishir stunned. At 11 p.m., Lin Mo arrived at the principal's office as agreed. As he opened the door, the unexpected happened. A shadowy figure lunged at him with a knife. But by the time Lin Mo reacted, it was too late to dodge. The dagger plunged straight into Lin Mo's chest. Just when Lin Mo thought he was about to die, he opened his eyes and found his arms transformed into hollow sockets, a sword emitting a blue flame in his hand. The blue flames illuminated the attacker, revealing it to be the principal. Lin Mo's body involuntarily launched a counterattack against the principal. The immense power shocked the principal. Lin Mo waved his hand, sending a wave of sword energy that knocked the principal flying. The principal was thrown back, crashing into the wall before stopping. At this moment, Lin Mo noticed the attacker was his own teacher, and asked him in bewilderment why he was doing this. The principal explained he was trying to help him force out the sword within. But Lin Mo could no longer feel any obstruction. The principal then turned on the light, and began to explain the origin of the sword demon within him. He pointed out that he couldn't feel the sword ghost, because the sword ghost is just a faint regret, weaker than a residual ghost. Since the beginning of raising ghosts, there have been many people who have contracted regrets. But those who could summon and use them were few and far between. He had just tried to kill Lin Mo with his sword to force the sword ghost out. If it were strong, it would be worth trying to summon and use it. Otherwise, there was no need to waste energy. Lin Mo then asked the headmaster if the sword ghost was strong. The headmaster shook his head and said it was strong. And I know the method to summon the sword ghost. It's to constantly put him in near-death situations, forcing him to appear. After hearing this, Lin Mo suddenly understood. He decided to go jump off a road right away. Hearing this, the principal stopped his reckless behavior. He suggested Lin Mo go kill ghosts, guiding him. The bond between ghosts is stronger. Only when he is about to be killed by other ghosts will the probability of forcing the sword ghost out be much higher. Lin Mo finally realized why the principal told him to go kill ghosts in the deserted graveyard during the day. Then he turned and said goodbye to the principal. The moment he closed the door, the principal coughed up the blood he had been holding back. This sword demon is so damn strong. Even the battle-hardened principal almost died at his hands. At this moment, Lin Mo headed straight for the deserted graves outside the school without looking back. But his strange behavior caught the attention of Sunli and her group, who were lying in wait. Seeing this, they all assumed he was going to contact other remnants of the bee demons. It was because Sun Mao met the girl who was beaten up by Lin Mo in the infirmary during his investigation at school. He learned from her that Lin Mo was the one who was carried in that night. Therefore, they concluded that Lin Mo was a remnant of the bee demon, and decided to follow him and capture him. But after following him for a while, they realized that Lin Mo's destination seemed to be the ancient mansion on the vine tip, a place known for its many ghosts. Lin Mo had already noticed the 3 people following him, but he had something more important to do and ignored them. A moment later, he finally found the green corpse ghost. He stopped the group of people who were about to go home. He then stepped forward, blocking their path. His action alerted the green corpse ghost. In its eyes, Lin Mo was just an ordinary level 1 ghost hunter. That he dared to pursue a spectre-level ghost treasure meant he was definitely not ordinary, and must have a trick up his sleeve. But Lin Mo immediately recognized the green corpse ghost as the spy who had ambushed him at the beginning of the school year. Upon hearing this, the green corpse ghost also remembered the dozen or so children Lin Mo had killed, a matter it still held a grudge over. Lin Mo spread his arms, provoking the green corpse ghost, daring it to kill him. However, upon hearing this, the ghost dodged backward, putting distance between them. It then looked around, afraid of another ambush. But a sight that even a ghost would find unbelievable appeared. Lin Mo grabbed the green corpse ghost's hand. The next second, he put his hand on his own neck, urging the green-haired ghost to quickly strangle him. The green-haired ghost was stunned by this. He quickly backed away and cursed him, calling him crazy. Lin Mo wondered why he wouldn't kill him. Without a word, the green-haired ghost turned and left, telling him to jump off a building if he wanted to die. Lin Mo said jumping wouldn't work. He had to be killed by a ghost. He kept clutching the green-haired ghost's clothes, shamelessly begging him to kill him. He even offered to give him all the ghost pearls he had. If he thinks it's not enough, he can burn some more paper money for the green corpse ghost. Faced with Lin Mo's relentless demands, the green corpse ghost expressed his helplessness. It's simply because this isn't his territory. The desolate graveyard covers tens of thousands of acres, and the relationships between the various ghost factions are complex. They have a rule: you can't kill people on someone else's territory. If he were to kill Lin Mo here and accidentally offend the ghost boss of this area, he might not be able to survive in this desolate graveyard. Lin Mo pondered, realizing why he had encountered so many ghosts along the way, but none had attacked him. So there was such a rule. While Lin Mo was still analyzing, the green corpse ghost had a bold idea. That's when he wasn't pulled away, he ran. Just as he was patting himself on the back for using the mechanism well and getting rid of the mortal Lin Mo, Lin Mo caught up with him. The Qin Shigui had 10,000 curse words running through his mind. He had never seen anyone so eager to die after living so long. Faced with Lin Mo's unyielding determination, the Qin Shigui dropped to his knees with a thud. He begged Lin Mo to spare him, because he had important things to do later. Lin Mo, after hearing this, no longer pressed him and asked the Qin Shigui to take him to see the boss of this desolate graveyard. According to local custom, they'll let the Ghost Lord personally kill Lin Mo. The Green Corpse Ghost sighed and agreed to their request, only because he came here to celebrate with the Ghost Lord. Tonight is the wedding day of the local boss, the Red Eagle Ghostess, and the Butcher Ghost of the West Tomb. It turns out the leg the Green Corpse Ghost has been carrying around is Healy. The Green Corpse Ghost's original plan was to capture Fatty as Healy, but unfortunately, he didn't get his wish. Lin Mo thought of a good plan. That is, to use himself, a living person, as Healy. Because he noticed along the way, all the ghosts at the wedding were drooling over him. At the time, Lin Mo even wanted the other ghosts to just kill and eat him. But due to the rules of the deserted graveyard, they didn't dare to make a move in the Red Eagle Ghost territory. Because of this, Lin Mo considered them a bunch of cowards. Now, using him as a replacement for Healy was perfect. The three people following behind also witnessed all of this. They originally thought the green-haired zombie kneeling to Lin Mo was outrageous enough. Now, he could swagger into the ghost leader's territory. They decided to go inside and investigate. Then Gao Shirshir took out 3 ghost chi pills. After consuming them, their bodies would emanate a ghostly aura, allowing them to disguise themselves as ghosts and enter. Inside the mansion, every ghost was queuing to offer their Healy. Some ghosts offered a pair of living eyeballs, others a pair of lovers' hearts. The most eye-catching offering belonged to the Green Corpse Ghost, who presented a living person. Every ghost looked on with envy. Lin Mo was then taken away, treated as a Healy. He was thrown into the woodshed. But it wasn't what he expected. Why weren't there any ghosts to eat him? Just then, the blood child ghost appeared. It said that it sensed the red-clothed female ghost, motionless in the attic above. Lin Mo, impatient, could no longer sit still and decided to take the initiative. He crept out of the window. He tiptoed toward the upstairs. The maids only saw him as a living person, a master's errand, and didn't offer much resistance. Lin Mo found the room where the female ghost was. He peeked through the crack in the door and saw the red-clothed female ghost sitting inside. He came before the red-clothed female ghost, and lifted the red cloth covering her head, revealing her shy face. The next second, she discovered that the one who came was a living person, Lin Mo. Only the groom is allowed to lift the veil. The red-clothed female ghost immediately flew into a rage. Just as Lin Mo was convinced he was about to be killed, the female ghost in red changed her mind. She then moved forward and pressed herself against him. She figured since Lin Mo had lifted the veil, he was the groom. This action terrified Lin Mo, and he stumbled backward. He was a living person, but the female ghost said being alive didn't matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was so scared he ran. But the female ghost in red had no intention of letting him go. He immediately slammed the door shut, blocking his escape, leaving Lin Mo with nowhere to run. He wondered if he should just give in to the female ghost's attempt to seduce him. But as a virgin, he couldn't give his first time to a ghost. While distracted, the red-clothed female ghost had already arrived in front of Lin Mo. Then, the man and ghost began a chase scene. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the female ghost, Lin Mo had no choice but to ask the blood child ghost for help. But the blood boy ghost couldn't help him because the red-clothed female ghost is a malevolent spirit. She's only half a step away from becoming a vengeful ghost. Even if I summoned the chainsaw ghost and the great calamity ghost together, they definitely wouldn't be a match for her. Originally, Lin Mo was seeking death, and being killed by her was the most suitable outcome. But no one expected that the female ghost didn't want his life at all. In the end, the blood boy ghost's advice to him was to just give in to her. After all, humans and ghosts can do the deed. At most, he'll become infused with Enan energy. He just needs to recuperate for a while. A moment later, the red-clothed female ghost had lost her patience. He pushed himself up forcefully. The ghost soared into the air. Seeing this, Lin Mo knew his end was near. As he expected, the female ghost mounted him. She pressed him firmly to the ground. The female ghost said, "After all, you're the boss of this graveyard, so you won't lose out by submitting to me. It's a great deal. I'll even bear you 8 children." His clothes were in disarray. He never thought he'd lose his virginity on the path to death. Just then, a sound came from outside the door. It turned out to be the red-dress ghost's original groom, the butcher ghost, preparing to enter the bridal chamber. But when he opened the door, he saw his bride and a living man, engaged in something indecent. Seeing this, Lin Mo pushed the female ghost away. Just when all the ghosts thought he would make excuses, Lin Mo actually admitted to sleeping with his wife. He even considerately pulled out the butcher knife from the butcher ghost's waist. He begged the butcher ghost to kill him. Lin Mo then recounted his crime in detail. He had just snuck into the room and lifted his wife's veil. Furthermore, he had engaged in intimate relations with her. But the butcher ghost's focus was on confirming with Lin Mo whether he was the one who lifted the red-dressed female ghost's veil. Lin Mo clapped his hands, making pa 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 sounds, and replied that there were also he moments afterward. But the butcher ghost, instead of getting angry, sheathed her knife. The following actions confused Lin Mo even more. He first took the large red flower from his chest and placed it on Lin Mo. Then he took off the groom's hat. The next second, he put it on Lin Mo's head and let out a happy laugh. He laughed and said that he didn't need to marry her anymore. Finally, he turned and left. At this moment, Lin Mo realized that the butcher bride might have been forced into the marriage. Now that he had lifted the veil, he had inadvertently become the scapegoat. The red-clothed female ghost beside him slowly unbuttoned her shirt, reminding Lin Mo that a moment in spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Lin Mo couldn't muster up the courage to rise to the occasion in the face of such a female ghost. He wanted to take this opportunity to escape. But the red-clothed female ghost simply raised her hand. Lin Mo was instantly caught and bound by her hair. As the door slowly closed, Lin Mo's screams echoed from within the room. On the other side, Gao Shishir and the other two successfully entered the mansion. Sun thought Lin had been eaten. At that moment, Gao noticed the light corpse ghost who was with Lin. She suggested they go and gather some intel. The three sat beside the light corpse ghost as if nothing had happened. The light corpse ghost noticed their unfamiliar faces. Sun explained they had just returned from a 2-day business trip. The light corpse ghost, who had been laughing at them, warmly invited them to eat more. Then, he placed a piece of blood sausage onto Sun's plate. Sun fought back the urge to vomit. If they didn't eat the blood sausage, they would definitely be exposed. The three of them will surely die. The ghost bride, meant for a ghost groom, was slept with by a living man. But her husband wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled and willingly gave his bride away. Because no ghost who married this female ghost met a good end. This red-dressed female ghost was from the Qing dynasty. On her wedding day, her groom died suddenly from drinking too much alcohol. Every day after that, she was insulted and beaten at her husband's family home. Finally, unable to bear the humiliation, she hanged herself in her wedding dress. Therefore, she became the most powerful asset in the desolate grave. But she became a ghost queen with a strong will, forcing a ghost in the desolate grave with a decent appearance to marry her. What the ghosts didn't expect was, on the second day of their wedding, the groom would inexplicably die violently. This resulted in fewer and fewer good-looking ghosts, so the butcher ghost, who handled men, had the chance to be noticed. But the butcher ghost, without having to clarify, hopped and skipped down from the building. Under the puzzled gaze of all the ghosts, she explained that a living person had just lifted the red-dressed woman ghost's hair, which allowed her to escape. The butcher ghost's words shocked Gao Shishir and the other two. Sun Mao, knowing that the living person was Lin Mo, wondered about her current situation. The green poetry ghost replied that she was most likely dead. She then patted Sun Mao's shoulder, teasingly pointing out that he was quite handsome, and that he would probably be the red-dressed woman ghost's next groom. Just moments ago, Gao Shishir and the other two had been trying to inquire about Lin Mo's whereabouts. I chose to sit next to the green poem ghost. The green poem ghost enthusiastically offered them 9-turn blood sausage. Faced with the 9-turn blood sausage, intentionally retaining its original flavor, Sun Mao couldn't bear it any longer and was about to vomit. But Gao Shishir suddenly pinched his belly. Because he understood the gravity of the situation. If the ghosts present discovered they were alive, their only fate would be death. So Sun Mao grabbed the blood sausage and ate it with relish. The other two could only force themselves to eat the delicacies on the table. While they ate, they cursed Lin Mo in their hearts. If it weren't for him, how would they be treated like this? It was precisely because they endured humiliation and maintained their identities that they were able to learn about Lin Mo's situation from the commotion caused by the slaughter of ghosts soon after. Sun Mao truly admired Lin Mo's courage to interact with ghosts. He admired him from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly thought Lin Mo was dead and asked Gao Shishir if they could go back and report. But the always cautious Gao Shishir rejected his idea because he felt they needed to see the body if he was dead or the person if he was alive. The next day, Lin Mo opened his eyes. He found the red-clothed female ghost had been cuddling him all night. After throwing back the covers and checking, just as he suspected, his virtue had been compromised last night. Lin Mo angrily demanded to know what had happened. The red-clothed female ghost, now like a gentle kitten, soothed him, telling him not to make a fuss. While getting dressed, Lin Mo muttered that she might as well just kill him. But the female ghost had become completely love-struck. She thought Lin Mo wanted to die and become a ghost so they could be together forever. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, truly couldn't understand what kind of bad karma he'd accumulated to encounter such a ghost. Then I turned and left without looking back. When I reached the mirror, I found myself looking incredibly haggard. After last night's battle with the ghost, I was completely drained. Lin Mo asked the female ghost if it was really over between us. She laughed and said I clearly knew the difference between a single good meal and a lifetime of them. She also said she had prepared some kidney tonifying soup for me. She told me to replenish my strength, even saying that I now belonged to her and that no one would dare touch me in this desolate graveyard anymore. Great. Now I, Lin Mo, who had been seeking death, found it hard to even die. But the female ghost in red mentioned one exception, the curse ghost from the desolate graveyard in the northwest. She explained that the curse ghost is her nemesis and warned Lin Mo never to go there. Hearing a glimmer of hope, Lin Mo bolted. The approaching maid was puzzled as to why her mistress had let him leave so easily. The female ghost in red touched her belly, confidently saying he would be back. It seems Lin Mo is about to become an unwitting father. After a night of torment, Lin Mo dragged his exhausted body back to school. He decided to get some sleep and regain his energy before seeking out the graveyard ghost. But the moment he opened the door, Achio was already there, weapon in hand, ready to attack. After he recognized Lin Mo's voice, he stopped his blade just 0.001 centimeters from his neck. Only because Achio sensed the ghostly aura on Lin Mo. Those who didn't know would have thought a ghost had arrived. The commotion woke Fatty up. He saw Lin Mo's haggard face, and assumed he'd spent the night at an internet cafe. Lin Mo gave Fatty a perfunctory answer, and dragged his exhausted body to bed. But none of this escaped Achio's notice. He advised Lin Mo not to do that with ghosts, because doing so would deplete oxygen. If you don't control yourself, it will lead to death after a long time. Ordinary ghosts and red-clothed female ghosts die from intercourse. Lin Mo having intercourse with the female ghost can make him pregnant. It's because he frequently eats xingbao. Men are good, female ghosts can't escape either. Sun wants to buy a couple of boxes too. Why are they following Lin Mo again? Turns out, just as they were getting ready for class, the senior sister had something to do, and came to the class to find Lin Mo. Fatty told me Lin Mo just got back this morning and he's sleeping now. His senior sister asked him to tell Lin Mo that Inran is out of danger and awake. Hearing Lin Mo's name, Gao Shishir woke up from the table. Everyone was surprised that Lin Mo wasn't dead and decided to continue following him. Lin Mo, wanting to look more alert, went to the pharmacy and bought some Xingbao Pian pills. That's why Mr. Sun wanted to buy 2 boxes of underwear at the beginning. He mistakenly thought that was the reason Lin Mo and the female ghosts were fine after their close call. A moment later, Lin Mo arrived at the ICU. Seeing Inran, the straightforward Lin Mo asked if she was still in pain. But he realized immediately that it was impossible to not feel pain from such a serious injury. However, Enan said he was used to injuries of this level. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and made a promise to Enan, promising him that he would get revenge. Then he would take back several floors. Enan asked him why he was able to open the ancient tomb and why the security bureau had arrested him. But Lin Mo had no answers to these questions. At this time, Enan said that he would help him investigate once he recovered. Then he asked Lin Mo to help him with something. He asked Lin Mo to visit his critically ill mother and pay the outstanding hospital bills. He also told him the amount. It's under the sofa in the bridge underpass. After hearing this, Lin Mo patted his chest and said, "Consider it done. Enran's mother is my mother." By this time, Enran's cheeks were already flushed. He said his mother is at Qingxi Xihua Hospital. Her name is Yen. This conversation was also overheard by the people following the 3 of them. But what intrigued Gao Shishir even more was why the person in the hospital bed. He looked so much like him. And the ghost doll on him started to get violent. "Who are you?" Why did the ghost doll suddenly start to riot? A mother-in-law kneels to her future son-in-law. It's actually for the tonic in his hands. His action really startled Lin Mo. He thought he hadn't brought enough apples. Just because when he entered, he said he was Enran's friend. Enran's mother was shocked when she heard this. He then scrambled out of bed. He then knelt down and bowed to him. Enran's mother asked him his name. Lin Mo told her his name. Upon hearing the name, Lin Mo, he burst into tears. He mumbled, "It's the Lin family, that's right." Lin Mo was puzzled and asked if he knew him. Enran's mother first nodded, but then quickly shook her head, saying she didn't know him. She frantically waved her hands and feet. She indicated that they had never met. This completely confused Lin Mo, but it gave him a new idea. He felt that based on their earlier reaction of seeming like they'd known each other for years, they must be hiding something from him. Just then, Inran's mother started to explain, saying she had heard her daughter, Inran, mention a friend surnamed Lin. Lin Mo could only nod, playing along, and suggested she get up and they could talk back in the hospital bed. Back in the bed, Inran's mother asked Lin Mo if he was being followed. He looked over his shoulder, thinking there probably wasn't anyone. Inran's mother said she had a feud with the security bureau, and worried they would misunderstand their relationship, implicating him in the process. Lin Mo told her that Inran was seriously injured saving him, but she simply nodded, showing none of the normal reactions of a mother. This further aroused Lin Mo's suspicions. Then Lin Mo peeled an apple for her. While he was peeling, Inran's mother asked about his parents. Lin Mo said his parents were in good health and could easily cultivate their dozens of acres of land. He also mentioned that both his mother and Inran's mother shared the same given name, and this puzzled Inran's mother even more. She asked Lin Mo his mother's name. He replied, "En Shuang." But then something strange happened again. He was startled when he heard En Shuang's name. He was surprised. Then, he thought about it and answered Lin Mo's question, saying he didn't know him. Finally, he turned around, his back to Lin Mo, and said that was all for today. He asked Lin Mo to leave. There's a reason behind every unusual behavior. Lin Mo knew he knew something. However, he was still a patient and couldn't press him for answers. "I have to leave now. I'll find another chance to ask him." The daughter not only discovered her father's infidelity, but also that he's a domestic abuser, beating his ex-wife mercilessly. Not long ago, Gao Shishir and her team followed Lin Mo to the hospital. She then messaged her bureau chief father, telling him Lin Mo visited a girl named En Shuang. Gao Longchen was extremely agitated upon hearing En Shuang's name, and decided to personally arrest Lin Mo, this Fingmo remnant. Lin Mo pressed the down button for the elevator, preparing to leave. He just received a call from his father, who had arrived at the train station, so he decided to pick him up. Gao Shishir had been thinking about updating her father on Lin Mo's whereabouts, but decided to wait until he arrived at the hospital and go with him. A moment later, Gao Longchen arrived at the hospital and burst through the ward door. He demanded to know if En Shuang had seen Lin Mo and if he was the venomous fiend's master. En Shuang thought he was crazy, but Gao Longchen grabbed him by the collar and revealed his true identity. He aggressively asked En Shuang why she cried after seeing Lin Mo. En Shuang immediately spat ink in his face. She cursed him, saying he was worse than a beast, that he had beaten his own daughter to the point of near death. How dare he ask why she was crying? Gao Longchen threw her to the ground and called Inran a vile creature, unworthy of being his daughter. He then demanded to know if Lin Mo was a remnant of the bee demon. He even attacked her physically. He knew it was En Shuang who betrayed the bee demon prince. Even after facing extreme torture, he refused to believe it was her who sold him out. That clearly struck a nerve with En Shuang. Gao Longchen continued to pressure him, offering to treat him well again, like before, if he revealed whether Lin Mo was the crown prince's illegitimate child. But En Shuang retorted, hadn't he also witnessed the scene of the crown princess self-immolating with the crown grandson and princess? Suddenly, Gao Shishir appeared from behind the door and stopped her father from continuing the assault. Gao Shishir asked him if he also had a daughter, and if he hadn't almost beaten her to death. Gao Longchen told him not to believe the crazy woman's nonsense. But En Shuang didn't believe Gao Longchen's excuses. He could see the panic in his father's eyes. The man who kept saying he only loved his mother. En Shuang added fuel to the fire from behind. She pointed out that his dirty deeds were more than just this. Gao Longchen signaled him to shut up. Gao Shishir couldn't take it anymore and ran out the door crying. Seeing this, En Shuang taunted him. "Gao Longchen, you're finally getting your comeuppance." Not long ago, Lin Mo learned that his father was coming to visit him, so he personally went to the train station to pick him up. The purpose of his visit was to bring him some local specialties. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Mo suggested they have dinner together. On the way to the restaurant, Dad kept looking at the beautiful women on the street, and told him about the situation at home. They chatted all the way to the restaurant. But just as they sat down, a beggar came in and asked them for money. Just as the waiter was about to drive him away, Lin Mo recognized the beggar instantly. It was his friend, Wu Kun. Wu Kun also recognized Lin Mo right away. After he finished his meal in a hurry, Lin Mo asked about the others. Wu Kun first glanced cautiously at Lin Mo's father. Lin Mo introduced him as his father, and assured him that he was one of them. It turned out that on that night, only he and the driver escaped. But the strong man, missing a leg, couldn't run fast and was caught by the security bureau. I later heard they kept pressuring the big guy, trying to get him to reveal who opened the bona that night, but he didn't say a word. With his current strength, he can't get the big guy out of the security bureau. I reckon he'll end up dead. Lin Mo's dad seemed to overhear their conversation, and told Lin Mo to ask him if he needed money, and to stop tomb raiding. Lin Mo could only awkwardly explain that it wasn't what he thought. Then he suggested his dad go home after eating while he and Wu Kun returned to school. While Dad agreed verbally, he had different thoughts in mind. After dinner, father and son said their goodbyes. However, Lin Mo's father didn't leave, as he had a major matter to attend to. He first reached into the pocket of his shirt. Then, he took out a coffin-shaped wooden box. He then arrived at the entrance of the security bureau. Facing the security guard who blocked his way, Lin Mo's father gave a sinister smile. Then, with a crash, he opened the coffin lid in his hands. Immediately, a powerful suction force emanated from the coffin, pulling out the security guard's souls. In the blink of an eye, their souls were sucked into the wooden box. Having lost their souls, the two guards' eyes rolled back white as they collapsed to their knees. Then they fell heavily to the ground. Lin Mo's father didn't stop. He opened the security bureau doors and entered. Inside, everyone looked curiously at the strange man. The woman directly in front of him looked on in confusion. Why did the security guard at the entrance let a migrant worker in? But the next moment, he noticed the wooden box in the man's hand. He belatedly realized the man was an enemy. Just as everyone was about to summon their contracted ghosts to fight, it was already too late. Lin Mo's father used the same trick again with the coffin box. As the box opened, everyone's souls were sucked into the coffin. Everyone collapsed at the same time. Lin Mo's father walked over the bodies towards the next room. In the interrogation room, two men were still questioning the battered Zhuang Han. But they couldn't get any useful information. The man lost his patience again, and pressed the switch in his hand. A powerful electric current surged through the burly man's body. As the voltage increased, he let out a pained wail. Just then, Lin Mo's father kicked the door open, facing the man who suddenly barged in. One of them asked him who he was. Lin Mo's father smiled confidently, and pulled out the sickle from his waist. "I'm your daddy." Only then did the two realize he was there to break someone out. As they turned their heads, a flash of the blade went by. A clean cut appeared on both their necks. Then, at the same time, their hands separated. Next, the father opened the handcuffs. The rescued man thought the person before him was the angel of death. Lin Mo's father told him not to be stunned. He was there to rescue him. Hearing this, the man clasped his hands together in thanks. Finally, he gave the man a business card, telling him that if the security bureau pursued him relentlessly, he could go to the location on the card, where he would be safe. Then he turned and left. In his eyes, this man had slaughtered the entire security bureau. He had done it all to save himself. A seed of gratitude was planted in the strong man's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Mo returned to the school dormitory. As soon as he entered, the fat man told him about the security bureau being destroyed. Everyone who had seen the killer was dead, and they had no wounds on their bodies. It was said to be a kind of blood magic that absorbed people's souls. In the news footage, Lin Mo spotted a familiar figure, but he didn't think it was his father. His father's usual image was too frivolous to possibly massacre the security bureau. At night, Lin Mo ran alone among the desolate graves. He needed to get the antidote from Sun Deli to detoxify Inran. Therefore, learning to see ghosts was urgent. A moment later, he arrived at a grave. After confirming that this was the lair of the grudge ghost, he prepared to enter. But he was stopped by a little imp at the door, who curiously asked him why he was looking for his boss. Lin Mo grabbed the imp and demanded to know the location of the cursed ghost. Upon learning that he was behind the joint burial mound up ahead, Lin Mo released him. But in the next second, he gave him a flying kick, sending the imp flying 300 meters away. The bullied imp ran off grumbling to complain. At that moment, the cursed ghost and the heart-eating ghost were having breakfast. After hearing that a living person was looking for trouble, he ordered the heart-eating ghost to kill him and serve him as a snack. Upon hearing this, the heart-eating ghost got up and prepared to go. But then the little ghost pointed out that the newcomer's identity was not simple. He revealed that he was the red-dressed female ghost's groom. The grudge ghost didn't care after hearing this, simply because he already had a conflict with the red-dressed female ghost. So he told the heart-eating ghost to go and capture the troublemaker. A gust of eerie wind blew, and the heart-eating ghost vanished from where he stood. He instantly appeared before Lin Mo. He wondered why only a small minion had come. But soon, the gluttonous ghost made him regret his words. He saw the gluttonous ghost violently whip its thick, long tail. The next moment, it struck Lin Mo hard. The sudden attack sent him flying hundreds of meters. Lin Mo struggled to get up, his body in pain. He was badly injured, but not fatally. Therefore, he couldn't force out the sword fruit within him. Then he gave the heart-eating demon the international friendly gesture. "Is that all you got?" The man gave the demoness the middle finger, and she ripped his heart out. Only by doing this could he sense the sword fruit within his body. But Lin Mo didn't die from having his heart ripped out. Instead, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Then his arm turned into a hollow cavity. The next second, a powerful sword aura emanated from Lin Mo's body. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand. Electric Spark Sword. As he counted, the sword energy struck the heart-eating ghost. Lin Mo's ability to kill the evil spirit with one move stunned the trio who were following behind. Gao Shirshi's jaw dropped in admiration. But the next second, he sensed Lin Mo's strength diminishing. He saw the sword disappear from Lin Mo's hand, and the white bones in his arm began to recover. He realized that if he couldn't understand this time, he didn't know when the next opportunity would be. So he decided this time he must keep the sword fruit within him. His efforts were rewarded, and he sensed the presence of the sword demon. As he yelled, "Sword!" the sound of a long sword appeared in his hand. He finally successfully summoned the sword fruit. Then he gripped the long sword. He merely swung it forward slightly, and a burst of sword energy shattered the stone in front of him. This time, he only needed to slowly upgrade it, and he would have a chance to return to the level of a Ghost King. At this moment, the system popped up with the detailed information of the Sword Demon. Because Sword Demon's remnant soul is just a momentary thought, it doesn't have its own consciousness. So its loyalty is full. Lin Mo has enough points now. So he decided to activate both skills at once. He pressed the unlock button. The skills, One Sword All Souls, and One Sword No Evil, were activated one after another. These two skills correspond to physical and magical output respectively, and they cost nothing. They're simply divine skills. At this time, the Bloodline Ghost appeared, boasting about his actions in making Lin Mo contract the Sword Demon's remnant soul. Chainsaw Ghost also came out to join the fun. He suggested a 300-round battle with Sword Demon. Just as they were teasing each other, Lin Mo sensed a powerful malevolent aura. It turned out to be the Curse Ghost appearing before him. He demanded Lin Mo pay with blood for killing the Stone Heart Ghost. News of Lin Mo's nighttime intrusion into the joint burial tomb also reached the Red Sleeve Ghost. Upon hearing the news, the Red Sleeve Ghost was in disbelief. She remembered clearly warning him. Her servant girl also revealed that Lin Mo had already killed the Stone Heart Ghost. Hearing this, the Red Sleeve Ghost believed her husband had single-handedly charged into the Curse Ghost's territory for her. She then ordered all her subordinates to attack the joint burial tomb and rescue Lin Mo. The maid, upon receiving the order, blew the whistle. In moments, the White Ghosts assembled. The Red Art Ghost emerged from the house. She declared that today was the day to fight to the death against the Grudge Ghost. The White Ghost's morale instantly soared. On the other hand, Lin Mo's situation wasn't optimistic either. The Grudge Ghost also brought a large group of ghosts, appearing aggressively. Right now, Lin Mo couldn't afford to take any risks, because he had finally grasped the Sword Wraith's essence. If he died again, he would be truly dead. Then, Lin Mo explained to him that everything just now was a misunderstanding. But the Curse Wraith wasn't stupid. A simple misunderstanding couldn't explain the Stone Heart Wraith's death. He wouldn't let Lin Mo leave alive so easily. It looked like Lin Mo was in grave danger today. The White Wraith started to attack him. Just then, the Butcher Wraith arrived in time, and blocked the attack for him. Then the Butcher Ghost pointed to the side. A massive horde of red-robed female ghosts rose up. Meeting like old enemies, they immediately began trading insults about each other's families. Then the two groups of ghosts launched into battle. They fought back and forth, clearly enjoying themselves. Lin Mo, who had never seen ghosts fight before, was witnessing something truly extraordinary. Suddenly, a red-robed female ghost rushed forward and hugged Lin Mo tightly. She comforted him tenderly. I thought he was trying to secretly eliminate the Grudge Ghost and surprise him. The Grudge Ghost, after witnessing their affection, vowed to kill them to avenge the Solid Ghost. The Red Art Ghost stood in front of Lin Mo, telling him to deal with the Grudge Ghost. Then he activated his skill, and countless red spider lilies appeared around him. In the next second, the red flowers transformed into sharp needles. All of them pierced the enemy's body. The attacked enemy's body began to dissolve, finally turning into a pool of blood. But the Grudge Ghost wasn't a pushover either. He took out a scarecrow and began to cast a curse at the Red Art female ghost. Then, he inserted a silver needle into the scarecrow's chest. At the same time, blood spurted out from the Red Art female ghost's chest. This is the Cursed Ghost skill. Any torture inflicted upon the scarecrow will directly affect the cursed person. The Red Art female ghost left Lin Mo's gentle fragrance. Then, she flew into the air, using her old trick of summoning red spider lilies. She then pressed her index finger together, preparing to unleash her skill. Seeing this, the Juan Ghost's entire body glowed green, intending to fight him to the death. Then the two ghosts grappled in the air. Lin Mo saw the two experts fighting, and decided to join the battle. He then summoned all his ghost quilts. Raising his blade, he slaughtered the small monkeys on the ground. With a wave, the ghost unleashed the Severing Souls skill, instantly splitting the little ghost in two. But danger was approaching. Another ghost beside him was preparing to launch a fireball attack. The next moment, a huge fireball hurtled towards him. But Lin Mo's actions were particularly outrageous. He hid directly behind the Azure Lion ghost. Before the Azure Lion ghost could react, it took the brunt of the fireball attack. Having taken the attack for no reason, the Azure Lion ghost cursed at Lin Mo vehemently. Because of this, he earned 40 armor break points. The red-clothed ghost fighting in the sky was relieved by this. The Juon ghost, seeing that the red-clothed ghost cared deeply about the man below, decided to kill her directly. She then threw the silver needle in her hand at Lin Mo. But it was too late when she realized it. Fortunately, the red-clothed female ghost used a skill to block the attack. Otherwise, she would have lost her little monkey. Lin Mo cursed the old woman in her heart, thinking she was so cunning. The red-clothed female ghost was also relieved. But this was just her trick of diverting attention. Her real target was the red-clothed female ghost. Taking advantage of her distraction, the cursed ghost inserted 3 silver needles into the red-clothed female ghost's body. This scene made Lin Mo furious. He had the great evil ghost unleash its skill, Fan and Claim's life. Instantly, the cursed ghost was bound. With the chainsaw ghost's assistance, Lin Mo leaped into the air. He then drew the sword ghost. First, he activated its physical damage skill. One sword through souls. However, the cursed ghost's armor was too high to be harmed in the slightest. Just as she was gloating, she fell right into Lin Mo's trap. He then used his magic damaging sword of exorcism, aiming directly at the grudge ghost's heart. While she was still reveling in her high armor, the sword ghost pierced right through her. "Congratulations, host, you have received 200 armor penetration points," Lin said. Finally, the grudge ghost dissipated under Lin Mo's sword, having died due to her arrogance. Meanwhile, the Crimson Seal ghost in the air pulled out the silver needles from her body, and addressed the ghosts below. "The grudge ghost is dead. If you want to live, follow her. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." The remnants of the cursed ghost surrendered one after another, all pledging allegiance to the Crimson Seal ghost. "After fighting the cursed ghost for centuries, I finally won with my husband's help." She then turned to look for Lin Mo. Lin Mo ignored her and kept picking up ghost pearls from the ground. Especially the ghost pearls from the evil spirit level cursed ghost, one of which could sell for nearly 2 million. At this moment, the red mark ghost hugged Lin Mo from behind, inviting him to a celebration for defeating the grudge ghost. But he refused her invitation, explaining that he only did it to help himself. The love-struck red mark ghost already believed Lin Mo was being kind to her, even though he didn't say it aloud. Finally, she turned and left for school. The trio who had been following them witnessed the whole scene. Gao sure deduced that the ghost sword's power was close to that of her ghost doll, and she even unified the wasteland fire with the red mark ghost. "This person is truly unfathomable." I immediately reported the situation to my father. The security chief, upon receiving the intelligence, convened a meeting overnight. The intelligence revealed that Lin Mo has already contracted 4 ghosts. Her threat level has skyrocketed. The deputy chief, having lost his patience, proposed to just capture and interrogate her. He argued they could obtain all the information that way without so much fuss. All this tracking and investigating. But this idea was ridiculed by Gao Longqing, because she knew Lin Mo was not only protected by Duan Jianfen, but also possibly backed by a powerful figure. Without sufficient evidence proving she was a descendant of the Demon Seal, they couldn't request military assistance, facing questioning from higher-ups. In the end, the director decided to force out the Demon Seal descendant behind Lin Mo. They would use the annual Provincial University Ghost Entertainment Trials, where freshmen are typically sent to low-risk trials, to increase the difficulty this year, putting Lin Mo in danger. That powerful figure would be forced to intervene. Everyone agreed that this, using a knife to kill someone else, plan was brilliant. They inquired about the location for the Ghost Entertainment Trial this year. Gao Longqing appeared thoughtful, then tapped a spot marked with a building icon on the map. Kanglin City. The principal lectured from the podium, but Fatty reviewed directorial materials below. His desk mate, Lin Mo, not only didn't stop him, but even offered him a website with resources from hundreds of instructors. He wanted to convince Fatty to join him in the Ghost Entertainment Trials. It's common knowledge that Kanglin Ghost Entertainment is incredibly dangerous. Even elite Hell Ghost squads can't guarantee a safe return. The principal signaled for them to calm down first, explaining that this Ghost Entertainment was voluntary, and they could choose to opt out if they didn't want to participate. Moreover, there were only 5 prison ghost master teams available at Ares Academy. This ghost entertainment wasn't that scary for Lin Mo. Not only did he have 4 July ghosts, but in the middle of the night last night, he secretly rolled up his sleeves and started practicing. After absorbing the ghost energy of the ghost pig, he successfully broke through and upgraded to a double-level prison ghost master. After breaking through, his control over the July ghosts would become more and more stable. There shouldn't be any more intel about the chainsaw ghosts going berserk. The most important benefit is that we can raise the July ghost's level again. The chainsaw ghost and the bloodline ghost can be upgraded from specter to demon, and all 3 skills will be activated at the same time. But the Great Spectre is still just a poor wretch. With these power-ups, he decided to invite Fatso to participate in the Ghost Desire trial, but Fatso flatly refused. Lin Mo listened and sarcastically said, he knew Fatso activated the Trash Can Ghost skill a few days ago, so his defense has been significantly improved. Fatso showed his phone screen, which was playing a tutorial video by teacher Bodo. He said he needed to focus on his studies. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled confidently. He decided to offer Fatso a condition he couldn't refuse. If the Fatso goes into the Ghost Desire with him, all the resources of this learning website will belong to the Fatso. The Fatso saw hundreds of teachers' profiles and drooled all over the place. Following the principle that the greater the risk, the greater the reward, the Fatso agreed to enter the Ghost Desire with him. But the Fatso wanted to find a girl to team up with. Lin Mo said that the girls in this school were built like tiger tanks. Finally, they decided that Ichio, the Fatso, and Lin Mo would form a team to participate in the Azure Ghost Desire trial. At this time, the principal announced one final thing. All students participating in the trial would have a death insurance policy, with the school covering the cost. Hearing about death insurance, the Fatso was startled. Couldn't you have said something more auspicious? Time quickly passed to the ghost trial. Only 3 teams came from White Sheep Academy. One of them was the Gaosher Trio. Moments later, the deputy director announced the rules on stage. The trial will last for 5 days. The Security Bureau will score teams based on the number and strength of ghosts they kill. The top 30 teams will receive corresponding rewards. The higher the score, the greater the reward. Unlike before, there are no teleportation suits like the last assessment. This news panicked most of the people present. If they encountered a high-level ghost, they would likely be dead. Watching the crowd chattering beside him, Lin Mo understood it wasn't the Security Bureau's intentional illegality, but that the transfer suits only worked within specific magic circles. Tsengan City was too large for the magic circle to cover completely. From now on, everyone was on their own. Sun Deli then announced that it was still possible to withdraw. A little boy in the corner was the first to raise his hand to quit. However, his companions were unhappy because if one person withdrew, the entire team had to withdraw as well. But even without the teleportation service, he still chose to save the little girl. Moments later, most people chose to exit the trial. Sun Deli announced that the remaining people should go get their supplies first, and then gather at the entrance. He saw Lin Mo, whom he had been thinking about, in the team. His mouth stretched into a wide grin. As the door slowly opened, everyone entered the ghost domain in an orderly manner. This marked the official start of the trial. Lin Mo and his group had a clear destination. The night before the trial, they gathered in their dorm to discuss their strategy. Lin Mo had specifically acquired a detailed map of the Azure Ghost domain. He already had a preliminary plan in mind. He had marked only the location of the bank on the map. Fatty immediately understood his intention. Since ghosts likely wouldn't be interested in money, the bank probably still had plenty of cash. Their real goal was to go to the bank and get the money. However, after entering the ghost domain, Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry to reach their destination. This was because there were certainly more ghosts in the city than in the suburbs, and rushing in would be risky. Besides, it was about to rain. So they decided to go to the village ahead first. When they arrived at the village, they discovered someone had already beaten them there. Lin Mo wasn't panicked at all. This was a good opportunity to let them scout ahead. After everyone else had entered the village and confirmed there were no ghosts, Lin Mo emerged from a corner. But he ultimately chose to spend the night in a dilapidated warehouse. Fatty was puzzled. Why was everyone else staying in large houses? But we have to live in this broken-down house. At this moment, Achio pats his shoulder and says this is the best place. Lin Mo laughs after hearing this, saying Achio understands him. Fatty thinks for a long time. The more he thinks, the more agitated he gets. Finally, Achio gives him the answer. Because this is located at the entrance of the village, if they unfortunately encounter a ghost nest, they can escape immediately. They won't be trapped and surrounded in the village. After hearing this, Fatty is suddenly enlightened. So that's why. Then Lin Mo asked them all to eat some cookies to replenish their energy. The fat man ate 3 cookies in one bite, and complained that it wasn't enough for someone with his appetite. It was only enough for 3 bites. Just then, a man claiming to be from the Lin Feng Academy walked into their house. He was holding 2 pieces of meat in his hand. He said he wanted to share them with them to satisfy their cravings. Lin Mo and Achio became alert. They prepared to take the meat from his hand. Just as they were about to eat, Lin Mo stopped them. "Excuse me, how did you bring this meat in?" he asked. Achio pointed out that the security bureau confiscated their phones and all food before they entered the ghost domain. Huakun patted his chest, explaining that he had sewn a hidden pocket inside his clothes. "I brought the meat in there," he said. Lin Mo asked him why he was giving them such a large portion. He replied that since they were staying at the village entrance, if they saw any ghosts tonight, he hoped they would warn him and the others so they could be prepared. Kindness always has an ulterior motive. Lin Mo agreed to his request and took the meat from him. Finally, Huakun said goodbye and turned to leave. Lin Mo asked Achio to check. Was there anything wrong with the meat? Achio inserted the knife into the meat and examined it carefully. Lin Mo told the fat one to be quiet. He thought it was strange to give meat like this. It was like a weasel giving a chicken a gift. After checking, Achio concluded that the meat was not poisonous, but it was too fragrant. At this moment, Blood and Ghost realized that this meat was not ordinary. It was the flesh of a spirit ghost. The fat man, no longer concerned with the implications, already had his hand reaching for the meat on the table. Achio explained that the flesh spirit ghost was a kind of ghost that manipulated people's minds. If you ate its flesh, you would be at its mercy for a period of time. After hearing this, the fat man quickly dropped the ghost's flesh in his hand. Lin Mo saw through their intentions. The other party wanted to manipulate them, use them as cannon fodder to lead the way, leaving themselves safe. It seems tonight either they die or we do. Lin Mo decided to play along. They would shout and pretend to eat the meat, creating the illusion that they had consumed it. Hearing the sounds of them fighting over the meat, Huakun thought his trick had worked, and he now had 3 more pawns to use. Night fell, and everyone drifted off to sleep. Lin Mo and his 2 companions were no exception. Suddenly, the sounds of gongs and drums jolted Lin Mo awake. Who's putting on an opera in the middle of the night? 2 figures danced on the opera stage. When Wuhua sang on stage, "The King of Hell decrees death at the 3rd watch. Who will keep me till the 5th? Achio immediately recognized it. This was the ghost opera called Zhongyuan Festival Opera, beheading officials. Specifically used to hook the souls of the living. At this moment, Huakun knew his opportunity had arrived. He suggested that Lin Mo and the other 2 deal with the 2 ghosts. Then the team leader summoned the flesh spirit ghost. After being summoned, the flesh spirit ghost activated its skill. Lin Mo's side also sensed that the other side had started to act. He decided to pretend to be controlled, and teach them a lesson. Achio pointed out that the play Ghost Flower Egg was singing was a control skill. He reminded them to try their best not to listen. The fat man replied, "That's easy to say. How can we control whether we listen or not?" At that moment, Lin Mo said, "I have a plan." They then walked up to Ghost Flower Egg, listening to the play and applauding. This scene was also observed by the 3 people hiding in the shadows. But what surprised them was that Ghost Flower Egg wasn't as powerful as they had heard. The 3 people were still fine after listening to the play. The captain agreed with them, deciding to strike first and kill the 2 ghosts to earn points. He ordered all of his men to attack, but what awaited them was a terrible catastrophe. Lin Mo was singing opera at dawn. The next second, he threw the audience member who sighed during the performance onto the stage face first. Not only that, but another ghost dancer on stage chopped off someone's arm with a single swing. It turns out those on stage were Ghost Dan, performing ghost opera, specifically to hook the souls of the living. Seeing this, Lin Mo applauded from below. Those on stage were puzzled. They were clearly in the same place, so why weren't the 3 of them affected by the stage's power? It turns out that Lin Mo had stuffed asbestos into his ears beforehand. That's why he wasn't affected. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 40 points for breaking the defense. Then, everyone on the stage summoned 7 ghost maidens to counterattack. The next moment, 6 ghost maidens were summoned. It created a situation of overwhelming numbers. But Lin Mo, in the audience, didn't show any sign of being affected. Instead, he condemned the people on stage for using their numbers to their advantage. It's truly a case of enjoying the spectacle without any regard for fairness. Congratulations, host. You have earned 80 points for breaking the defense. Lin Mo then commanded another flower egg. He told it not to be stunned. The teammate was about to be killed. The flower egg ghost immediately activated its skill and continued to sing opera. Upon hearing the opera, the other flower egg ghost suddenly swelled up. It immediately reversed the situation for the martyr. So, Gui Hua Dan is a control and support type. He still has 2 contracted ascendants, and plans to take them for himself. After all, he doesn't have a healing type support yet. Now Gui Wuxing's movements are like a swift, piercing dragon. He faces the enemy's attacks, and easily neutralizes them all, and he takes the opportunity to counterattack. Having lost their contracted ghosts, the two instantly suffer the pain of backlash. Lin Mo gets more and more excited, constantly praising Gui Mei's excellent skills on stage. Impressive skills. Everyone on the stage realized. They needed to eliminate the singing ghost Hua Dan first. But their plan failed. Now only the boss is left. Facing death, he still wants his ghost girl to save him. But they can't even save themselves. Finally, he can only shout out to Lin Mo below the stage, begging him for help. What did you say? I couldn't hear a sound. Head and body separated. The severed head rolled a few times on the ground. This scene made Lin Mo clap his hands raw. Next, it's my turn to put on a show for you. Facing Ghost Dance's preemptive strike, he summoned the Chainsaw Devil to fight. Beam, in a flash, Chainsaw Man suppressed Ghost Dance. Seeing this, Ghost Flower felt a sense of foreboding. He began to dance and flail his arms nearby. Singing and dancing, he channeled a surge of energy into Ghost Dance's body. Empowered, Ghost Dance slowly began to lift the chainsaw. In an instant, he broke free from Chainsaw Man's hold. He realized the power of the Great Thief King. After dodging the Chainsaw Devil's attack, he attacked Lin Mo. But Lin Mo had seen through his move. He then summoned the Sword Devil. With a single sword, he resolved the crisis, sending the Ghost Dance flying several meters away. Lin Mo didn't intend to stop there. He immediately launched an Evil Slaying Sword attack. The skill directly hit Gui Wuxing. Gui Wuxing coughed up blood and was sent flying again. Seeing this, Gui Huadan hurried forward to check on him. Just then, Dishiongui plucked the strings and activated his skill. Gui Huadan felt dizzy and slipped, falling into Lin Mo's arms. What a pretty lady, Lin Mo said, taking the opportunity to tease her. Seeing this, Gui Wuxing threatened Lin Mo to let go of his junior sister. And congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 breakthrough points. At this moment, the Chainsaw Ghosts performed a Crows Sit on Airplane move, landing squarely on Gui Wuxing, who was about to get up, pinning him down. Lin Mo hatched a plan. He needed to find a way to break both of their defenses, making it easier for him to form a contract. He continued to tease Gui Huadan. My dear lady, is that man your senior brother? Are you two a couple? Gui Huadan shyly turned her head and told him to mind his own business. The next moment, Lin Mo grabbed her bottom, and he put his arm around her waist, holding her close. He told the Ghost Flower Egg to submit to him directly, promising to make him happy every day. The Ghost Flower Egg, humiliated and enraged, eyes blazing red, was about to die with him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of defense breach. Detected that the Flower Egg Ghost's defense breach has reached 10%. The distance to direct gas transfer is still 89% away. But Lin Mo used just one sentence to change the Ghost Flower Egg's mind. If you touch me, your senior brother will die. He glanced back at the Ghost Dance Sound who was being pinned down by the Chainsaw Ghost. He stopped his attack, cursing Lin Mo through tears, calling him a despicable villain. At this moment, Lin Mo thought, their defenses are only down 10%. I need to discuss them at home with the forbidden clothing. He suddenly grabbed Gui Huadan's hand. Such beautiful hands, following Gui Wuxing, singing opera in the wind and sun all day. It really makes my heart ache. Lin Mo continued to knead his face. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 100 breakdown points. Gui Huadan's breakdown has reached 30%. 69% remains until direct transfer. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 400 breakdown points. Gui Wuxing's breakdown has reached 69%. 30% remains until direct transfer. At this moment, Gui Wuxing, who was standing to the side, completely broke down. Lin Mo realized that the obscene Ghost Huadan could accelerate the breakdown of Gui Wuxing's defenses, so he decided to completely break them down first. He then stepped forward, grinning as he said to Gui Huadan, Don't tell me you're still saving your first kiss? Then he leaned in as if to kiss her. Seeing his girlfriend seemingly being kissed, Gui Wuxing let out a heart-wrenching roar. Gui Wuxing's defense breakdown has reached 99%. Contract signing available. But Lin Mo hadn't actually kissed her. He had just pretended to in order to break Gui Wuxing's defenses. He issued the command to sign the contract. Ding, Ghost Waltz, are you willing to become Mr. Lin Mo's contract scroll? Ghost Waltz slapped the floor and said no. The system prompted that it was just going through the motions and wouldn't care if he agreed or not. Contract signing in progress. 10%. 20%. Contract successful. Ghost Waltz transformed into a yellow light and entered Lin Mo's arm. He successfully signed a contract with Ghost Waltz. The clueless Ghost Flower Dan still had a fierce expression. The next moment, Lin Mo suddenly pulled down his clothes. Ghost Wadan's defenses are 80% broken. 19% remains before a direct contract can be signed. The man is undressing the female ghost. He even made the female ghost cry. Not only that, he's whispering suggestive things in her ear. This finally causes Ghost Wadan's defenses to completely crumble. Ghost Wadan's defenses are 99% broken. Forced contract signing is now available. Lin Mo immediately chooses to sign. The system's voice rings in his ears. Ghost Wadan, forget about your senior brother. Becoming Lin Mo's contracted ghost is your life's honor. Then, he asked if you would like to. But he received a refusal from the Ghost Flower Dan. You are willing. You just say you aren't willing. You are deceiving yourself. The contract is being signed. Contract signed. Under the system's persuasion, the Ghost Flower Dan's body turned into a red light. It entered Lin Mo's arm. The Ghost Flower Dan was successfully contracted. He is one step closer to achieving his small goal of becoming a ghost. Another step forward. He finally reclaimed the Chainsaw Ghost and the Great Evil Ghost. Just then, Ghost Wuxing started causing trouble. He wanted to go out and find his junior sister. Ding Ghost Wuxing's loyalty decreased by 5%, remaining at 2%. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly tried to persuade him. He first clarified that he had no impure thoughts about his junior sister, and told him that Ghost Flower Dan had also become his contract ghost, so they could be together forever and he wouldn't have to worry about her being taken away. Ghost Flower Dan emerged from Lin Mo's body. Ghost Wuxing saw his junior sister, and immediately rushed forward to embrace her, promising that they would be together forever. Ding Ghost Wuxing's loyalty increased by 5%, remaining at 7%. Ghost Flower Dan's loyalty increased by 10%, remaining at 12%. But Ghost 5 Lives was still not going to let Lin Mo off the hook, because he had won over his younger sister. Ghost Opera Lady stepped in to explain that Lin Mo had not been flirting. He was simply making small talk to secure their agreement. Their misunderstanding was thus cleared up. As a result, Ghost 5 Lives' loyalty directly increased by 20%. Lin Mo realized that as long as he kept Ghost Opera Lady on his side, Ghost 5 Lives would be easily controlled. He then began to speak to them both, suggesting that they were talented but underutilized. If they followed him, he would take them to places with a lot of people, allowing more to hear Ghost Opera Lady's exceptional voice. Both ghosts agreed with Lin Mo's proposal. Therefore, the Ghost Flower Dan's loyalty increased by 18%, and the Ghost 5 Life's loyalty increased by 3%. Both ghosts' loyalty reached 30%. Thus, Lin Mo easily solved the loyalty issue of the two ghosts. After returning to their lodgings, they used the 4 people's rations to solve their dinner problem. Achio also eliminated the remaining 2 weak ghosts in the village. Lin Mo said that they, as students, were incapable of solving the ghost city that even the army and elite prison ghost group couldn't clear. He told them to rest well before entering the city, and that they should engage in guerrilla warfare and kill as many ghosts as possible. However, he took his backpack himself, and said he was going to improve the level of his contract ghost. He had a premonition that a fierce battle awaited him tomorrow. Achio thought Lin Mo was stronger than him. Seeing how hard Lin Mo worked, he resolved to cultivate diligently too. The man's big fierce ghost was about to level up. Every time it leveled up, its fierce weapon would swell and grow larger. Just now, Lin Mo was sitting alone at the stone table outside. Then he summoned the big fierce ghost. He then grabbed 3 ghost orbs. I threw them all to the big bad ghost. In the next second, the big bad ghost absorbed all the ghostly energy from the ghost orbs. His level skyrocketed, going from a low-level malignant spirit to a high-level malignant spirit. As his level increased, the big bad ghost's weapon visibly expanded, going from an F to an H in an instant. Lin Mo coughed awkwardly, trying to distract himself. Then, he unlocked Skill 2 for the Big Bad Ghost. Ding! Successfully exchanged for Big Bad Ghost Skill 2, Osprey's Cry. This skill reduces the spiritual energy of any ghost master within its sonic range. Simply put, it's like Shui Lan's support skill. By restricting spiritual and ghostly energy, it can suppress skill usage. He then retrieved the powerful evil spirit. Next, he had another female spirit to level up. He dumped all the spirit beads from his bag. He wanted to give the bloodline spirit a big present. The bloodline spirit then opened up and absorbed all the spirit beads. Moments later, the absorption was complete. Lin Mo turned his head and saw not only Acu behind the wall, but also all the acupuncture points and meridians in his body. This is simply a divine sword. The Bloodline Ghost said that he could feel his strength greatly increasing, giving Lin Mo a 5-star rating. Lin Mo, however, told him it was much more than that. He clicked the Unlock Skill 3 button, spending a full 1000 points to unlock it successfully. The Bloodline skill can mark enemies within a 50-meter range with a Bloodline imprint. After 10 seconds of continuous blood loss, it can be detonated, dealing true damage. This is a large-scale AoE damage skill. Even when facing a ghost tide, you don't need to be afraid. The Bloodline Ghost was very satisfied with this. He resolutely expressed his gratitude to Lin Mo. The Ice Bloodline Ghost's loyalty increased by 15%. The Ice Bloodline Ghost's loyalty has reached 99%. Loyalty cannot decrease, and it has become a permanent contract ghost. Lin Mo was very satisfied with the outcome. Now that the Bloodline Ghost would never be appeased, the other ghosts would eventually be permanently bound to him. Ordinary people would run for their lives when encountering a ghost tide. These two, however, loved to fight when they met a ghost tide. They even competed to see who could kill more, because these more than 100 ghosts were, in their eyes, equivalent to more than 100 opportunities to increase the level of their contracted ghosts. Just now, Lin Mo's group was on their way to the city center. When they encountered a few people fleeing in panic, they learned from these people that a ghost tide had occurred up ahead, numbering about 100. For ordinary ghost hunters, it was a living hell. After hearing this, Gio wasn't afraid but excited, because in their eyes, this ghost tide was equivalent to over 100 ghost orbs. They ran towards the ghost tide without looking back. This scene confused the others. Why were they so eager to rush to their deaths? Moments later, the two encountered the ghost tide. Gio was the first to attack, summoning the silver ghost. A shadow appeared beneath his feet. The next second, the silver ghost, wielding its scythe, was summoned. The silver ghost simply swung back. A large swathe of ghostly heads were cut down in front of them. Gio's bravery, combined with the silver ghost's battle prowess, made them a seamless team. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "This silver ghost is fierce!" So he couldn't fall behind and summoned the dancing ghost and chainsaw ghost to fight. At this moment, a large number of ghosts surged towards Lin Mo. He summoned the sword ghost, cutting down the enemies one by one. My other two contracted ghosts are handling the other side of the battlefield. Any ghost that dares approach them gets sent straight to hell. But I'm not satisfied with the current situation, simply because Gio's ghost-killing speed is faster than mine. The ghosts are attacking again. This time, I activated my Bloodchild Ghost's third skill, Blood Plague. Every ghost I looked at was marked with Blood Plague. At this moment, I'm counting down in my mind. 1, 2, 30 seconds. Time's up. The blood curse on the ghosts suddenly exploded violently. Their bodies turned into fragments with a series of explosions. The man killed 100 ghosts overnight, attracting the attention of the ghost leader. A high-level meeting was held overnight, and Lin Mo faced a new crisis. The Blue Ghost, along with the Ghost Hands and the Ghost Scholar, asked their underlings if the people who entered the Ghost Realm were from the Security Bureau. Were any of them 7-level Ghost Breeders? The little ghost sitting down reported that they had just captured 2 people. After questioning them, they discovered that they were just acting out of righteousness and had come to the Blue Chamber for a trial. They weren't even proper 5-level Ghost Breeders, just a bunch of kids. The Ghost Scholar ordered a few ghosts to capture all those children and bring them back for a feast. The moving ghost expressed his concerns, asking if capturing all of them would anger the Zhou Kingdom and provoke them to send an army. The Poison Ghost scoffed, saying if they had the strength, they would have attacked already. At most, they could only trap them with a formation. The Smoke Ghost agreed with the Poison Ghost and stepped forward to volunteer. He said to leave those 1st and 2nd-level small fry ghost masters to him. The Ghost Scholar agreed and told him to be quick and make sure none of them escaped. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Mo had also finished his battle at the foot-cleaning ghost's nest. The ground was completely covered with ghost pigs. This scene stunned everyone present. The onlookers couldn't tell which side were the ghosts, because in their eyes, those two seemed more excited to see ghosts than people. One of them noticed the fat guy standing aside and not participating, and asked him why he wasn't fighting. The fat guy put on a tough act and replied, "These small fry ghosts are enough for my 2 subordinates to handle. I only deal the final blow, the big explosion." Everyone looked at the fat guy with admiration. But the slap in the face came quickly. Lin Mo told him not to stand there, to hurry and pick up the ghost pig. The fat man then scurried over to do so. After picking up the ghost pig, Lin Mo and the others entered the city. They could clearly feel the level of the ghosts in the city had generally risen. The fat man at this time wanted to flee. He suggested they had already gotten 100 stone lion ghost pigs, and they should just go back. Lin Mo agreed with his thought. But the bank wasn't far from here, and it would be a shame not to rob it. After robbing the bank, they would leave. Just then, an accident happened. The wall in front of them was destroyed. 3 ox-headed ghosts appeared behind the wall. Achio recognized them as 3 high-level breast spirits, and asked if they wanted to fight. In a flash, Lin-Mo grabbed the fat man, dodging the breast spirit's attack before running towards the bank. They finally arrived at their destination, the Azure City Bank. After entering, he planned to take all the money. But he encountered an old friend, Lu Zhe. So he used the contracted ghost with the ability to fly to avoid the ghost nests outside the city and get here. But Lin-Mo was concerned whether he had touched the money in the bank. Just then, 3 other men appeared. They were all dual cultivation ghost masters from Xiafeng University. Lin-Mo, strong but mocking, pointed out to Lu Zhe that he had only come here by clinging to someone else's leg. These words directly made Lu Zhe's face flush. Ding! Palace Joy host gained 40 defense break and fatality. And that's how we have the opening scene where Lu Zhe was publicly humiliated. But even with 3 each, they still can't beat him. Why aren't you 3 counting Lu Zhe? Is he not a person? Ding Gongxi, the host has obtained 40 armor-piercing hits. Lin-Mo didn't take them seriously and told Achio and Fatty to get ready to fight. Just as they were about to start fighting, they were stopped by the appearance of Shui Tongwei. Because he sensed danger approaching. More than a dozen high-level evil spirits were rushing towards the bank, led by a high-level malevolent spirit. These were all formidable opponents that Lin-Mo and his companions would have trouble dealing with. I need to get out of here fast. Then immediately apologize and tell them I was just joking. The money in the bank is all theirs. Coward! Now you know Xiafeng's people aren't to be trifled with. Yeah. Stay close, don't leave the bank. After Lin-Mo and the other 2 came out of the bank, he told Fatty to quickly summon the Trashcan Ghost. Fatty didn't ask any questions and summoned the Trashcan Ghost. Lin-Mo told them to quickly get inside the trash can. Moments later, inside the trash can, the 3 of them. I saw a group of high-level ghosts, in a grand procession, entering the bank. They quickly surrounded the 4 members of the Snow Phoenix team inside. They had no choice but to summon the 7 packed ghost warriors. But the smoke ghost didn't take them seriously. He said he'd let them go if they could hold out for the length of a cigarette. Then, the sounds of intense battle echoed from within the bank. Meanwhile, Lin-Mo, who was outside, used the abilities of the Snow Ghost. He watched the battle within. Although those 3 from Snow Phoenix are pretty fierce, they're definitely no match for the Ghost Clan. But they can still weaken them somewhat. Fatty asks if they're just going to leave the money in the bank. Lin-Mo and Achio say in unison. No way! There are 2 possible scenarios. If the Ghost Clan is significantly weakened, we'll launch a sneak attack. Then we'll take both the Ghost Pearls and the money. Otherwise, we'll wait until they leave before retrieving the money. We can attack or retreat. It's a flexible plan. Achio and Lin-Mo are on the same wavelength, high-fiving each other. Only Fatty is clueless, completely out of the loop. Lin-Mo tells Fatty to take off his sunglasses because he looks like a fool. What will happen next? A few overconfident individuals were trapped on crosses by a thick smoke. The next moment, red whips appeared out of thin air, and lashed heavily against each of them. In less than half a minute, all 4 were whipped to death. This is Smoker's ultimate move, the light-up transformation. The dense smoke causes hallucinations, forcing them to relive their past sins. Each sin that appears results in a lashing, continuing until Smoker whips them to death. Lu Zhe has the most scars, indicating he committed the most sins during his lifetime. Lin-Mo gave Achio's profound theoretical knowledge a thumbs up. The current situation is that Shui Feng and the others have consumed a lot of the Smoke Demon's ghost power. They've also turned 5 or 6 vampires into coal. But the Smoke Demon's ultimate move is too powerful, and they haven't found a way to counter it yet. Lin-Mo was still hesitant, thinking about giving up. After all, it wouldn't be good to die for some money. But Achio felt that they could do it. Although the Smoke Demon's ultimate move is powerful, it has a fatal weakness, a 1-hour cooldown. Lin-Mo, upon hearing that the ultimate move was gone, thought it would be much easier. Now was the perfect time to strike while he's vulnerable. He wants him dead. Then the 2 jumped out of the trash can, deciding to challenge the smoker. The premise was to make it quick. It would be bad if they attracted other ghosts. This was the fat man seeking their opinions. What should he do? Lin-Mo told him to stay put because he would need his trash can to store money later. Moments later, to their surprise, there were still hostages appearing. This was like an unexpected fortune for them. They then commanded their minions to go and take down the 2. Lin-Mo and his companions summoned their respective 7-packed ghosts, preparing to fight. Facing the attack of numerous vampires, Akia summoned his ghosts to fight together. Lin-Mo was not to be outdone, sending all his 7 Covenant ghosts at him at once. Ghost Dance was the first to block the attack. Sword Ghost dealt with any stragglers from behind. But Lin Mo realized that Sword Ghost couldn't hurt them at all. He was almost hit by the enemy's counterattack. Aki warned Lin Mo to be careful of the vampire's passive skill, Taste of Blood. If he's attacked and bleeds, their attack power and frenzy will greatly increase. Then they'll be in trouble. So Lin Mo no longer held back his ghosts. He first commanded the Great Malignant Ghost to use its skill, Soul-Snatching Grasp, immobilizing the enemy in place. He then ordered the Chainsaw Ghost to activate its skill, Chainsaw Frenzy. The Chainsaw Ghost spun wildly in the center of the enemy group, instantly cutting the enemies in half. Seeing their stance, the Smoke Ghost realized these two were even stronger than the previous four. Seeing that his vampire army had already suffered heavy casualties, he ordered all his vampires to use their skill, Hurricane Bite. The vampires, having received the order, started spinning in circles. A crimson tornado formed in an instant. It charged towards Lin Mo and his group in a mighty torrent. Faced with tornadoes coming from all directions, Lin Mo and the others felt a sense of impending doom. In their current situation, they couldn't escape. Just then, their savior appeared. The fat man could be seen running wild with a trash can. As he threw the trash can, he activated his skill, Harden, simultaneously. Just as the trash can was about to fall on them, the fat man slid under it, and he was inside the trash can just as it landed. The vampires all ended up attacking the trash can. And so, Lin Mo and the others had a narrow escape. Hearing the banging noises outside, Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, "This trash can ghost, a Ligue level 1. Can it withstand the attacks of the Ligue and vampires?" The fat man confidently spread out his 5 fingers and said, "It's invincible for the first 5 seconds after I harden it." 5 seconds later, a vampire's head burst out of the trash can. Fortunately, Achio was quick-witted and quick-handed, finishing off the vampire with a single blow and having the fatso put the trash can ghost away. Continuing would have meant certain death. After putting the trash can ghost away, the 3 reappeared in the midst of the vampire swarm. However, having used their skills, they were now clearly a bit weak. Lin Mo told Fatso to hide first, leaving the rest of the cleanup to them. When the fat man was far away, Lin Mo and Achio went all out to finish it quickly. They both dealt with the enemies in front of them. Moments later, all the vampires on the field were defeated. The smoker never imagined these 2 brats were so fierce. All these vampires lost. So, he decided to do it himself. He took a drag of his cigarette, then blew out all the smoke. The scene was instantly engulfed in smoke. It turned out he had activated his skill, Smoke Screen. Now all they could see was a white haze of smoke. The smoker is concealed within the smoke. As long as they can't see him, he's invincible. In a flash, he appeared behind Lin Mo. He prepared to launch a fatal blow. But Lin Mo suddenly turned around. The smoker's face was filled with shock. But there's more to it than that. Lin Mo not only discovered his intentions, but also planned to strike back. "Who said I can't see you?" The attacked smoker. Where did he suffer such injustice? Ding, congratulations host for gaining 80 breakthrough points. The reason why Lin Mo can see clearly is because he possesses the ability of the Bloodchild Ghost. The smoker realized that this Bloodchild Ghost was his nemesis, able to make his invisible smoke almost non-existent under the Bloodchild. After dodging Lin Mo's counterattack, Smoker disappeared into the smoke again, but he didn't plan to give up. Since he couldn't kill Lin Mo, he would switch targets. Smoker instantly emerged from the smoke. His target this time was Achio, who didn't have the blood pupil. Just as his sneak attack was about to succeed, Achio dodged to the side, causing the attack to miss. Then a sharp blade flashed across, slicing Smoke Ghost's neck. A torrent of blood gushed out. Smoke Ghost quickly grabbed his almost severed head. He wondered how Achio had seen him. Achio explained that as long as there's a shadow, he can sense it. Smoke Ghost still couldn't believe that the 2 before him were Xinqing, and both were aware of his existence. But Smoke Ghost believed they still had no chance of survival. A mass of smoke gathered beneath his feet. Moments later, he soared into the sky, waiting for his ultimate ability to cool down. Lin Mo and his companions saw through his intentions. Smokey knew they had no long-range attacks. He just needed to wait 50 minutes for his ultimate to cool down, then he could descend and finish them off. Lin Mo didn't give him the chance. He activated the Bloodchild Ghost's curse skill. The curse mark appeared on Smokey's arm. Just as he was wondering, this skill is clearly one that only a 5-fold Ghost Master can learn. The next moment, an explosion rang out, and the arm bearing the curse mark was blown off. Thus Lin Mo escaped from the ruined temple and earned 150 ruined temple points. Seeing the Smoke Ghost about to escape, they didn't plan to continue the pursuit. After all, he is a high-level evil spirit. Even injured, he wouldn't be easy to capture. Therefore, they decided to rob a bank. The smoke ghost, having lost his arm, returned to his base. He recounted how he was beaten. Ghost Scholar was very disappointed in him after hearing this. Poison Ghost mocked him, then volunteered to fight. Ghost Scholar agreed to his request, and told him to bring back the target alive. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, on Lin Mo's side, he's having Chainsaw Man saw through the gate of the gold shop. Soon, the security door is cut open. Inside, stacks of cash are neatly piled up. The sheer amount makes their eyes light up. He has the fat man summon the trash can devil. Then they throw all the money into the trash can to take it away. After packing up all the money, they decide to retreat to the relatively safe suburbs. But then something unexpected happens. They encounter the White Ghost Night Walk. Now the streets are swarming with ghosts. Since Ichio's skills are useless, only the trash can ghost has a chance to break through. When he activates his hardening skill, he also activates his movement ability. But his speed is slow, only half a meter per minute. Lin Mo couldn't help but complain about his snail-like speed. But for now, they could only stay in the trash can and leave. Then the trash can ghost was summoned again. Then, all three of them jumped in. As time went by, the garbage can moved 150 meters. They arrived at the middle of the road. One of the ghosts kicked the garbage can. Discovering that he was the same kind, he questioned why he hadn't seen him before. Lin Mo came up with an idea. He told him to say he was visiting relatives. The ghost thought it was reasonable. Just then, the lascivious ghost beside them. Disgusted with the severed limb, he threw it on the ground with a thud. The wandering spirit condemned him for his lack of manners, saying he should behave like him and put trash in the trash bin. He opened the trash bin while saying this. The moment he opened the bin, he smelled a familiar scent. He recognized it as the smell of a living person. He then tried to activate his skill, and the trash bin ghost begged for mercy. The wandering spirit questioned him why he had the smell of addiction inside him. The trash bin ghost nervously said that he had just eaten 2 living people and the smell hadn't dissipated yet. In the next second, a hand shot out and grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. He was then pulled into a trash can. Lin Mo tightly covered his mouth. Achio stepped forward in perfect coordination and stabbed him. His soul instantly dispersed. By the time the pervert reacted, he found he had already vanished. He was left searching in place. Moments later, they heard the sound of dice. It turned out the gambler was playing dice with others. Judging by the dice, the gambler won. Knowing he lost, the other player panicked. The price of losing this gamble was his life. The gambler shot a beam of light from his hand. The loser clutched his head. Another man on the scene refused to gamble with him. Then his fate was the same as the loser's. Now only one woman remained. The gambler urged her to gamble. If she won, he'd let her go. The result was both sides had 3 sixes, a tie. But the girl was still taken away and killed. Because with the same points, 18, the dealer wins. Then he decided to take care of some business. He wanted to find the punks who bullied the smoker. This scene was also witnessed by the 3 in the dumpster. They knew the gambler was coming for them. Achio started to panic because the gambler ghost is a vicious ghost. With his power, he could kill them instantly. They wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Their only chance of winning is to gamble with him. His first skill is heads or tails, chicken killer. They both roll dice. If the gambler ghost wins, his attack power increases tenfold. If he loses, he can't attack. Lin Mo thought that as long as they win the gamble, they'd be fine. But Achio pointed out that his second skill is dice control, which allows him to significantly manipulate the dice roll. Meaning, his probability of winning is over 90%. Just then, the gambler ghost spotted the 3 of them hiding in the trash can. Lin Mo emerged from the dumpster, grinning. The gambler, watching, mused that any ordinary person would have been terrified. He then gestured grandly, and pulled out 3 heads, proposing a gamble with Lin Mo. A fight to the death. Lin Mo stepped forward to discuss the stakes. The gambler stated that if he won, they would be free to go. If they lost, they would die. But Lin Mo felt this was unfair. He thought it should be death either way. The gambler, enraged, retorted that they had no right to bargain. One more word and they would die on the spot. Lin Mo wanted to raise the stakes after hearing this. He wanted to add the lives of the 2 behind him to the bet. If he won, he would let all 3 of them go. If he lost, all 3 would die. The gambler laughed after hearing this and readily agreed. Then the gamble between the 2 officially began. As the dice rolled down, the gambler lifted the lid. His score was 18 points, the highest possible. Achio and Fatty saw this and knew they were dead. But Lin Mo didn't think so because he hadn't finished rolling the dice. The gambler thought even if Lin Mo rolled an 18, since he was the dealer, he would still win. Lin Mo ignored him. According to the rules, as long as the dice cup wasn't opened, it wasn't a loss. This move completely broke the gambler. Lin Mo gained 80 breakdown points. He had no choice but to let Lin Mo continue rolling. Lin Mo kept biting for 10 minutes. The gambler couldn't take it anymore. If he didn't open it, he would have to take action. Lin Mo confidently opened the sieve. The leader's score shocked everyone. The final score was 19 points. Because he had bitten one of the heads in half. Now the gambler was crying his eyes out. Lin Mo even gained 500 points of penetration. Lin Mo won this round. They asked him how he did it as they left. He used his Blood Demon Ghost ability to bite the boss to level 6, and then used Sword Demon Ghost to unleash a small sword energy. He cut the boss in half. This operation was incredibly slick. They then hid back in the garbage bin. Lin Mo was inside looking at the map. Suddenly he encountered two bull demons flirting. The cow directly sent the garbage can ghost flying. The garbage can ghost rolled down the slope. And it rolled faster and faster. Since the garbage can ghost was out of control, the three people inside could only roll with it. The cow watched, and could only mutter, "Smi ma sa," in the underground parking lot. The ghost doll was touching its neck. With a snap, the necks of the two ghosts twisted 360 degrees. Then they immediately got their lunchboxes. The ghost child then touched his head. Then he straightened one of the heads. After that, he went back into Gao Shishir's body. The others, seeing this, also came forward to flatter him. The danger level of this place was a bit too much even for Gao Shishir. Just then, he noticed something unusual. A trash can suddenly appeared. Moments later, Lin Mo and the other two climbed out of it. This sight was witnessed by everyone standing nearby. This included the three who had ambushed Lin Mo after the market competition. Lin Mo struggled to open his eyes and saw all his enemies. Enemies meeting face to face, there was an undeniable tension. Just as the other side was about to attack, they were stopped by Gao Shishir, because now was not the time for infighting. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt very pleased with himself. He noticed the group of people led by Gao Shishir had just killed a ghost. They were holding a whole bunch of ghost pigs. Then, the three of them squatted down to pick up the ghost pigs. Someone nearby wasn't happy. They were the ones who killed the ghost pig. But now the loot was being picked up by them. Gao Shishir stepped forward, saying this was a matter of life and death, and he shouldn't be greedy for the ghost pigs. But unbeknownst to her, Lin Mo stood up and intentionally picked a fight, wanting the ghost pig. Greedy for a ghost? What ghost? Where's your ghost pig? Gao Shishir invited him to join the team, uniting with other students to escape the blue room. However, Lin Mo directly said, he was worried about being betrayed and stabbed by Gao Shishir. Gao Shishir was stunned. He didn't know what he had done to deserve such a defensive response. Lin Mo pointed out that his actions were more despicable than being stabbed. At this point, others stepped forward to dissuade him, telling him to ignore the words of this useless Lin Mo. Yes, I am useless, Lin Mo retorted, requesting that everyone stay away from him, this useless person, so they wouldn't be burdened later. Gao Shishir turned and left, angry. Other muscular individuals gave him looks of disgust. But Lin Mo responded with an internationally friendly gesture. Moments later, their group arrived outside the parking lot. But they encountered a big problem. First to appear before them were a skinwalker of the fiend level and an army of specters. Gao Shishir and Jianzhuang told them to run. When they fled to the rear, waiting for them was a threadworm, also of the fiend level. Now they've been driven into a corner. Gao Shishir summoned her fate ghost, preparing for battle. The others also summoned their own ghosts. The bomb ghost struck first, throwing two large firecrackers. With a boom, the group was sent flying. Before the smoke cleared, the skinwalker ghosts joined the fight. They were once close teammates, but now they suspect each other. Because the skinwalker ghost joined the chaotic battle, it can disguise itself as any of them. Because just now, the man discovered someone sneaking up behind him. He immediately ordered the ghost of oversight to go forward. He discovered the attacker was none other than the yellow-haired man with sunglasses. Strangely, he saw another yellow-haired man with sunglasses still fighting. While he was still wondering why there were two identical people, his heart was ripped out. Turns out the one who appeared behind him was actually the skin-changing ghost in disguise. Someone discovered it, and warned their teammates to be wary of the skin-stealer ghost. This led to a situation of mutual distrust. Lin Mo, hiding in the corner, witnessed this scene. They realized that once Gao Shishir and her group fell, they would be next. While they were still arguing amongst themselves, the bomb ghost seized the opportunity. He launched a surprise attack, detonating his bomb while they were distracted. It looked like Gao Shishir's group was about to collapse. Fatty asked Lin Mo which way they should run. Lin Mo looked back and chose the path with only the frozen ghost. The frozen ghost yawned out of boredom, then suddenly discovered new intelligence. He saw Lin Mo and the other two running towards him. Achio took the lead, providing cover. He activated his ghost-attracting skill, Shadow Abyss. But the frozen ghost wasn't going easy on them. He decided to take care of them all at once. He unleashed his skill, Winter's Icy Seal. A wave of cold air froze the path ahead. Achio and Fatty were frozen in place. Only Lin Mo reacted in time and jumped clear. However, the frozen ghost was also frozen by his own skill. Lin Mo stepped forward and struck him with 2 swords. But the attacks were deflected by the ice armor on his body. As expected of an evil spirit machine, its armor and magic resistance are incredibly high. The frozen ghost thought. Once the control skills end, it will be their death. Lin Mo chose to activate the Bloodchild Ghost's Blood Curse skill. The Blood Curse mark appeared on his chest. It would explode in 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, the mark exploded. The frozen ghost was knocked back 100 meters. Because the Blood Curse skill deals true damage, the frozen ghost was severely injured. Taking advantage of his weakness, Lin Mo summoned the 7 packed ghosts to rescue his companions. Ghost Dance and Chainsaw Ghost, acting as workplace ghosts, or breaking through the enemy's defenses. Moments later, the rescued duo trembled with fear. Lin Mo urged them to run. Just then, his foot was grabbed by a hand. It was someone from the Gao Corpse Master's side. He was being held down and chopped up by 2 ghosts. Because of the conflict between the few people just now, Lin Mo not only didn't lend a hand, but also mocked himself as a useless person, unworthy of saving him. He then pulled his hand away. Amidst the system's sound of receiving 200 break defense points, he retreated to a safe place. On the other side, the High Corpse Master, seeing Lin Mo's group break through the dead ghost's blockade, also commanded others to flee in that direction. He ignored his companions who were being attacked by ghosts. Back to Lin Mo's group of 3 who were fleeing. He was surprised to find the fat guy was actually running faster than him today. Even stranger, he noticed a trace of ghostly aura around the fat guy, yet his blood pupil couldn't see through him. At this moment, he decided to test the waters. He told the fat guy that his phone had been formatted before they entered the haunted house, so he couldn't give him the promised video. The fat guy wasn't interested in the video, instead saying that escaping was more important. Just then, 2 flashes of knife light attacked the fat guy. Unexpectedly, the fat guy dodged nimbly. Then his face began to melt. The fat guy before him was actually a skinwalker in disguise. Lin Mo was able to see through his disguise. Because he knew. If Fatty knew the video was gone, he'd definitely curse him to death. The skinwalker started cursing. What damn video? Is it more important than my life? Lin Mo gained samurai breakdown points. They demanded. Where did you put Fatty? Tell us, or we'll kill you. The skinwalker gave them a fearless look. He knew they couldn't kill him. Then he formed seals with his hands. He activated the secret art of shedding skin, leaving only a ghost skin where he stood. Inside the demon, he was bleeding behind Akiu, preparing to take care of Akiu first. Akiu used the shadow warp, resulting in the skin-shedding ghost attacking Yongzi. Then pressed the advantage, activated the skilled death chain of the winning ghost. The winner ghost swung his sword, heavily injuring the skin-changing ghost. He knew that if he continued to fight, he wouldn't win. So he used his skin-shedding skill to escape again. After repelling the skin-changing ghost, the 2 decided to return and save the fat man. They would find him, alive or dead. On their way back, Lin Mo encountered Gao Shishir and his group. Gao Shishir grabbed Lin Mo's hand and told him that there were many high-level ghosts behind them, and the fat man might be in danger. But Lin Mo, without a word, shook off his hand, and resolutely turned back to look for Fatty. Their attitudes towards their companion were worlds apart. Gao Shishir decided to escape first, and then contact the security bureau, thinking she might still be able to save his life. When she arrived back at the previous location, the scene was a mess. Lin Mo and Achio kept calling out Fatty's name amidst the ruins. A moment later, Fatty waved to them from under a corpse. But at this moment, Lin Mo stopped Achio, who was about to go and rescue him, warning him to be careful of a trap. Then, using the same excuse, he told him his phone was broken and he couldn't fulfill his promise of giving him the video. The fat man spat out a curse. Lin Mo said, "Damn you, you're so full of yourself. My Japanese action movie is called a play. Damn, and congratulations, host, you've earned 300 damage points." The fat man had been so enraged that he fainted. Lin Mo confirmed that he was the real deal. He quickly moved forward to attempt to rescue. But to his surprise, a huge, dark army of ghosts stood behind him. Leading the charge was his former subordinate, Z. Seeing this, Lin Mo simply responded with a single word. Stop. The smoke ghost and the poison ghost both wanted to step forward and take them down by themselves. But they were met with a blast. Standing behind them was their leader, Gui Xiucai. He was extremely disappointed in his subordinate's performance, and now had to take matters into his own hands. Seeing this, Lin Mo and the others realized they were in deep trouble, because standing before them was a half-step ghost king. It was pure luck that they had managed to defeat the poison ghost and the smoke ghost, and they had only barely escaped from the dead ghost and the skin-changing ghost. But he knew that against Gui Xiucai, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Faced with Gui Xiucai's overwhelming pressure, Lin Mo felt a deep sense of powerlessness. "I'll show you today what true strength is." The ghost scholar told him to use all his moves. "He's frantically touching my face." Lin Mo knew he couldn't win, but he couldn't let the greedy ghost succeed either. He finally decided to use his blood curse skill. He had used this move to defeat the smoke ghost and the moving corpse ghost. Faced with the sudden blood curse, Ghost Scholar remained calm and waved his fan forward. A whirlwind appeared out of thin air and carried the curse mark into the sky. It finally exploded in the air. Lin Mo was stunned. He couldn't believe his blood curse skill was so easily neutralized. Hyo, standing beside him, explained that Ghost Scholar's skill could remove any negative effects. The underlings, witnessing this, began to flatter their boss. The ghostly aura from the explosion spread around. Gao Shi knew that Lin Mo had encountered a half-ghost king. Only death awaited them. On Lin Mo's side, he had a ridiculous idea. He realized that this ghost scholar was particularly fond of flattery. Lin Mo thought that maybe if he made him happy, he would let them go. He then clapped his hands wildly, praising the ghost scholar's fan, comparing it to the Iron Fan Princess's banana fan. 1 fan, a ghost nerve; 2 fans, a hole in the heavens; 3 fans, a shock to all. As expected, the ghost scholar fell for it, believing the kid was perceptive. Lin Mo then encouraged Fatty beside him to join in the flattery. So, the two sang his praises together, and Lin Mo took the opportunity to ask the ghost scholar to spare them. Hearing these flattering words, the ghost scholar was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. The next second, he refused Lin Mo's request. Because he wasn't stupid, flattery wouldn't fill his stomach. He then waved his fan, and ghost energy transformed into sharp blades that attacked Lin Mo. Ultimately, he couldn't withstand the attack, and fell to one knee. All he could do now was to continue begging the ghost scholar for mercy. The strong, fat man also knelt down. The college student's clear eyes were filled with tears. He pleaded with the ghost scholar to spare their lives. Not only that, he also made Ichio kneel down. But Ichio thought to herself, she would rather die than give in to this ghost. The ghost scholar said he would wait until he had eaten them all, and bury their bones together. He then flicked his fan 3 times. 3 sharp blades flew towards Ichio. Faced with this tempestuous attack, Ichio grimaced in pain. But even so, he refused to kneel. The ghost scholar approached him, ready to finish him off. With a whoosh, red blades shot out from the fan. Die. Even if you die, I won't let you be lonely. Lin Mo was powerless at this moment. Just then, a turning point appeared. A crow appeared in the sky, calling out, "T." Upon hearing this, the ghost scholar immediately stopped his attack. He turned his head and found it was the surname of Hianluo. His trembling hands took the envelope. As he opened the envelope, his hands couldn't stop shaking, because he didn't know why Hianluo had suddenly contacted him. After reading the letter, he asked the man in front of him if his name was Lin Mo. Lin Mo replied yes. He then showed the letter in his hand, which had his portrait on it and the words, "Lin Mo mistakenly killed." The ghost scholar asked if he recognized the name Huyenluo. He shook his head and said no, saying he only knew that he would meet Huyenluo once he went down. The ghost scholar explained that Lin Mo might have met Huyenluo, but just didn't know his name. He then conjured an image of Huyenluo, asking Lin Mo to take a good look and see if he recognized him. He still didn't recognize him, saying he had never seen him before. At this point, the ghost scholar was puzzled. To his knowledge, Huyenluo had never saved anyone before. At this moment, Lin Mo didn't care about anything else. The letter proved that Huyenluo wanted to save him, so he asked Gixukai if they could leave. Gixukai turned his back and told them to get lost. Lin Mo and his group obediently left. Just like that, Lin Mo escaped the threat of the ghosts. Not only that, but he also ordered all the ghosts in the lower district not to attack them because they were under Hianluo's protection. After receiving the order, the poison ghost felt relieved. Thankfully, they hadn't killed him. Otherwise, who knows how Hianluo would have dealt with them.